I will call this meeting to order. The clerk has advised that we do have quorum. Members of council, please rise if you're able for the national anthem.
Oh, Canada, our home and native land, true patriot love, and all of us command. Quand on procès porter l'épée, il sait porter la croix. Dans l'histoire est une épopée des plus brillants exploits. Au Canada, Kichigwanash, Nani Buena Miguechewendanda, Nani Buena Miguechewendanda.
Please remain standing and join me in observing a moment of silence in memory of Clyde Henderson Clark, Sophie Konstantopoulos, Stephen Lewis, Medhat Mandy, Barry Edmund McDermott, Charlie Searle, Marilyn Morrison, and Charlie Silson. Thank you. Please be seated. I would like to take a moment on behalf of Council to acknowledge the Indigenous peoples of all the lands that we are on today. We do this to reaffirm our commitment and responsibility in improving relationships between nations and to deepening our own understanding of Indigenous peoples and their cultures. It is a moment to reflect on the importance of this land, which we each call home. We acknowledge the land we're meeting on is the traditional territory of many nations, including the Mississaugas of the Credit, the Anishinaabe, the Chippewa, and the Haudenosaunee, and the Wendat people, and is now home to many diverse First Nations, Inuit, and Métis peoples. We also acknowledge that Toronto is covered by Treaty 13 with the Mississaugas of the Credit and the Williams Treaty signed with multiple Mississaugas and Chippewa bands. For the benefit of those who are connected to the internet, the City Clerk has posted all of the agenda materials for today's meeting at Toronto.ca/council. This meeting is being held as a hybrid meeting and is being streamed live on YouTube. I'd like to welcome the public who are with us here today and who are watching the meeting online. Members, we do have a presentation this morning to celebrate National Poetry Month. I would like to call upon Mayor Chow to give the presentation.
Good morning, colleagues. April is National Poetry Month, a celebration that brings together schools, libraries, publishers, community organizations, and poets to highlight the important role poetry plays in Canadian culture and in our city. 25 years ago, the City of Toronto became the first municipality to appoint its own poet laureate. Toronto is proud to be home to both a poet laureate and a youth poet laureate who serve as ambassadors for the literary arts and help inspire residents of all ages. A poet laureate, Lillian Allen, is a trailblazer in spoken word and poetry, a two-time Journal Award winner, and a dedicated educator and a community builder. Our youth poet laureate, Shahada Jack, is a bilingual spoken word poet and human rights activist. Last month, Shahada was invited to the United Nations General Assembly in New York City, where she recited a poem in honor of the International Day of Remembrance of Victims of Slavery and the Transatlantic Slave Trade. Together, they reflect the strength, diversity, and creativity of Toronto's literary community, and we are awfully proud of them. This year's theme, Land and Sea, invite us to reflect on our relationship with the natural world, the water and the land that sustains us, and the shared responsibility we have to protect them. In Toronto, this theme resonates deeply as the city is shaped by its waterfront, its ravines, its rivers, and green spaces. Throughout April, residents are encouraged to take part by reading, writing, and sharing poetry in their communities. I want to thank our poet laureates and the many artists and poets and organizations who help bring poetry to life across our city. Allow me now to invite Lillian Allen, Toronto's poet laureate, to come forward and read an original poem in honor of this month. Let us welcome Lillian Allen.
Thank you. Thank you, Mayor Olivia Chow, and councillors and visitors and guests. I just want to say it is a pleasure to be here. I am delighted to be the 7th Poet Laureate of this city, and I want to thank the city for the opportunity that it has given both myself and the Youth Poet Laureate. I have observed as the Poet Laureate going around the city speaking to hundreds and hundreds of people, lovers of poetry, wannabe poets. People are trying to figure it out, but the word is so important. And one thing I want to say is that I realize that there's a growing affection and love for the city. And I can only say that that comes from the support that has been given to culture and the arts. And I want, again, to put my word in to thank the City Council for taking the artists and culture in this city seriously, because it indeed is the soul of the city. So I'm going to read a poem that I actually started out my term with, and as I am finishing up my term, revised it a little bit, and we'll share it with you. So I like to write my poems, especially for us newcomers who have made it here in the last 200 years. My Toronto. Just that feeling that this is ours, this is our community. And the beat of Toronto, a rhythm and a sway, cannot wait to be embraced. This diverse, alive, inverse city where trees grow around cement, new selves in concrete, our feet against concrete as we go about our ways. Percussion play, echo, 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 echoing. Poets, artists give soul, soulfulness to our city. We learning to love what we have made. This ya Toronto, Toronto, softening between brick and cement. A built-up world of steeples and stairs, glass mirrors, sparring for social change. Can you spare a little social change, please? New voices enwrapped, roasted in ice. My mother walked from the plain into a fridge that is Toronto in winter. The best of times, she says, and the coldest of times. Incubating a world of creativity and visionary relativities. Creativity swirl, cultural voices unfurl, making us larger than we are. Becoming dub poetry, hip hop, opera, visual smarts, community arts, Toronto in excelsis. You, Toronto, are my water buckle, my art sturge quencher. No matter how far I roam, you pull me back, wide open arms, our union formed. And for those who live strident and have gone before, let their names not be forgotten, but be called who they truly are, lovers of justice, standing for peace, not war. And to all the battles fought, freedom sought on the grounds of Queen's Park and Nathan Phillips Square, City Hall, or the roar of communities at Yonge and Bloor, down with inequality, injustice, this brutality. International Women's Day Parade, Caribana, Jump Up, Salsa on St. Clair, Scarborough Fest, Bengali lit, peeps. You have made our city strong, a republic of possibilities, a home to belong. But homelessness, that is our little scar. That part split off, lost, hiding, frightened, bruised, too tired to fight, or resolved too soon, just needing a way back to the promise. Just needing a way back to the promise. We're trees standing in the water, a gathering of tribes, an abundance of hope, a destiny and a destination from which a future has been forged. We were community before Simcoe, Huron-Wendat, Haudenosaunee, Mississaugas of the Credit, Chippewa. We're visitors and traders, adventurers and underground railroaders. We are a promise of unity. We are a promise of unity. We're Kensington and Parkdale, Islington and Ellesmere, Palmerston and Jane and Finch, Don Mills and Eglinton. We're East York and High Park, Rexdale and Regent Park, North York and Junction, Church and Wesley with unction. Yes, we're Malvern and Morningside, Brimley and Bellamy. We're young, we're old, potential aching to unfold. We are a 3 million sided heart. We are a 3 million sided heart. Oh yes, we're the Superman Joe Shuster pen to paper, an experiment splashed by the waves of Lake Ontario, prancing for a great new makeover. Yet the postmodern, too slow a nation, it was no slam dunk from William Peyton Hubbard to Zenene Ekende. But we are parklands, winding creeks, nature's preserve, we're free public spaces, ravines of lush graces, protected wetlands. We are the Humber and the Don. Fishing where, fishing where, fishing where, fishing where? We're 1,000 miles from our longings, pinning dreams in over 20,000 street corners, with many, many bridges still yet to be crossed over. But make no mistake about it, we are the beat, a city in heat, alive, diverse, and strutting verse. Toronto, Toronto, resilient and strong. Thank you. Will you introduce? I wish to call our Youth Poet Laureate, Shahada Jack. What a pleasure. Thank you.
Good morning. We'll try that one more time. Good morning. Can we please give it up one more time for the incomparable Lillian Allen? Thank you so much. It is my honor to be here this morning and to have served now a full term as Toronto's Youth Poet Laureate. To be mentored by Lillian Allen has been such a joy, and I call her Auntie Lillian because we have that relationship now. And that's what it means to be a poet, to build community, to connect, to have everyone realize that we are family, that we share and build on this land together. So when I reflect on today's theme of land and of sea and of our connection to the water, I think of a recent conversation I had with an elder. And she said, there is such a struggle for people to connect to this land because of the concrete we are built upon. And the concrete and its erasure of connection, of spirituality, of connection to oneself. So as I reflect on the theme, I think of youth in this beautiful city that I have met in my journey in this role. Youth who feel uprooted, youth who still feel as though they are finding their story, who are tracing their steps of their ancestors on this land, even when sometimes we can't see them, or it may be a struggle to feel them. So I know that April is Poetry Month, but as we walk into May, to know that we walk into conversations of mental health. And when I think of this land, I think of the goodness it pours into us, and how many youth in this city are still waiting to feel that goodness poured upon them. So this poem I share with you all is titled Not Okay. And I hope we know by now that poetry is not just a performance, it's a conversation. So can I hear a few snaps? Okay, can I hear some stomps? Can I get a Can I get a And I grew up in Scarborough, so can I get a geez? I see you, Scarborough. And it's beautiful to look around and see faces of city council members and the mayor who have supported me so much in this journey. And I appreciate the creation of this position and how many youth have felt heard and seen and celebrated because of it. Many youth in the city who feel as though there's an opening of opportunity for their voices to soar beyond the confines of the four walls they may reside in, or the classrooms that they at times feel stifled in. So I thank you for this opportunity and for the doors that it now opens for many. So without further ado, this is Not Okay. At 10 years old, I didn't know the power that my brain could hold over me, drowning me, taunting me, torturing me. I was looking for an escape helplessly. I could no longer find me in my sea of anxiety. Resiliency was at a loss with me. Fear the only thought in me, as I didn't know if anyone would find a way to save me. Free me from the expectations of society. Free me from my disdain of imperfection, afraid a lack of perfection would somehow reveal the human in me, as if somehow it would make me less worthy of what I didn't know, but I knew that failure was never an option for me. It felt like the world kept telling me that expectations would never announce its presence in the destiny of a young girl like me, that excellence was only played out in movies and printed out in magazines, that I would have to work twice as hard just to avoid poverty. And it took an unwanted toll on me. My self-esteem became a battleground of self-doubt that was inevitably self-stifling. My imagination that manifested the most beautiful creations morphed into a prison of self deprecation. And 10-year-old me had no explanation for how her whimsical songs of poetry now held the heaviest of melancholy. Her tongue built a barricade of "I'm okay," until one day it became her reality, one that everyone learned to believe, that I learned to believe. 1.25 million of Canada's youth require mental health support each year. 57% of youth have needs that go unmet, with disparities for Black and brown bodies, and 1 in 5 are sliding down a mental health decline and go unrecognized. And yet, there are some that choose to believe that everything's fine, that choose to believe that today's youth are overreacting to the crimes that the 1% are enacting, who choose to believe that there aren't youth skipping sleep to be in their classrooms, skipping meals to afford sports teams and spirit wear, and no matter how much they cry out for help, in the tone of their voice or the lack thereof, that nobody seems to care. So the story of 10-year-old me isn't a rarity. It's much closer to an unnoticed normality, where the most ignored of young minds become an avoidable casualty, who become blamed or shamed for their silence that shackled them, the isolation that suffocated them, or the exhaustion that imprisoned them, who are exposed to trauma at the swipe of a finger, a scroll away from being a part of global change, more connected than our ancestors could envision or imagine, carrying more weight than their minds can take. I belong to a generation forced behind a facade of disregard, a generation waiting for someone to hear us, for someone to see us. And no matter how hard we try, or no matter how good we are at pretending to know that we are not okay. Thank you so much, Toronto. Thank you so much, Mayor Olivia Chow, and to the great staff of this city and all those in attendance today. Thank you so much.
Thank you. May I have a motion to confirm the minutes? Moved by Councillor Morley. If you can read the motion. Do you have it? Okay. If you can just, oh, sorry, let me put your mic on. Okay.
Thanks, Madam Speaker. Happy to move that City Council confirm the minutes of Council from the regular meeting held on March 25th and 26th, 2006.
All those in favor? Opposed, if any, carried. I will now call upon the committee chairs to introduce the reports. The chairs can speak about the reports for up to 5 minutes. Mayor Chow, you have a motion to introduce the executive committee report.
I do. Madam Speaker, I am pleased to introduce the agenda from meeting 30 of the Executive Committee, and some highlights from this agenda includes fighting for rapid transit in Eastern Scarborough, where I'm calling on all of council to add an additional $10 million to get to the 30% of the design faster, so we can get building as soon as provincial and federal government funding is available. We're also trying to make our waterfront safer by expanding marine exclusion zones for motorized watercraft like jet skis, and calling on the Port Authority to protect the waters they are responsible for with additional markers that clearly identify the exclusion zones, and doing more to crack down on the illegal jet skis rental companies. From Etobicoke to Scarborough, our waterfront should be safe and enjoyable for all. And of course, we're in the final weeks before the world comes to Toronto for FIFA. 50 more days to June 12. We will be finalizing our mobility plan, have FanFest accessible, and making sure everyone had a great time celebrating the beautiful game in our amazing city. I look forward to discussing these items and more. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Thank you. Councillor Fletcher, you have a motion to introduce the corporation's nominating panel report.
Yes, Speaker, that the report from meeting, meeting 28 of the corporation's nominating panel listed on the agenda of council be presented for consideration.
Thank you. Councillor Bravo, you have a motion to introduce the Economic and Community Development Committee report.
Thank you, Speaker. I'd like to introduce the Economic and Community Development Committee meeting report for meeting 27 for consideration.
Thank you. Councillor Ainsley, you have a motion to introduce the General Government Committee report.
I do. Good morning, Madam Speaker. It's a report from meeting number 28 of the General Government Committee listed on the agenda of council be presented for consideration. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Fletcher, you have a motion to introduce the Infrastructure and Environment Committee report.
Yes, I do, Speaker. Yeah. That the report from meeting 28 of the Infrastructure and Environment Committee listed on the agenda of council be presented for consideration, and to say that the congestion management plan was presented, and our chief congestion officer reported there for his first time. Welcome officially to your role, committee, Mr. Poslins. And there's a supplementary, there's answers to questions that we had. We had a very vigorous meeting. And then on the electric vehicle charging, there's quite a bit of data that came in as part of the supplemental. So there's a lot of issues here: electrification, looking for reduction, demand management for electricity, and solar panels on roofs. We also have EQIP with a great report here from staff with supplemental information. So please make sure you look at your documents, because there's new information, quite a bit of it, since we had the committee meeting. Thank you, Speaker.
Thank you. Councillor Perks, you have a motion to introduce the Planning and Housing Committee report.
Good morning, Speaker. I move that the report from meeting 29 of the Planning and Housing Committee listed on the agenda of council be presented for consideration.
Thank you. Councillor Holliday, you have a motion to introduce the Etobicoke York Community Council report.
Yes, good morning. Thank you, Speaker. That the report from meeting 30 of the Etobicoke York Community Council listed on the agenda of council be presented for consideration.
Thank you. Councillor Cheng, you have a motion to introduce the North York Community Council report.
Yes, I do. Thank you, Madam Chair. That the report for meeting 31 of the North York Community Council listed on the agenda of council be presented for consideration. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Mantis, you have a motion to introduce the Scarborough Community Council report.
Good morning, Madam Speaker. That the report from meeting 30 of the Scarborough Community Council listed on the agenda of council be presented for consideration.
Thank you. Councillor Moyes, you have a motion to introduce the Toronto and East York Community Council report.
Good morning, Madam Speaker. That the report from meeting 31 of the Toronto and East York Community Council listed on the agenda of council be presented for consideration.
Thank you. May I have a motion to introduce new business from city officials? Councillor Thompson, would you do that, please?
Yeah. Wonder if you could put it on the screen for me if that's possible. Thank you. That new business from city officials listed on the agenda of council be presented for consideration.
Thank you. All those in favor of the motions, please raise your hands. Opposed, if any, carried. Are there any declarations of interest at this time? Please indicate the item number and the nature of the interest. Remember that you must also file a written declaration of your interest with city clerk. Councillor Bradford, I understand you have an interest?
Yes, that's right. Thank you, Madam Speaker. I would like to declare an interest on PH 29.6, 105, 109 Vanderhoof Avenue and 10 Brentcliffe Road. OPA appeal report. The nature of my interest is that my partner is a planner on the file. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Chernis-Lynn, I believe you have one as well?
Yes, I do, Speaker. With respect to NC 28.1, appointment of public members to the Toronto Hydro Board, I have a conflict of interest as submitted. Okay, thank you. Oh, can I say why? Councillor Chernis-Lynn, you have to let the clerk what it is. Thank you. As I wrote in the form that I filled out, I have a daughter who works for one of the potential appointees. So I feel I need to recuse myself.
Okay. Yeah, Councillor Mantis, do you have one?
Yes, Madam Speaker. EC 27.2, review of Toronto street vending and artist bylaws. My family member operates a vending truck.
Okay, thank you. So just to remind, if you can submit in your declaration. Councillor Coe, I see your hand up. Do you have one as well?
Yes, I have two.
Oh, you have two, okay.
Okay, item number MM40.16, the Bill 98, Building Homes, Improving Transportation. I declare an interest on the agenda item according to the Municipal Conflict of Interest Act. My son Josh works for the TDC as the Chief Strategy Customer Experience Officer, and this is within his management oversight. I declare this interest. I also have another one, MM40.19, item towards a vision for a design standard for future Toronto subway stations. I declare an interest according to the Municipal Conflict of Interest Act. My son Josh works for the TDC as the Chief Strategy and Customer Experience Officer, and this falls within his oversight. I so declare.
Thank you. Mayor Chow.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I rush to declare an interest in TE 3120, Chinatown Tomorrow Planning Initiative, proposed report, Ward 10 and 11. My interest is that I live in the area covered in this report.
Okay, thank you. Okay, I will now call for petitions. Are there any petitions at this time? No, okay. Members, I will now review the order. Councillor Morley, announcement?
Yes, Madam Speaker. I just wanted to follow on our incredible poet laureates this morning and make a quick announcement on a point of personal privilege in my capacity as the youth champion for council. It's really an important moment that we're listening closely to the artists and incredible creatives in our city, but also to the young people who have been really consistent in calling on this council to stand up around the issue of youth employment and youth jobs. I'm really excited about work that's underway at the City of Toronto and led through our colleagues at the Social Development Division around youth jobs. We know City of Toronto is one of the #1 employers of summer jobs for youth in the City of Toronto, and we're really pleased to see the recent announcement from our counterparts at the federal government around 100,000 summer jobs through the Canada Summer Jobs Program. I just want to take this quick moment to breathe life into the importance of our responsibilities as a council to hold space for our young people and give them the confidence and hope of a bright future here in this city. I'm really proud of the work we continue to do and forthcoming reports, again, from colleagues navigating this important work on behalf of the City of Toronto, and reassuring our young people now's the time to be looking, to be engaging in youth summer job opportunities, and looking forward to supporting more strong pathways to good careers in the city. Thanks, Madam Speaker. I'll leave it there.
Thank you. And I have done that in York Southwest, and as you know, I just recently held a job fair where I had 750 youth that registered for the job fair, which is amazing. Yeah. Members, I will now review the order paper. Once the order paper has been approved by council, any change will need a 2/3 vote. The city clerk has posted today's order paper online with agenda item RM 40.7. Review. Pardon? Oh, I called for it. Oh, Councillor Fletcher, you have a petition?
Yeah,
Sorry.
I'm so sorry, Speaker. That was, I put my name up late. And in the spirit of what you've just said, Deputy Mayor, and our beautiful youth poet laureate and her family, who were very involved in Eastview Community Center, one of our AOCs, where so many youth get jobs and get a start and a positive start in life. I am going to submit a petition from 855 residents in the East End of Toronto in favor of Apple Grove, and finally, after 42 years, hopefully, getting a home outside of a school that has been more and more and more difficult with every passing year and month. Thank you very much.
Councillor Myers, I see your name on the screen. Is it, did you want something? Oh, okay. All right. All in favor of receiving the petitions? All in favor? Opposed, if any, carried. The city clerk has posted today's order paper online with agenda item RM 40.7, review of the order paper. If council adopts any amendments to the order paper, they will also be posted with this item. We have one deferred item before us today, EY 29.3. The mayor has designated item EX 30.11, fighting for the Scarborough East Rapid Transit Line, as their first key matter and first item of business this morning. The mayor has designated item PH 29.5, rent safe TO update, as their second key matter and first item of business tomorrow. The notice of motion run through is scheduled for 2 p.m. tomorrow, only if the mayor's key matters are completed. There are some related matters on the agenda that are proposed to be considered together if they are held. Item EX 30.5, EX 30.6, EX 30.7 relating to the FIFA World Cup 2026. Councillor Cheng, you wish to bring items forward to the council agenda? Councillor Cheng?
Yes, I do. We recently interviewed some great candidates for the zoo and the exhibition place boards. And so we're seizing this opportunity to bring these to council today.
Okay, on favor, opposed if any, carried.
Thank you.
These items will be brought forward and held in Councillor Cheng's name. The city clerk has noted the items that members wish to hold. I will now go through the items to take additional member holds. I will now review the order paper one section at a time. The clerk will open the speakers list in CMP, and you can place your name on the list. When I recognize you, state the item or items you wish to hold, and I will go through the agenda one section at a time. We'll start with executive. Councillor Cheng, executive.
Yes, I'd like to hold EX 30.6, FIFA World Cup 2026 bylaw exemptions.
EX what?
30.6.
Okay, so you just heard we're combining all three of them together.
Yes, yes.
Yeah. Okay. Councillor Moyes on executive.
Madam Speaker, I'm already holding item EX 30.1, but I'd like to time it for tomorrow morning if
Well,
possible.
yeah, wait till we get to it. We're not at timed items
Oh,
yet.
no? Okay.
Okay, when I get to it, then you can put your name on the screen. Councillor Myers?
Sorry, I'm not
clear. Are we holding all the FIFA items together? Because I'd like to hold
Well, what I
EX 30.7
suggested, if
FIFA
the
World
three,
Cup.
hold on, if the three items are held down, the three FIFA items, they would be dealt with at one time.
Okay, so I'd like to hold EX 30.7 FIFA World Cup 2026 Toronto Mobility Plan.
Okay, thank you. Okay. So now, corporations, 30 point what? Okay. All right. All of Economic Development Committee has been held. Councillor Fletcher?
Yes, you missed corporations nominating speaker. So.
Oh,
now,
you held it down already.
Yes, but now that Councillor Chernos Lynn has declared her interest, we could just have a recorded vote and deal with that.
Oh,
that's all.
Okay. So you just want to release it and have a recorded vote?
Yes.
Okay.
And so she can leave the chambers,
Yeah.
and then we can.
Yeah, that's fine.
Yeah. Okay. Thank you.
Yeah, you can. Yeah. Okay. So on NC 28.1, Councillor Fletcher is releasing. We'll ask for a recorded vote.
Councillor Crisanti, please.
We're going to call some members to vote, please.
Councillor Crisanti, your vote, please. Affirmative, thank you. Councillor Candavel, your vote, please.
Affirmative.
Thank you. Councillor Thompson, your vote, please. Affirmative, thank you.
Councillor Shand, please. In the affirmative. Thank you. Councillor Perruzza, please. In the affirmative.
Councillor Mantis, your vote, please. Affirmative, thank you.
The item is adopted unanimously, 22 in favor.
Okay, Councillor Chernos Lynn, you can come back in now. General Government Committee. Councillor Fletcher, you have something on general government? Oh, that was before. Okay. Councillor Holiday on general government?
Actually, it's not a hold, Speaker. There's a new report posted with a new recommendation on the, bear with me, find the item. I think it has to be moved. It's the report on the ferries. I'm going to find it in a sec. I'm just, GG 28.7, non-competitive agreements required to support the existing and new electric ferries. I asked for the report, so I'm happy to move it, with thanks to staff for preparing that.
So you're moving the supplementary report?
I'm happy to, ensure that the supplementary report is moved.
It's just for information.
If I don't have to move anything, I won't.
Okay.
I was under the impression that the, supplementary report had to be moved.
Okay, on favor? On favor? Opposed, if any, carried. Any more on general government? No? Infrastructure and Environment Committee. Councillor Pasternak.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'd like to hold IE 28.6, seeking clarity on City of Toronto's application to the Community Sport Recreation Infrastructure Fund.
Okay, Councillor Moyes.
I'd like to hold IE 28.7, delegation of authority for crossing agreement.
IE 28.7.
That's correct.
Okay. Any further holds? Okay, planning and housing. I think they've all been held. Oh, you wanted a release? Councillor Perks.
Yeah, I'm going to try to release a few of them. Let me just get to the correct place. Item 1, which is various addresses on Lakeshore and Villiers for the meanwhile use enabling policy and zoning and update on McCleary District planning work. Release that.
Councillor Perks is releasing PH 29.1. On favor? Carried.
Item 3, the status update on transit-oriented communities.
I believe that Councillor Myers has his hand up.
Okay, well, I'll keep the hold on that and
All right.
consult with Councillor Myers and see what we can do. Item 6, which is 105 through 109 Vanderhoof Avenue and 10 Brent Cliff Road in OPA.
Okay, so Councillor Perks is releasing PH 29. Oh, yes, we'll have to have a recorded vote. Councillor Bradford, if you can please leave the council chambers, thank you. Okay, so recorded vote on PH 29.6.
Councillor Shen, how do you vote, please? In the affirmative, thank you. Councillor Crisanti, please, how do you vote? In the affirmative, thank you. Speaker, the item is adopted.
Councillor Candival, please.
Affirmative.
Thank you.
Speaker, the item is adopted unanimously, 23 in favor.
Okay, thank you. And Councillor Bradford, thank you. You can come back in, thanks. Councillor Perks.
Yeah, I just need my screen back. Let's take a sec. There we go. Item 7, 108 through 162 Vine and OPA.
Okay. Councillor Perks is releasing PH 29.7. On favor, opposed if any, carried.
Item 8, 110 West Toronto Street and OPA.
PH 29.8. On favor, opposed if any, carried.
And finally, number 9, 2700 Dufferin Street, which is also an OPA appeal report.
Okay, so Councillor Perks is releasing PH 29.9. On favor, opposed if any, carried.
Thank you, Speaker.
Etobicoke York Community Council. Councillor Holiday.
Speaker, I just wanted a recorded vote on EY 30.11 Grand Avenue and Algoma Street pedestrian crossing. That's just to be consistent with my vote at Community Council. 11.
Okay, so Councillor Holiday is asking for a recorded vote on EY 30.11 pedestrian crossing. Recorded vote? Yeah. And Councillor Holiday, if you can hold EY 30.1 because it's here without a recommendation. Or Councillor Peruzza, you hold it? Would you hold the item down? Okay, let's just finish. Yes. Yes. Which one? No, this is Councillor. Okay, just one sec, please. Which one? Oh, are you talking about the one we're just voting on? Oh, okay, I thought it was the other one. Yeah, okay. Councillor Holiday was just asking for recorded vote, so I'll put your name down to hold it down.
And Speaker, we will cancel the vote.
Yeah, we'll cancel the vote. Thank you. Councillor Holiday only wanted a recorded vote on it. All right, we'll hold it down in your name. And Councillor Proulx says hold it down EY 30.1. Any further holds on Etobicoke? No? Okay, what about North York? Councillor Perks, North York?
Speaker, if the clerks have the motion ready, I have an amendment on NY 31.5. If they're not ready, I'll just hold it.
It's not ready.
Okay, I'll hold that then.
That's NY 31.5?
Yes.
1800 Shepherd? Are there any further holds for North York? No? Okay, we'll go to Scarborough. You're welcome. Anybody in Scarborough? No? Councillor Holiday, are you here for Scarborough? Oh, okay. Councillor
For
Holiday.
Scarborough. Yeah, SC 30.3. Sorry, I think it's 8. Night Star Road, traffic calming, speed cushions, and heavy vehicle prohibition. I just want a recorded vote.
Is this a 30.8?
Yeah, I'm sorry. Yeah, the rating's really small here. I think it's an 8. I might have said 3, but I think it's an 8.
So what is it that you want? You want
Just a recorded vote.
Okay, recorded vote on SC 30.8.
Councillor Cherneslin, please. Councillor Candeville, your vote, please.
In favor.
Thank you.
Councillor Perruzza, please, your vote. In favor. And Councillor Shan, please. In favor. Thank you. Speaker, the item is adopted. The vote is 23-1.
Okay, thank you. Toronto and East York. Okay, if anybody has a hope, just put their name. Okay. Okay, I think it's open. Councillor Sachs.
Yes, thank you. TE 31.24 Drumsnab Road. I wanted to defer this a month, please.
I'm sorry, what is it you want?
To defer it to next month. Negotiations are still ongoing between the Heritage Department and the applicant.
Oh, okay, it's here without a recommendation, so you're deferring it back to council.
Thank you.
Councillor Sachs is deferring item T 31.
No, back to the next council meeting.
Oh, back to the next council meeting.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you. On favor? Opposed, if any, carried. Thank you. Councillor Bradford.
Thanks, Madam Speaker. Similarly, on TE 31.15, 419, 421, 423, 425 Woodbine Avenue, official plan and zoning bylaw amendment, I am asking City Council to defer consideration till the June council meeting to allow community planning to consider some of the environmental concerns that have been raised with respect to soil contamination. Thank you.
So you're, Councillor Bradford, you're deferring it to the next community council meeting?
No, to City Council.
City Council, okay.
Yeah, in June. And the second piece there, while we're at it, is TE 31.16. Same thing, 419, 421, 423, 425 Woodbine. This is the rental housing demolition application decision report that accompanies this item.
Okay, so Councillor Bradford asked for T 31.15 defer to the next council meeting. Pardon? To June. Yeah.
Oh, sorry, June. June, sorry, I have June.
Oh, June.
Yeah.
Yeah, okay.
I said June, but I also said the next meeting. I'm sorry, I
Okay.
meant June.
All right.
Thank you.
All in favor? Opposed, if any, carried. On T 31.16, defer to the June meeting. On favor? Opposed, if any, carried. Thank you.
Thank you.
Councillor Moyes.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. T 31.14, this came to council with a recommendation. I'm going to move staff's amendment on this item. I believe that they have the wording for it.
I didn't hear what he said. What did he want? It's ready? Okay, because it's here without a recommendation. Okay, Councillor Moyes, do you want to read your motion? Well, you don't have to read all of it. There's your amendment.
Yeah, it's the amendment.
Because it's here without a recommendation.
This is staff's recommendation that I'm bringing forward.
Okay, on favor, opposed, if any, carried. Thank you. Councillor Fletcher.
Thank you, Speaker. Oh, I'm holding it already. That's just fine. Thank you.
Which one?
Oh, 31.54 Lakeshore Boulevard East.
Yeah, you're
mid-block.
holding
Yeah,
it.
I'm holding
Yeah,
it. So,
you're holding it.
thank you.
Councillor Sachs.
Yes, thank you. I forgot one other item, please. TE 31.19, 333 College Street and 303 Augusta Avenue. I have an amendment, and then I can release it.
Okay, let me see if staff has your amendment. Do we have Councillor Sachs' amendment? Okay, just one sec. Oh, we don't have it.
I sent it in.
It's not ready. They do have it, but it's not ready. So we'll go back to it shortly. Okay, Councillor Sachs?
Thank you.
Okay, thanks. All right, so now we'll go to new business. Any holds on new business? Councillor Cole.
Yes, Madam Chair, I'd like to hold CC 40.5, 34 to 70 Montgomery Avenue, Ontario Land Tribunal hearing. I'd like to hold that for an amendment I'll be putting forth later.
Okay. Councillor Perks. We're
Yeah.
under new business right now.
Yeah, I think I can release one. CC 40.6, 2461 to 2475 Dundas Street West, Ontario Land Tribunal hearing request for direction.
Yes?
I can release it.
Okay, Councillor Perks is releasing CC 40.6. On favor, opposed, if any, carried. Councillor Holliday.
Thank you, Speaker. I'd like to hold CC 40.1, payment of legal expenses related to an Integrity Commissioner investigation.
Thank you. Are there any further holds? Okay, that's it. Recorded vote on T 3120. The mayor has a conflict on that one, so we need to have a recorded vote. T 3120.
Councillor Cheng, please. And Councillor Myers, your vote.
Councillor Crisanti, Councillor Cole, and Councillor Burnside, please. Councillor Pasternak. Councillor Candavel, please.
Affirmative.
Thank you.
Speaker, the item is adopted unanimously, 24 in favor.
Thank you. I will now, no, hold on. I will now consider request to make items urgent and time specific. The clerk will open the speakers list and CMP, and you can place your name on the list. Councillor Myers, I believe that Councillor Myers, you got up earlier. So do you want to do an item time sensitive?
No.
Time. Huh?
No, but thank you for asking.
I thought you got up earlier.
To hold EX 30.
Oh, it was Councillor Moyes. Okay, Councillor Moyes, sorry. Sorry. Councillor Moyes.
It's not the first time.
I remember telling somebody to sit down, wait till we get to it. It was Councillor Moyes, all right.
Of course, I have a sense of humor.
Okay, Councillor Moyes.
EX 30.1. I want to hold it until tomorrow morning, if possible. After the mayor's key item.
Okay, on favor, carry. Councillor Fletcher, you have a timed item?
No, I just wonder, have we approved the order paper already?
No.
Okay, because I'd like a recorded vote for the non-held items.
Okay.
Please. Thank you.
All right, we're just doing times.
Yeah, I hear you.
Times item. All right. Okay, we've already conducted the recorded votes. All right, so now we're going to do all those in favor of adopting the balance of the order paper as amended, all items not held, we'll have a recorded vote. Councillor Fletcher has asked for a recorded vote.
Just stand by, members, for 1 second while we stage that vote.
It's a point of order, Speaker. I requested a hold on CC 40.1, but it's not showing. Okay, it's not updated on the screen, so if we were doing a recorded vote, I wanted to be sure that it was recorded accurately.
Speaker, once the order paper is adopted, this table goes through all the holds and confirms what's online. That will take place after the order paper is adopted.
Thank you.
I've recorded it on my list as well.
Thank you.
Councillor Perks and Councillor Burnside, please.
We're missing.
Councillor Candavel, please.
Affirmative.
Thank you.
Speaker, the order paper is adopted. The order paper as amended is adopted unanimously, 21 in favor.
All right. Okay, members, I want to remind you that regardless of whether you're attending today's meeting by video conference or in person, you will continue to submit and approve your motions in advance. The clerk staff are available to assist you with motions. If you do not have your motion ready, I will not recognize you. I'm also reminding members that you must state your motion first before you speak to it. Members, if you have an urgent motion without notice you wish to bring forward at this meeting, and you and your seconder must submit it by email to the clerk staff. Your motion must clearly state the reason for urgency. Staff will prepare the necessary procedure motion for my review along with your motion. I will review all motions without notice carefully. I may ask you to provide more information about the urgency of your motion and why it can't be routed through normal committee channels. This will inform my decision on whether to consent to your motion and in turn Council's decision about whether to add your motion to the agenda. The purpose of your motion and reason for urgency must be clear. I will advise Council after each recess which motions I have agreed are urgent and that need a motion to add to the agenda. It will require 18 votes to add a motion without notice to the agenda during the meeting. Motions added to the agenda in this way are not subject to a vote to waive referral to a committee or agency. We will now go to the first key item, the Mayor's first key item, which is EX 30.11, fighting for the Scarborough East Rapid Transit Line. Oh, isn't that the one? That's we're at the mayor's key item, which is EX 30.11. Sorry, it's not 1, it's 11. Made an error. Okay, so right item EX 30.11, which is fighting for the Scarborough East Rapid Transit Line. If we have questions to staff, if you can please put your name on the screen. And I want to remind members of council that we do have the supplementary report with recommendations in a confidential attachment that came forward. Okay. So I think Councillor Myers will be interested in this one, eh? Yeah, I know you do. Scarborough councillors, we're dealing with Scarborough. EX 30.11. Councillor Thompson, questions?
Speaker, I'm ready and willing and able any
Okay,
day
I'm
to,
glad that you're
represent Scarborough.
You
Thank
can represent Scarborough. I don't know where the rest of the
Thank you.
councillors are.
Through you, Speaker, to staff, the EA has been completed with respect to the Scarborough East Rapid Transit Line?
Speaker, yes. The transit rail, the TRPAP has been completed.
Right. And so the 30% design, that allows us to do what? To seek more funding, seek the funding necessary in order to move ahead with respect to developing and building this line?
Speaker, the work that's going to be occurring, provided the council approves it, is that we are going to be continuing with the enabling work studies that will allow us to further advance the project to the 30% design stage.
Good. And what is the actual value of the investment that is needed for the complete building of this line?
Speaker, at this point in time, the project is still in an early state, and it's difficult for us to actually provide a meaningful number or meaningful cost estimate for this project at this time.
So I asked that question because I wanted to then ask what amounts of funds would we be asking the federal government and or the provincial government, and the combination of both? How would we then be asking for funding from them if we at this point don't know what is required for the full investment into this line?
Speaker, we will be working very closely with the various city divisions that are involved, as well as other colleagues to provide a number that could be used in the meantime for any discussions with the province and the federal government.
Ah, I see. But one would say, though, that this would be in the billions?
Speaker, yes, you are correct. There is a number that has been identified, which was about $4.6 billion. That was an early estimate based on the early work that was done, but that obviously is based on early information. That will be used as the base for further discussions.
Gotcha. Thank you so much for that. And can you remind us, please, with respect to the length of the line and how many stops are incorporated as part of the line?
Speaker, the actual project itself is 18.6 kilometers long. It includes 27 stops, commencing at Kennedy Station, going up to through the University of Toronto Scarborough campus, up to the Malvern Town Centre, and then over to the new connection at the Shepherd and McCowan for the Scarborough subway extension.
And I know that you don't speak for the TTC, but I know that you and your team work conjointly with the TTC. Can you then help me to understand the efficiency and the overall benefits that will accrue to the residents in Scarborough and people in general traveling into Scarborough with respect to the addition of this line when it's completed?
Speaker, so first of all, I think to answer the first question that you had, we work closely with the TTC, and in fact, the TTC have been retained to do one of our earlier market sounding studies to get further information for this project. So they are very much engaged in the information that's being put together and further advanced in the design. In terms of how this project will benefit Scarborough, in particular the eastern segment of Scarborough, it's now going to put a transit line further to the east, and going to be bringing that transit line up into the University of Toronto Scarborough campus, and then with that line it will continue on up to Shepherd, and then go across Shepherd and connect in at McCowan Station. So what it's doing is it's actually picking up further, it's addressing the needs for the residents further east in Scarborough.
So the funding, very similar to what we did when I moved the motion here at Council for the conversion of the SRT line to the BRT, putting up the funds for the design what the TTC brought forward through their budget and did that work. Yesterday I actually visited the location, and they are actually moving rather rapidly, and in fact that bus rapid transit line will be opening it this September. That's the plan. My question to you then, it's a similar situation in terms of what the mayor is proposing with respect to having the appropriate funds for the 30% design, so we can look at obviously all the necessities of the work to be done and the actual planning for the funds to then realize to be investing into the actual project. Is that what we're actually hoping to achieve here today with the passing of this item?
Speaker, I will try to address what I think the response is.
There's a lot to unpack there, I understand.
Yes, so what we are doing with the request of council today is seeking authority to progress the project and to do the necessary studies that will allow us to present to council next year a more informed decision on the actual cost for this project. Because at this point in time, as I said before, it's still too early for us to give council a definitive value of the project.
Right. And so if the mayor's motion wasn't here today, what would we be doing? Would we still be an aspiration? Would still be sort of spinning the wheels with respect to hope and a prayer for better transit for Scarborough?
So, Speaker, through you, Speaker, we are not spinning our wheels. Transit expansion.
Oh, Speaker, just a point of order with respect to great respect to staff. My comment was not to suggest that staff was spinning their wheels. It was a paraphrase. It was just, if
sorry.
this was not here, I wouldn't
Okay.
yeah, no, that was, I want to make sure it's fully clear, Speaker.
Councillor Thompson, one last question.
No, I just, at the point of order, I just want to make sure.
Yeah.
Mr. Tiago, I certainly was not inferring or suggesting that I have great respect for him and his team, so I wanted to make that clear. So all I wanted to understand, though, is that if we don't take the position that we're taking here today and the mayor's leadership, it will continue to be delayed, and you will be coming back to council saying, we need to move on this. Would that be correct?
And that was your last question.
Speaker, yes, I think having the support of council will allow us to progress this project and get the badly needed transit into Scarborough.
Thank you. Councillor Shan.
Thank you. Through you, Madam Speaker, does the 10 million, is the 10 million sufficient to get us to 30% of the design?
Speaker, the additional $10 million will help further advance the enabling studies. So, Councillor, this project, as you're aware, is very complicated. It has lots of interfaces. It has a significant component related to the maintenance storage facility. So all of this additional funding will allow us to do all the enabling works to further advance the project to the 30% stage.
So just a historic question. When was this LRT proposed for the first time at City Council?
Speaker, based on the information we have, we think it came to council about 2016.
2016. I remember it probably was in a map even prior to that in the early 2010s. I think it was part of the LRT plan initially proposed by David Miller's time. Just want to ask about when do we expect the 30% of the design to be completed?
Speaker, as I've indicated previously, the request that we're making to council today is with the funding to allow us to further advance the design. The design is continuing to advance as we speak. We brought on a technical advisor that is going to be commencing work very shortly, and they will be helping us get to that 30% design. So we're intending to do that, get to that information by next year.
Okay, so early next year, late next year, mid next year?
Let me say, Councillor, that we are, with this added input of funding, we're going to be able to expedite various studies to get to this much quicker.
Okay. So I was under the impression that Eklund East, now Scarborough East LRT was the highest priority for us along with Waterfront LRT when we submit the proposals to other levels of government. Is that right?
Sorry, through the speaker, I couldn't hear the question. Can you please repeat it?
The Eklund East LRT and Waterfront East LRT were at the same level of priority when we have been talking to other levels of government. Is that right?
Speaker, yes, they are both considered the city's priority projects.
Highest priority were those two?
They are the city's priority projects.
Okay, and if one leaves and one is getting funded, the other one will automatically become the highest priority, I'm assuming?
The Speaker, I'm not sure how to answer that question. Okay. I suspect that...
Okay, not at all?
Yeah,
okay.
I'm going to leave it.
So can I ask then, like, Waterfront LRT and Eklund East LRT, what type of population are these? Do we have a calculation about what the amount of population that they would serve between the two lines?
To be clear, Speaker, no, I do not have that information readily available at this moment, but I could get it for you.
And I have to remind members of council, we do have a confidential report, so if anything that you have on the confidential report, please don't ask it in public.
So I'm just asking between the two priorities, what the difference were in terms of population that they serve. One existing population and potentially one population to be built. But my last question, Madam Speaker, through you is, have we had any conversations with the provincial government about through staff about the Eklund East or Scarborough East LRT to see where they're at with respect to that support?
Speaker, I would request that perhaps maybe this is with the city manager to respond to.
So, Speaker, we talk about our priorities with them all the time. But how government prioritizes where they're going to put the money is not for us to say. So we talk about the progress of all the projects that are priorities. They know where they are. We're clear and consistent, particularly as the federal government has now provided some ongoing funding for transit, that these are the priorities of the City of Toronto. And we keep them apprised of where we are from a planning and design perspective.
Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Ainsley.
Through you, Madam Speaker, to staff. With regards to the environmental assessment that's been done, so within the environmental assessment, has that solidified or finalized, for example, where the maintenance facility is going to be, the location of the maintenance facility? Is that written in stone now? Over the years, it's moved around, for example. So with the environmental assessment, has that baked most of the route design in?
Speaker, the route has been defined as part of the TPAP. However, the location of the maintenance storage facility requires us to proceed to a different EA or TPAP in order for that to be included in the project.
So sorry, you've done the TPAP for the route, and now doing the maintenance facility requires you to do another environmental assessment?
Yes, that's correct.
And what does that do to the timeline?
So the addenda to the EA would require, sorry, well, just one moment. Speaker, no, we do not have a time frame yet for the addenda, but that's part of the discussion that we will be working with the technical advisor to finalize. So we don't have a timing for it at this point in time.
Okay, and does that become part of the 30% completion rate or goal of having it 30% design?
Speaker, yes. The goal is to have the information related to the maintenance storage facility, its new location, as part of that 30% submission that we will do to Council next year.
Okay, and the other part of the route that runs through my ward, which is going to go over Highland Creek through Morningside Park, is the environmental assessment for that area complete?
Speaker, yes, it has been completed.
Okay, and then the area, one of the key stakeholders or proponents of this has always been the University of Toronto, Scarborough and their student union. Is the discussions been finalized with the University of Toronto Scarborough as to where the route is going through their campus or by their campus?
Speaker, yes. Through the negotiations between ourselves with our colleagues in Transportation Services, the routing of the LRT through the UTSC campus has been confirmed, and that is again part of an additional EA that's required in that area at the UTSC campus.
Okay, and in terms of the overall cost of this project, from my memory, the number that's is publicly at there $6.2 billion, but until you get it to 30% design, the environmental assessments are all done. You won't have a firm grasp of, for lack of a better word, what the ballpark number is for the entire project.
Speaker, that is correct. It is still much too early for us because of all the changes. In fact, in related to the new location for the maintenance storage facility and other kind of key interfaces, we need to have that further study in order to kind of get a better number to reflect actually a better cost for the transit project.
Okay, and once we have the better cost of that project, that's when we determine how much we go to the federal and provincial governments to see what their appetite is for financial support of the SERT?
Speaker, I believe this is probably a question to be asked of the city manager, but just to begin the response, the discussions with the I'm sure with the federal government, the provincial government will occur. It will be based upon the information that we have currently available, and it'll be further advanced as the number then continues to be advanced.
Okay, and just my question quickly for the city manager. There's, some groups that are still trying to have a subway built in Scarborough, but at this point, the priority of council is the SERT and not going back on trying to revisit this whole project, correct?
This was your last question.
The answer is yes, this is the priority that we're working on with the government. And just to expand a little bit on how we work with government, we do provide sort of the latest estimates along the way. So just to be real clear, while absolutely we need to do more work to understand what the full amount is, the scale of this project is well known to our government partners, and we keep them updated with estimates as we go along. What's clear today, though, is we can't say it's an absolute ask for a certain amount of money because we haven't done this further work. But they're well aware of the estimate of $4.65 billion, and that potentially could be a little bit higher as we do the detailed design work.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Councillor Pasternak.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Through you to staff, and my preamble is a little on the long side. On May 2017, Council passed a motion asking the Chief Planner and Executive Director, City Planner, and the Chief Executive Officer to prepare a cost-benefit analysis between the downtown relief line and the Shepherd subway extensions to Scarborough and North York. In July of 2016, Council asked the Chief Planner, Executive Director, City Planning to conduct a review and consideration construction of the subway link between Downsview Station and Yonge and Shepherd intersection. On June the 15th, 2022, members' motion signed by Councillor Nick Mantis and former late Councillor Cynthia Lai asked the Executive Director, Transit Expansion and Chief Planner to request the Province of Ontario Metrolinx to provide an approach and timing to advance the planning for Line 4 extension from Don Mills Station to the new McCowan Shepherd Station on the Scarborough subway expansion. On May the 8th, 2013, Council requested that the Shepherd subway line be recognized as a substantive project, Phase 2 project.
Yeah, Councillor Pasternak, do you have a question?
Yeah, my preamble's a little on the long side.
Well,
in May of 2013, Council ranked the Shepherd subway line as the third priority to Metrolinx. In March of 2024, City Council restated support for the Shepherd Avenue West and Shepherd Avenue East subway line and urged Metrolinx to continue its study, consultation, review its vital subway line. And of course, Metrolinx has commenced community consultations for the Shepherd subway line. I don't see any indication that anything's been brought back on these items over the last 10 years. Where do we stand with the Shepherd subway, which of course was a priority for Scarborough? Many Scarborough councillors seconded motions and supported motions. Former Councillor Kelly, former Councillor Lai, current Councillor Mantis, and of course many of these passed unanimously. Where are we at with the original plan to actually build the Shepherd subway into Scarborough?
Through the Speaker, that is a long list of motions. There has been a lot of interest in the Shepherd subway, and that is reflected on map 4 of the official plan, both the western extension and the eastern extension. So it is something that has been identified by the city as a priority. Metrolinx has been working on their initial business case, and city various divisions had input into that business case, which looks at options for extending both east and west, and the city has been very clear about the benefits in that line. The Premier in past announcements has talked about that being sort of a next stage project at some point. And so we have been continuing to advance city interests on that project.
But right now, to Metrolinx, it is not a priority project?
No, it is a priority project. It's just not as far advanced. They're in the business case stage and have examined a number of options for what the extension could look like and how far it would go. We have been providing detailed city input into the options they're considering to try to influence the direction that Metrolinx takes on that project.
All right. Do you think some of these reports can come back to us for further debate on the Shepherd Subway?
We certainly could provide an update on where the Shepherd Subway stands, the work on that stands, so that council's aware and can provide an update to councillors separately as well, if that would help in terms of what's up with the IBC.
Okay. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Myers.
Thank you. Through you, Speaker. So my first question is regarding the decision to use two different trains on Eglinton Crosstown and Eglinton or Scarborough East Rapid Transit. Is that still the plan under this motion?
Speaker, as you're aware, the reason why there's two different trains was that we couldn't have a through service on the Eglinton Crosstown LRT. There was a decision made by council. We came to council and said that we needed to look at a different train consist and vehicle for the Scarborough East Rapid Transit. One of the things that we are looking at right now with our colleagues in the TTC is actually doing a market sounding on what the best form of vehicle should be used for the Scarborough East Rapid Transit.
Thank you. And is there anything in this motion that makes a determination whether the Scarborough East Rapid Transit line will be underground or overground? Because there was talk about that in the budget.
Speaker, one of the items that we are going to be working on, or that the transit expansion and our divisional colleagues will be working on, is the study to look at grade separations. And what that will do is actually we'll need to come back to council and actually explain to them what the options are with regards to any sort of grade separation.
Thank you. And then regarding the issue of the storage facility for future vehicles, I know there was talk about doing it potentially at Conlins Road, but there was talk that Metrolinx might use that site as well. What's the status on the storage facility for the LRT, our vehicles?
Thank you for the question, Speaker. Through the Speaker. So what's happened is we initially had, and we came to council with information that had Conlin Yards as a potential location for the maintenance storage facility. The province indicated that because of their needs, that they wouldn't be willing to allow the city to co-locate on that site. As a result of that, we did some additional studies to look at different sites, which included provincial sites that were available, as well as some city sites. Once we had determined that there was a site that was suitable, we went back to the province. The province indicated that for other reasons, they weren't willing to allow us to use those sites. So as a result, what we've done is looked at a site that's now city-owned, and what we're doing is effectively de-risking the need to go back to the province and ask them for permission to use any of their property.
And are you able to disclose the site at this point?
Sorry, the location of the site is part of a confidential information.
Okay, thank you very much. And I guess the next question is can you confirm there's going to be two terminuses for this line, one at Malvern Town Centre and one at Shepherd and McCowan?
Speaker, through the TPAP, that was what the current alignment is proposing.
Thank you. And then regarding the preparatory work, so there's work that's going to happen regardless of the design work. So, for example, you're going to have to look at removing lampposts, that kind of physical work. Is that work going to happen prior to all of the funding received, or can that work happen as a preparation in anticipation of the line being built eventually?
Speaker, we are advancing the work on these studies, which will include traffic impact studies, utility relocations, the aforementioned discussion about the grade separations, looking to kind of see how we can best de-risk the project by removing obstructions that may be in the way. So that's part of why, as I said previously, the estimation of the cost right now is too early. With all these studies, it'll help us provide a better informed cost.
So just for clarification, will the physical work of getting the site ready, will that happen once all the money is received, or will that happen prior to, while waiting for full funding from other levels of government?
We will, through the Speaker, we will continue to progress the project to the extent of the funding that we have available.
And how much funding is that?
We have So at this point in time, we have 8 plus the $10 million that hopefully Council will agree to today.
Thank you. And final question, how many people will be within walking distance to the Scarborough East Rapid Transit line?
Okay, that was your last question.
Speaker, I don't have that information readily available.
Thank you. Councillor Fletcher.
Thank you. This is a very exciting day to finally realize this section. I just want to go back because a number of councillors are new. I don't know where Councillor Thompson went. Councillor Carroll's not here. We happen to be here for Transit City. This was the original segment of Transit City, or an add-on to Transit City, that the city hoped to realize in order to get rapid transit all the way out to Scarborough, to U of T. That was the Malvern section, correct?
Speaker, yes, that's correct.
And there was one person, you don't have to answer that, I see him on camera, who's always advocated for that, but at a certain point in Transit City, City Council decided that it would be a subway, the funds, the energy, and everything would go to a subway rather than the original Transit City plan, which had an LRT going all the way to campus, correct?
Speaker, that is correct.
And that was decided for the subway because of, well, a number of reasons, because a mayor at the time said he wanted that. And then the density, the population density that was anticipated around Scarborough Town Centre was going to be quite large, going to be a lot of people. So that was one of the arguments to have the subway, which is at 3 stops, correct?
Speaker, that is correct.
So it was driven by not immediate density, but by the opportunity to have density with transit.
Correct.
And how many, what was that population density based on for the Scarborough subway? And if you need to hold my time.
Speaker, I don't have that information readily available. We can get that information for you.
Well, I'm here at council asking for it. Maybe you could hold my time, Speaker.
Speaker, I'm sorry, we don't have that information readily available.
I see. How about how many people are on the waterfront anticipated build out for houses there? Somebody must be here from planning and know those numbers. It's not just about transit, it's about transit planning, which includes people who are living there.
Along the waterfront, we believe it's around 50,000 people.
In this segment?
On the waterfront, yes.
On this segment?
Yes.
Because it's only to the river. It's not all the way across, correct?
That's correct.
So what's happening here is 2 long-standing projects have been advanced. The waterfront LRT has been advanced by the city over, I don't know how many, 2 decades at least. It was in the list. It was on the list for Transit City. It was on the list when the Scarborough subway was decided. It was on the list all this time. Am I right?
You are correct.
So that's being realized. The other basically got truncated for the subway, back on the list, and now we're working to achieve what would be the final goalpost in advancing transit to get to U of T, because so many students go there, and they were very unhappy that the LRT was removed from Transit City Plan? How many students go to the U of T? Do we know?
I don't have that information, but I would suspect many thousands.
And there's another community college on that route. I think is it?
Yes, you're correct. Centennial College is also
Centennial
on that.
College, Scarborough. So this would now open that up. A dream that was put to bed 13 years ago is now arisen and is one of the 2 priority projects that the federal government is being told. This is what the city needs in order to achieve a great transit city. Is that correct?
Yes, you are correct.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Madam Speaker, if I could be kindly added to the questions list.
Councillor Bradford, questions.
Thanks, Madam Speaker. Through you to staff. Back in February of last year, Council directed staff to report back by Q1 2026 on advancing the Eglinton East LRT to 30% design. Can you confirm if that deadline was met or not met by Q1?
Speaker, the deadline was for us to report back by Q1 of 2026.
So that deadline was missed then?
Speaker, respectfully, I don't consider that as a deadline. I understand the need to report back, but the reason why we were not able to report back was as a result of the discussions related to the maintenance storage facility being relocated and other reports that we needed to further advance. We were not able to get it back in Q1 2026.
Okay, I'm going to have comments on that because if those are things that are required to advance the work that council has directed you to do, then those things have to move at an appropriate speed so that you can deliver on your deadlines. That's my view. Does the Downtown Waterfront East LRT now have fully committed funding from all 3 levels of government?
Madam Speaker, I believe, yes, they do.
Okay. Does the Scarborough East, as we're now calling it, LRT, have fully committed funding from all 3 levels of government?
Through the Speaker, at this point in time, there is a discussion that's being considered through our intergovernmental group with the province and the federal government.
I'm going to try the question again. The question was, does the Scarborough East LRT have fully committed funding from all 3 levels of government?
Perhaps I'll defer this question over to the city manager.
Speaker, the answer is no.
Okay, that was pretty straightforward. One of the mayor's big commitments in the letter is to change the name of the project. Is it staff's view that that is going to get this thing built faster for the people in Scarborough? Does changing the name of a line help advance this faster?
Speaker, the reason that the name was changed was because the original name did not reflect the real essence of this project. It is a project that is for Scarborough East, and it wasn't reflected in the Eglinton East LRT that was previously noted. So is this going to get the project built faster? No, but what it's doing is it's respecting the residents of Scarborough East in that that's what the project is about.
Yeah, it's important to move forward on transit in Scarborough. How much money has been spent or advanced to date by the city for the Waterfront East LRT?
We're just getting that information for you, Councillor.
Hold my time from you, Madam Speaker.
Sorry, Speaker, the amount for Waterfront is $63 million.
$63 million spent on the Downtown Waterfront LRT. And how much has been budgeted or spent so far on the Eglinton East LRT?
Speaker, $18 million.
Okay, so $63 million for the Downtown Waterfront LRT. And did you say 16 million?
18.
18 million for Scarborough. Okay. When the city was at the table with the other levels of government discussing the Waterfront LRT, was the funding for the Scarborough LRT discussed?
I will defer that question over to the city manager.
Speaker, the needs for both projects were discussed at the table. So no, if we were talking about waterfront, we were talking about the waterfront project, and that included a number of things, not the least of which was transit. But both projects we've advanced what it's going to look like, what it's going to need in the future for this. In the types of notional sense, so they understand it's $4 to $5 billion right now looking at the Scarborough project, and the understanding was it was around $3 billion for the waterfront project.
Okay, thank you, Mr. City Manager, but just if I can follow up on that, for the negotiations of the waterfront LRT, we were happy to proceed without further commitments on Scarborough. We said, okay, we'll take the money for that, but we didn't insist that there also have funding come forward for Scarborough at that time.
Our priorities remain the same. Our discussions were when they said we're looking at how we can fund the waterfront project. Yes, the same way it would have happened in reverse, or had they said we want to do two at the same time, we would have said yes to that. But when the money became available from a waterfront perspective, yes, we negotiated harder to understand exactly what that commitment needed to look like.
Okay, did we ask to do both at the same time?
Yes, we asked that both of these be prioritized. The reality is the funding's not there to do both at the same time.
So why do you think the prioritization is the downtown waterfront LRT versus the Scarborough LRT?
Last question.
Thank you.
You know, I can't fully speculate of what the province and the federal government was. I do know that you would know that at the same time, the provincial and federal governments were also investing in the waterfront Toronto approach, a tripartite agreement on waterfront issues. So whether that played into the further discussions of this, don't know.
Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Candeville.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and to the city manager. When deliberations or discussions regarding funding our two priority projects were presented before, how was the decoupling done? There's obviously discussion. Did one or either of the higher four levels of government specifically ask if which project to be funded?
So, Speaker, not in conversations that I've had. We were very clear, particularly as the development of the federal program around the Permanent Transit Fund was there, in terms of what Toronto was requiring. You know, don't forget, really in the advance of this, we were also arguing very hard that we needed to complete the tripartite agreements on funding for the subway cars on Line 2. So those conversations happened. I can tell you in meetings that I was at, there was never a conversation to say, you know, we have this amount of money, you tell us where that prioritization is. And I can tell you from government relations, I've not been part of a conversation where that's the approach of the federal or provincial government, is to say, here's a bunch of money, you tell us where you want it. Generally speaking, they come and say, here's what we're looking at, and it's based on our overall prioritization of multiple projects.
Gotcha. And in relation to that, did either level of government advocate in discussions or in writing that they had their own priority of the two?
So again, Speaker, not in any conversations that I saw, you know, directly with city officials was that there. As we were working on our waterfront agreement in terms of renewing some commitments for Waterfront Toronto on a number of projects. The discussion of transit was part of that because we're advancing, as you know, housing there. So there were conversations about how this fits into the broader work at the waterfront level. But again, those are questions we were asking as we were dealing with specifics on the two areas.
And was there ever anything in writing by either level of government asking us to prioritize the projects in a 1-2 order?
So, Speaker, no, we were asked to put forward priority projects, which is different than what the question you asked. So we were asked to put forward priority projects, and we reported to council what those were, and that was consistent with it. They did not come back and ask me, and I don't believe they've asked our team to ever come back and say of those priorities, which is your ranking of them. So the information you received as council is what we submitted, and then of course they're making their decisions, and they also have an allocation envelope. There isn't simply enough transit money being dedicated by other orders of government to fully meet all of our needs.
Thank you. And in relation to the Shepherd subway extension project, is it council position right now that the priority transit project for expansion is the CERT, Scarborough East Rapid Transit, over the Shepherd line?
So, Speaker, we did not submit the subway component as part of our priorities. So, I guess the shortest answer to your question is our priorities from a transit perspective and a Toronto transit perspective is the Scarborough East Rapid Transit Project.
And from staff perspective, does it give clarity for members of council and the public that going forward we rank our priority projects in order?
Speaker, so as I say, the projects weren't ranked in terms of what we determined to be a ranking. If council wishes to direct us in our negotiations to have a ranked priority for projects, that would be perfectly acceptable for us to take forward as our negotiating strategy. I would say I tend to, not.
Staff opinion, is that helpful from staff opinion when you're dealing with these sensitive and delicate negotiations?
That was your last question.
So generally speaking, we prefer to have a few projects that are prioritized and then work with government to see where they can best align. The challenge is if we go in and say this is the only one we want to work on and it doesn't align with where they want to fund, we risk the chance that other communities will move ahead of us in terms of their investments.
Sorry, indicating just go with one, but in a ranked order, just for clarity.
That was your last question, Councillor. Thank you.
Thank you.
Madam Speaker? Madam Speaker.
Who? Oh.
Okay. Sorry, I just wanted to add clarity to Councillor Fletcher's request before about how many people were within walking distance of the thing. The estimate is about 81,000 people will be in walking distance of the Scarborough East Rapid Transit system.
Thank you.
Which is why the subway was directed there. Very different.
Okay.
My apologies. It was Councillor Myers.
Yeah, it was Councillor Myers.
Yes,
okay.
And we will get you the answer. Sorry.
Okay, it was Councillor Myers. Okay, we said somebody else has put their name on the list. Deputy Mayor Malik, questions.
Thank you very much. I just have a few questions just around clarification in terms of where we find ourselves. So my first question will be to the city manager. When the current Prime Minister first came into the role, there was communication from the city and from the mayor to Prime Minister Carney that set out priorities around transit when it came to Toronto. And in that letter, we very clearly stated that we are committed to advancing the waterfront East Transit, as well as the line that is mentioned in this motion and the subject of our debate. That's correct?
Speaker, yes, that's my understanding, and that's been a consistent position for a little while now.
Absolutely, and very important for us to hear that, and that in the first engagement that was set out as the priority that it is for City Council. One of the very important aspects of waterfront revitalization for the City of Toronto is Waterfront Toronto, a tripartite organization that works from the city's leadership alongside the provincial government and the federal government's leadership. And as far as you've been engaged, Waterfront East Transit has been a priority for that organization and the subject of engagement.
Speaker, yes, it has, not just for that organization as an entity, but for the three levels of government that support and oversee that work. It came to the fore very much so as we started to advance the housing. In fact, in the latest market soundings that were led by Waterfront Toronto, there were a few key criteria for developers to respond to a call for how to build more housing. At the top of that list was the advancement of higher order transit along that corridor. They felt it would be almost impossible for them to put forward good proposals for housing if transit wasn't invested in. So Waterfront Toronto led that work, and that has certainly informed our thinking along the way.
And in that tripartite work, as you identified, transit has been a key component of unlocking the achievement of the priorities around housing and employment, environmental sustainability, development for all levels of government. That's correct?
It's absolutely correct there, and as it is correct wherever we invest in transit and make transit happen, it is about making sure people can live there, work there, as well as recreate in those areas. But yes, the same holds true on the waterfront.
And as a partner in those negotiations and at the table with all levels of government for Waterfront Toronto, we also, have to ensure that all levels of government are also seeing their priorities kind of achieved through the work that we get to do together. And, where we've landed with the Waterfront East Transit is an example of that. And we're continuing to bring that good example and that approach to Scarborough Transit. Is that correct?
Yeah, we absolutely seek to do that on everything that we're working with government on. And, as you say, not only the Waterfront East transit investment, but also the recommitment of investment to Waterfront Toronto and the work that's happening there of almost $1 billion between the three levels of government. So those are things that we model across a whole bunch of areas. We're able now to move on Line 2 and subway cars because of that kind of approach with three levels of government.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. Okay, we'll go to speakers next, but before we do that, Councillor Chang, on behalf of Councillor Carroll, we do have a school here, the Steelsview Public School. If you can introduce him, please. Just a sec.
At Toronto's northern edge, Steelsview Public School offers more than just a great learning environment. It also has a supportive and inclusive community. Today we're joined by grade 4 gifted class led by a wonderful teacher, Ms. Joanne Kim, who has brought her students here to City Hall to witness democracy in action. We hope that it will be a great memory for them today. And on a special note, it is also one of their birthdays today. So happy birthday, Daniel.
Thank you and welcome. So we'll now go to speakers. Mayor Chow.
Thank you. I'm moving the supplementary report that's in front of you. The recommendations are there. I want to emphasize why this Scarborough East transit line is so desperately needed. You heard that there's around 80,000 people in walking distance to this line. And U of T Scarborough campus each day has 15,000 students and over 1,000 faculty members and staff. And how do they get to their spot, to their home or to U of T Scarborough campus? Right now, they have to go and take the subway, probably to Kennedy, transfer to a bus, 35 minutes. It would get to U of T campus. If they are going to Woodside Square, for example, in Agent Court, it would take them 45 minutes. If a family wants to visit the Toronto Zoo, it will take the bus 45 minutes to get to the zoo. And if you think about how many people visited the zoo last year, it's 1.3 million folks. And by and large, for them to get to the zoo by public transit takes a long time. So right now, whether you live in the eastern quadrant of Scarborough Northeast, or you go to the U of T Scarborough campus, or you visit the zoo, it takes huge amount of time to take public transit there. This has been, the Scarborough East Rapid Line has been on the books, has been a priority for the city for a long time. And the Scarborough residents needs to have fast, reliable, and affordable public transit. And we've already invested at least $18 million in design work for this line. And I'm asking council today to release another $10 million to keep the work moving forward. And do know that every year when we approve the budget, the capital budget, through your property tax, more money goes into the reserve funds. There is reserve funds. If the federal and the provincial government say go, we're ready to match it. We're ready to go. And the communities on site, as you know, the design is moving ahead, and we need the provincial and the federal government to join with us. I do want to be very explicit. I have taken this project to two prime ministers, whether it's Prime Minister Trudeau or the new government, Prime Minister Carney, in writing, to be very clear that we need this Scarborough East, at that time it's called Eglinton East RT, and you've heard that Eglinton doesn't quite cover it. It is really for the Scarborough East area. So we are ready, and I hope we endorse the recommendation in front of you so we could move ahead and persuade the provincial and the federal government to join in.
Thank you, Mayor. Request by Councillor Ainsley to ask you a few questions. One second. Councillor Ainsley, go ahead.
Yep. Thank you. So, Mayor Chow, you just spoke about your commitment to the Scarborough East Rapid Transit line, talking with two prime ministers. But I think it's quite clear from your intent and what you've said and your actions that this is also a commitment by you to the people of Scarborough East, recognizing that they need better public transit, correct?
Oh, absolutely. This is in 2014, when I was first running to be the mayor of Toronto, I talked quite a bit about the importance of the Scarborough Rapid Transit Line. I talked about extensively why Scarborough-Melbourne, for example, Councillor Meyer's area, why it is an area. There are 7 priority neighborhoods in this whole Scarborough East area. And by and large, these residents take public transit. And to get to Scarborough-Melbourne, it takes at least 45 minutes from the subway stop. So you need to take, let's say if you're going downtown, for argument's sake, if you work downtown, you have to take a bus, 45 minutes, get to the Kennedy subway station, go over to Bloor and Yonge, and then go south. That takes a tremendous amount of time. And really, on the Scarborough East, Northeast quadrant, there's no rapid transit. There's nothing. And whereas everybody else has a subway, there's a rapid transit, there's something for them to get to where they need to go quite quickly. Where in this area, that is not the case. The only place that you can, it's all dependent on bus. I was very clear, if you notice, that together with Chair Myers, we increased the bus routes, we increased the frequency of all the buses in Scarborough East, and the busway, the busway and the bus route, the frequency of the buses. That was, in fact, one of my first announcements to support that area. And do remember, council members, that it was the City of Toronto, the first budget I put in, we said we will fund the Scarborough busway, and the province wasn't that interested. When it's done, September this year, the Scarborough residents will save 20 minutes as a commuter, 20 minutes, because they wouldn't be on a regular road. They would have their own busway, they would have their own right-of-way, and that is what is very appropriate for them. I hate to point out that prior to me being a mayor in 2023, the TDC fares went up, the maintenance wasn't done, and the Scarborough RT that derailed was 16 years in terms of its lifespan, way over its lifespan. And fare was raised and the service was cut, and that rail, thank God, people are not seriously hurt. But I came into office very clearly to say that we have to invest in Scarborough public transit.
Thank you.
And Mayor, some people have alluded to the fact that because, they seem to think that deadlines have been missed, that Scarborough East is not a priority for you for public transit. But I'm assured that you disagree with that perspective, correct?
Well, from day one, as I said, when I first met with the Prime Minister at that time, Prime Minister Trudeau, these two lines was in my letter to the Prime Minister. And it was always, that's our priority in terms of TDC. I had four priorities. I said we need dollars for state of good repair. We need the subway cars, line 2, because they are 6-7 years past its lifespan. We need the waterfront and Scarborough LRT. It was very, very clear that those are our priorities for public transit, and I fought for it. And then when the new government, Prime Minister Carney, I also wrote to him, and we had these two lines, both the waterfront and Scarborough RT was on record. That is what the City of Toronto want. And as to what the provincial and the federal government wanted, you will need to ask them as to their priorities.
Thank you. Councillor Bradford, questions?
Madam Speaker, through you, to Madam Mayor, can you confirm that the downtown waterfront LRT now has committed funding from the federal and provincial governments, while the Scarborough transit line does not?
The waterfront, well, since I became the mayor, we were able to upload the Gardner and the DVP, and that dollar was about $2 billion, and 500 million of it went to keep things in state of good repair at TDC. And then the other, which are priorities, the 55 subway cars, you need to replace them. And then the waterfront LRT and the Scarborough RT, those are the priorities that we have in front of us. As to what the provincial and the federal government did, the Minister of Transportation, the Ontario Minister, said it was not a priority. That is their decision. It's not up to you and I to decide.
Okay, I'll try the question.
Because it is their funding.
I'm going to try the question one more time just to see if I can get an answer from you. I just want to confirm the downtown waterfront LRT now has committed funding from the federal government and the provincial government, but you have not secured federal and provincial funding for the Scarborough transit line. Is that correct?
Well, Councillor Bradford, maybe you can assist us in pushing your provincial member of parliament and the federal member of parliament to ask them that it is a priority, and it has always been a priority in this council, and everyone here agree, because we boldly, without the provincial and the federal government agreeing to fund it, we are spending our own dollars to design this transit line. And I think that shows leadership. We are going forward with it, and we need their support.
Okay, so you don't have any money committed from the federal or the provincial government for Scarborough, but you did mention that there's some money committed from the city. You say Scarborough is a priority. How do you reconcile the fact that we've spent $63 million so far on the downtown waterfront transit line, but only $18 million advancing Scarborough?
I think you heard the answer from our city staff. The provincial government through Metrolink have been doing a plan on the Shepherd subway extension, and I think they have asked IBC to look at the business case to extend Line 4 eastward to the future Scarborough subway extension and westward to Shepherd West Station. As a result, and I see people nodding their heads, as a result, we have to figure out where that yard is going to be, and it end up moving it because there are different options because of their study. It's not clear as to how we connect with that. So this one is a bit more complicated because the provincial government is looking for the Shepherd West, the extension, the subway extension. Okay, so I think eventually we need to talk, and I think we need to decide what it is that the provincial government wants, because they have been more interested in subways and less interested in this Scarborough RT line.
So I apologize if you didn't have prepared responses for these questions, but that doesn't really answer it. I want to understand, okay. Well, if you want me to ask the question again, I can, but I just want to understand there has been more than three times as much money advanced for the waterfront LRT. I get that there is some complexity around the direction of Scarborough Transit, the interface with Shepherd. I appreciate all of that. What have you been doing as mayor, as the CEO of the city, as the leader here to make sure that that work is advancing at pace, which was council's commitment from 2022? These things were supposed to move in lockstep. And unfortunately, we've seen the waterfront go forward, which is great, but we've seen Scarborough left behind. And so I'm just wondering, from your leadership perspective, what have you been doing to make sure that staff aren't missing deadlines like they did of Q1 of this year on this particular file, and that the intricacies of Scarborough are being dealt with so that that project advances at speed? Because right now we're not seeing it.
Okay, that was your last question.
I don't believe it's fair for our city staff that have been working very hard to accuse them of missing any deadlines. Look, they have been negotiating, they are looking at the 4 options, they've been working hard to work with Metrolinx to see where it fits. They did not miss any deadline. They are out there doing the design work and as quickly as possible. And they said that is what is in front of us. We are asking you, city councilors, today to commit another $10 million so that we can proceed with the next phase of this project. Okay, and it is there. If you spend some time talking to them about the extensive amount of work that they've been doing to move forward this design, and I think you'd have to be very clear that they have been doing very good work and have been working hard at it.
Thank you. Councillor Myers, questions?
So I just want some clarification from the mayor. We've heard from Councillor Bradford that you've spent 3 times as much on the waterfront on the Eglinton East LRT. I think it's helpful for context. How much did you spend on the Scarborough Busway?
Oh, that's multi-million-dollar. I think it's 3 figures.
90 million?
At least, yep. And it's 100% city money. And it's, 90 million plus of our collective dollars. And do remember, each year, as we approve that building funds through the property taxes, that dollar goes into a reserve fund, is protected specifically for this line. The councillors have voted twice now in support of this line, actually 3 times since I've been here. First, committing that 18 million. Second, the busway. Third, every year in the capital budget, we have put aside money to contribute to the reserve funds so that the minute the federal and provincial government is ready, we can then provide our 1/3 share.
Correct. So it's fair to say that, yes, more money was spent on waterfront than Eglinton East LRT, but when you look at all Scarborough Rapid Transit projects taken together under your mayoralty, more money has been spent on Scarborough.
I want you to know that 1.2 billion is going to set aside for Scarborough RT. Okay, 1.2 billion. For the waterfront RT is 1 billion. Okay, it's actually $200,000 more. So don't let anyone tell you that Scarborough is being left behind for this council. That's absolutely not the case. This is $1.2 billion worth of Scarborough RT that we are committing, whereas the waterfront RT is only $1 billion.
Thank you. And then just final question. You and I have done a lot of work on speeding up the overground portions of the Eglinton Crosstown.
Yes.
Can you talk a little bit about that work and how much money has been invested to making the Eglinton Crosstown through Scarborough specifically, because that's where it's overground, go faster?
Yes, I am pleased to announce that because we jumped ahead and have give the Scarborough Eglinton Crosstown, the Scarborough version, the above ground version, because of signal priority, it is now 10 minutes faster, and that saves tremendous amount of time for Scarborough residents, because rather than being stuck behind a car with 1 or 2 persons there making a left turn, it now has signal priority, so it's moving a lot faster, and that's specifically for the Scarborough residents, and because the version that is above ground is Scarborough. On top of that, Councillor, you and I were committed, and this council also said, let us look at great separation of this line because it might even be faster. So we are considering not only 1.2 billion set aside for this Scarborough RT, we're looking at perhaps of great separation so that it can run even faster.
Thank you. And final question, you actually increased the budget for the Scarborough Busway so that it would be done faster, correct?
We did, because I was not happy that they said they would take another 2 years. So last year I said that in this budget that we need to get it done because people are stuck in traffic in that bus, even though they have the red bus lane, it is still waiting for red lights and left, or left turn, right turn car lanes. So this busway was sped up through TTC, but it's the city that contributed money, and therefore it can be done in September. We worked hard in getting it finished even faster. And yes, it did cost some money.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
We do have to get those potholes fixed, though.
Yep,
right?
That's what we're doing. We've done 100,000 potholes, by the way.
Councillor Fletcher.
There were no potholes on that.
Questions?
I don't have a mic.
Oh, sorry. Go ahead.
Thank you. So there were no potholes on Eglinton East when I was out there beside the LRT on Saturday. Mayor, somebody's going to take a picture when it's ended. I don't care. That's fine. It was raining. So, Mayor, you've just indicated that since you become mayor, you've put forward 2 transit lines that have been on the books for quite a long time to both prime ministers.
Absolutely.
Very clear that those are the top priorities for the city through your leadership,
it is.
right? The Eglinton, I noticed the name East in both of them. Yep. Eglinton East, Scarborough East, and Waterfront LRT East. And the cost projections, I've just heard that now.
It's 1.2 billion for Scarborough Rapid Transit.
And one billion for the Waterfront.
Yeah, that's right.
East. I'm just going to call it, we'll figure a different name so it's got more East in there. You just mentioned about the Shepherd line, because that's also been something, and I know Councillor Pasternak started to speak about it, that's been really sought after. That and the yard, the issue with the yard, is that because it's hard to find such a big yard. Is that what you're saying?
There is conversation because there's some active planning. In 2023, the province asked Metrolink to prepare a business case for the Shepherd extension.
Yeah.
And so it is finishing in 2020. Well, that study's almost done. I believe it might even be done. But because of that conversation, they have to consider where the yard is going to be, and which is why I believe it's extending the Collins yard. There's different options there, which is why it's there's conversation, there's overlapping priorities. But as to why the province do not see this as a priority, this is a question we need to sort out with the provincial government.
See a priority for which line?
For the Spadina, for the Scarborough.
The Scarborough line. And then
Scarborough East RT.
Scarborough East RT, and then East Waterfront LRT.
Both of them are east.
Pardon me?
They're both east.
They're both east. I'm noticing that they're both east, and we're both trying to get transit east of Yonge Street. So it's not the downtown line. It's actually an east waterfront, correct?
Yep. I don't know why people kept calling it a downtown.
There's already TTC has a line that goes across
It used to be called Downtown Relief Line. It's now called the Ontario Line.
Yes, but that's not running right across. So just for that, I think that's very good to clarify that. And proceeding when there's a yard would be an important thing to do. And for the decisions for the federal and provincial government, you advocate for that. You're not making the decisions on their behalf. They're telling you this is what we're going to fund first, and then hopefully, with the amount of pressure that there'll be, they'll fund the Scarborough East because of the number of schools, basically, students. We know that from the first time around, that it's a tremendously large student population, and getting to school is something that we're very much in favor of. But just to be clear, you're not making that decision
There's
yourself.
15,000 U of T student that goes there every day, and another 1,000 faculty members and think of how many people go to the Toronto Zoo. It's like 1.4, 1.5 million, 1.3 million people go to our zoo, and they need to be able to get there faster.
That's why it's your priority.
I know it is. Of course it is.
Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Candeval, questions?
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Thank you, Mayor, for this motion and this commitment to advance transit in East Scarborough. What are your expectations of the working group? I know it's a good group of power hitters to see this, realize it. What are your expectations in the near future?
Well, I want to gather the people that are leaders in Scarborough. It'll be led by Deputy Mayor Paul Ainsley, and they will be the ones that are assisting the City of Toronto in advocating.
Sorry, no, I'm referring to the working group, not the advisory body.
Not the advocacy group?
No, not the advocacy group. The Scarborough Transit Working Group with the CEO, the city manager, yourself, the CEO of Metrolinx, the working group.
The working group, the reason why that's important is because there is conversation as to whether we can access the provincial land and the Collin yards, and there is quite a bit of negotiation with the provincial government.
When do you see
I just want to coordinate all our efforts so that we take all our effort and directly go after that. So,
when do you see the first update coming from the working group?
I'm sorry?
When do you see the first update coming from the working group that's led by the city manager?
I will have to defer to the city staff as to how, where they're at in terms of their negotiation with the provincial government.
Gotcha.
Because it's not clear yet. The provincial government have not been able to confirm the technology they'll be using on the subway the Shepherd subway extension. So it impact on any number of things that line's going to go over to Shepherd.
And on that topic with the provincial government, I wanted to clarify your comments earlier. Did the provincial government clearly demonstrate they're not interested in funding the SCRT?
At this point, a few days ago, we heard from the Ontario Minister of Transportation to say that at this time, it is not their priority. But that could change if the federal government comes on side.
Gotcha.
Then it can be a priority. I was able to, through the New Deal, let me give you an example. Through the New Deal, because the provincial government was interested in funding state of good repair for TTC, for example, it asked the federal government to come on side to support the 55 subway cars. So sometimes in my negotiation with the federal and the provincial government, because at that time the federal government wasn't that interested.
Gotcha.
If the province is interested in subways cars, we'll go with them, and then we can then join together and get the provincial government, the feds to come. So if you and I are able, the council are able to persuade the federal government, then we can bring the provincial government on side.
Thank you, Madam Mayor, for giving that clarity. I think a lot, especially for us in Scarborough, we were kind of caught off guard to that context of priority, but those comments demonstrating the province's priority are very, very important. And lastly, you know, there's a lot of dejection. You know, we have 250,000 to 300,000 folks in Scarborough, east of Kennedy, that are obviously not being served by existing communities, not being served by higher order transit. I
think the number is more than that. It's at least 50,000 to 80,000.
Oh, no. It's almost a quarter, 250 to half of Scarborough is not served by high order transit, right? From Kennedy to the Pickering border is a big period. Going into the future, do we have clarity and confirmation that the Scarborough East Rapid Transit will be the top priority over any Shepherd expansion?
For me, the rapid transit line, the Scarborough East Rapid Transit line, is the city's priority. I can't speak on behalf of the provincial government. They have to decide what is their priority, whether it's Shepherd Extension or is it the Scarborough East RT. Really? For this council, it's very clear. We've said, because we are putting money aside already, we're spending the money, we're putting aside money every year. We are collecting even more in a total of $1.2 billion. So that's not a small sum. We're putting aside $1.2 billion so that when they're ready, we go, right? So for us, the City of Toronto, the Scarborough East Rapid Line is our top priority.
Thanks,
Scarborough. So I can't speak on behalf of what the province may or may not do.
Thank you. Councillor Myers before I go to Councillor Myers, Councillor Sachs. You want to make an announcement?
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. Yes. So first of all, happy Earth Day, everybody. At lunch today, I have the great honor of hosting the president of the University of Toronto, Dr. Melanie Wooden, upstairs at the Members' Lounge. There is a free lunch for members of council. So please come and join us when we break at 12:30. Meet Dr. Wooden and other senior members of the University of Toronto team, one of the most sustainable universities in the world, one of the real intellectual powerhouses of Toronto. Please come and join us. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Myers to speak.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I have a quick amendment that I've worked on with staff and the Mayor's office on. So it's just adding to the recommendation, the second recommendation, the words "in collaboration with the CEO of the TTC" regarding the design of the 30% design of the Eglinton East LRT. So I just want to say, before I was a councillor and before I was TTC chair, I was a transit advocate in Scarborough. For nearly 8 years, for over a decade, a group called Scarborough Transit Action had been fighting for better transit for Scarborough. And part of that fight was for funding for what was then known as the Eglinton East LRT. So this feels like a full circle moment to be able to sit here as TTC chair and a Scarborough City Councillor to actually see this project come forward because this will be hugely important to the 81,000 people who will have direct access by walking to these stops, but also for the overall neighborhood infrastructure for Scarborough, because much of the rapid transit in Scarborough goes in the north-south direction, taking people from Scarborough towards downtown. But if you actually look at the travel patterns, most people in Scarborough are going east-west direction. They want to travel within Scarborough, within their neighborhoods, to school, to work, to their houses of worship. And this project is hugely important in advancing that goal. I also want to rise to add my support for changing the name to the Scarborough East Rapid Transit Line. Eglinton East describes less than a third of the route. This route runs through many diverse communities in Scarborough: Scarborough Junction, Morningside, West Hill, University of Toronto Scarborough, Centennial Morningside Campus, and Malvern. And I will add, out of the 27 stops, 7 or 26% are in my ward. So this will have a huge impact on the residents of Scarborough North, which is why it's important that this project advances, as it will be transformative for many of the communities. Council is being asked to commit $10 million from the City Building Fund specifically to get this project to 30% design. This is not a symbolic vote. This is real planning money that keeps projects like this moving forward as we continue to work with our federal and provincial governments to get full funding for the project so this important work can go forward. I also want to say I'm 100% supportive of the working group. I'm also glad that it will be chaired by Scarborough Community Councillor Paul Ainsley, who has been a huge champion for this project. I remember actually going to meet with him when I was a transit advocate in his office and talking about this. So now to see him in this position to actually lead this project forward is very fulfilling, as I'm sure it is for him. Scarborough residents deserve transit that reflects our size, our diversity, and our ambition of our community. It's so great to finally be seeing a mayor pushing for equitable transit in Scarborough, not just with this project, but with other projects, be it the Scarborough Busway, or for making sure that the Eglinton Crosstown runs as fast as possible when it's overground in Scarborough. I will continue to push for this project, and again, I want to thank the mayor for her leadership, and I just want to urge my colleagues to unite around this project as the latest transit priority project for the City of Toronto. Thank you, and I'm happy to answer any questions on the amendment.
Thank you. Nobody has questions. Councillor Thompson to speak.
Thank you very much, Mayor. Madam Speaker, I have the mayor's on my mind, so I was going to refer to her, so I apologize. I said Mayor, but Madam Speaker, thank you kindly. And Mayor, I wanted to simply rise in support of the motion and the direction that we're moving towards in Scarborough. I was here in 2010, 2011, when a mayor of the day fought an election on canceling Transit City. Councillor Fletcher and I and many others have been here, and it's important to have institutional knowledge. Oftentimes I hear people say, you know, those councillors, one term and you should throw them out with the baby in the bathwater and so on. It's really important to understand what has transpired here. What does grieve me, though, is that as builders, which is what we are as leaders in the mayor's leadership, is that we're pitting one sector of the city against another sector to suggest somehow that one is being more advanced in a priority way and the other is being negated and so on. Far from the truth. That's actually not what's taking place. The city manager referenced to a question that was asked about priority projects and so on. I don't know if any of you have seen the list that the city manager will send to Ottawa. It's an extensive list of items that we want, right? It isn't so much that one takes precedence over the other. It's a list of items that we want that hopefully would have federal funding for it. So I just wanted to actually address that. The mayor of the day, the late Rob Ford, canceled Transit City. Many of us, including, I'm sorry, and canceled it. Well, exactly. But it was I and others who also from Scarborough who wanted to see the Bloor Danforth subway line expanded into Scarborough. So we were okay to, with respect to the, if you will, putting below the line the East Eglinton LRT as it was defined back in the day, because we felt that the higher order transit, which we referred, and of course we know both are higher order transit, but the preference was for the expansion of the subway, because it would bring development, it would bring wealth, it would bring economic prosperity. Of course, that was our priority at the time. And so we are expanding, we're seeing that now, and I'm very supportive of that and very happy that's actually coming forward. And so it's really important, though, that as builders, we don't pit one group and one area of the city against each other. I was listening on the radio, and I've read in some of the articles that's been printed, where the talk was, well, everyone is supporting the waterfront LRT at the expense of Scarborough. And that's actually not the case, Speaker, as I stand here and have been here at Council, who have worked hard to champion transit for Scarborough. Myself, back in the day, Councillor Ainsley, former Councillor DeBearmaker, and others and so on. We actually, and Brodnetti as well, we had the big sign that said on track for transit for Scarborough because we wanted to see that take place. And so I really wanted to say it's important to understand what has happened. We have fought for the DRL. I actually moved a motion because the DRL was below the line to bring it forward. There are councillors here, some still here, who voted against that, and the mayor at the time was David Miller. We now have the Ontario line, but we brought that forward because the discussion was not to address it. The reason why I reference that, it's about what the mayor has been talking about city building, about bringing all the different elements from the east, from the north, from the south, from the west, to ensure that we converge. So we had a saying, and I guess it was a line, we would say line, line, line everywhere, but we don't have the money to finance the lines everywhere. So we can draw the lines up all we want. If we don't have the funding, we don't have them. The mayor and I talked about, after she got elected, about wanting to put $100 million in for the bus right-of-way through the SRT corridor. I toured it yesterday. We're looking at opening it up in September because of that leadership and so on. So I think we need to understand the leadership and the direction in terms of where we're going. And to stop this sort of battle and pitting one area against the other, because that's not really what's taking place. We had made decisions for Scarborough, and priority took place based on our intention. Decision was made for the waterfront, and that has taken place. And I'm happy that waterfront is taking place. I'm happy where we are today, Mayor, so thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Ainsley. Councillor Ainsley? Councillor Ainsley? Are you there? Hello? Before we recess for lunch, the following item after this item is going to be the Toronto Personal Watercraft Safety Plan. Now, Councillor Bradford held the item down, and I did ask him, but does anybody that's interested in asking questions on this item, do they have questions to the police? Because if that's the case, we have to call them and ask them to be present in the council chambers this afternoon. So do we have any questions directly to the police or just the staff on this item? Yeah, the watercraft, yeah. No? Who said probably? Councillor Fletcher said probably? Okay. Okay, that means if I can have staff invite them to the council chambers this afternoon. Okay? Okay? All right. So we're recessed to 2 o'clock. Thank you.
2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Talk, talk, talk. Checking, check. Checking, check. It's loud in here. There's a lot of people talking. It's loud in here. There's a lot of people talking. Checking 1, 2, 1, 2. But we're just getting Murray to boost it regardless. Check, check, check. 1, 2, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Check, check, check. Talking, talk. Murray, if you can boost it a little bit more, that would be great. Check, check, check. Talking, talk. 1, 2, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Checking, check. 1, 2, 1, 2, 1, 2, 1, 2. Speaking from the members' lounge microphone. Check, check, check. Talking, talk. Talking, talk. Check 1, 2.
Okay, this meeting is now resumed. Members, before the recess, I've reviewed a number of urgent motions without notice to be added to the agenda, but unfortunately, we don't have 18 members, so we can't do it. We just barely have quorum. Any release of holds? Yeah. Councillor Moyes, release.
Yes, Madam Speaker, I'd like to release IE 28.7.
Okay, just one sec. IE 28.7?
That's correct.
Okay, delegation of authority for crossing our agreements,
Yep.
right? On favor, opposed if any, carry. Thank you. Councillor Perks.
Thank you, Speaker. I held NY 31.5, which is 1800 Shepherd Avenue East. I have a motion on that. Councillor Carroll has asked me to move. I've confirmed with city staff that they're desirous of this motion being passed.
Okay, so Councillor Perks is moving NY 31.5, 1800 Shepherd Avenue East. He's moving an amendment that's on the screen. On the amendment, on favor, opposed if any, carried. Item is amended, on favor, carried. Thank you.
Thank you.
Councillor Matlow.
Looking for it. Oh, here we go. I can release GG 38.13, 130 Murden. If I may,
Okay, just a sec. Let me find it first.
with a one-line just expression of gratitude to staff for working with us to follow through with our commitment to keeping Sprint housed in the Midtown community.
Does the staff have your motion?
I'm just releasing it.
Oh, you're just releasing it?
Yeah,
okay.
I'm just releasing it. I just wanted, if I may, like literally 10 seconds, just an expression of gratitude to staff for working with us to follow through with the commitment to keep Sprint housed in Midtown during the construction of their other home at 140 Merton.
Okay, so on GG 28.13, Councillor Matlow is releasing. On favor, carried. Thank you. Councillor Pasternak.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'm not sure whether this requires a reopening of the order paper, but I'd be happy to combine IE 28.13 and IE 28.14.
But I didn't hear you. What?
I would be happy to combine IE 28.13 and IE 28.14. I'm not sure whether that, they're not releases, but combining the two for efficiency's sake.
Okay, so you want to amend the order paper to combine those two items together? Okay? On favor, carried. Councillor Fletcher.
Yes, Speaker. I don't know if staff have a motion from Councillor Sachs on IE 28.4, the electrification advantage, but if that motion is available, I can release that.
Okay, so
I'll
check
let
with
you
staff.
look for it for a minute. Pardon?
IE 28.4, do we have the motion? I'll have to check with staff.
Yeah. If not, we'll just, it's Councillor Sachs's motion. Was in yesterday. If not, I'll just hold it and then we can release it later, knowing that that motion's in the queue.
So are we ready or should we continue to hold it? Is it ready?
IE 28.4 with the motion. Let's just do it later this afternoon then.
So Councillor Sachs has to move the motion. Yeah. Okay, Councillor Sachs, do you want to move it?
Yes. Yes, exactly. I would like to move my motion. Thank you. This is worked out with staff, directing the, hopefully it's going to come up on the sheets, asking the Executive Director of Environment, Climate and Forestry in consultation with Toronto Hydro and the Atmospheric Fund to evaluate the achievable non-emitting distributed energy resources capacity across Toronto, both city-owned buildings of the broader community, and to report back to IEC next year with recommendations to establish a realistic and scalable target.
Okay. So IE 28.4, Councillor Sachs has moved an amendment. On favor? Opposed, if any, carried. Then Councillor Fletcher is moving the item as amended. On favor? Carried. Councillor Sachs, do you have a release?
Yes, I'm going to. You're not done?
Oh, Councillor Fletcher, you have more?
Yes.
Okay.
I do. That was just Councillor Sachs had a great motion, so she's moved that on that item. EC 27.1, which is the business licensing. Update on the business license and permit applications action plan and other outstanding directives to MLS. And I'd like to move that and just thank Mr. Gaddy Katz and his staff for exceptional work in getting this all cleaned up. I think there's one little wrinkle left, but it has been a lot of work in standardizing a renewal process and just figuring out a few outliers. So with that, thank you. I'll move that report, Chair.
Okay, Councillor Fletcher is releasing EC 27.1. On favor? Carried.
And then I'll release EC 27.6, Apple Grove Community Center update on relocation options.
Okay, Councillor Fletcher is releasing EC 27.6. On favor? Carried. Thank you. Councillor, I see your name back up there, Councillor Sachs.
As I'm trying again to release TE 31.19 333 College Street. There's an amendment. Yes, Jonathan's nodding.
Do we have the amendment? What number was it again?
31.19 Toronto East York.
Oh, Toronto and East York. Okay.
Yes, the in-contribution offer didn't match the staff report. Now it does.
Trying to find the item.
TE 31.19.
Oh, 333 College.
That's the one.
Okay. Do we have the amendment?
It's on the screen.
Oh, there it is on the screen. So Councillor Sachs is moving the amendment on T 31.19. On favor? Carried. Item is amended. On favor? Carried. Councillor Cheng.
I'd like to release the civic appointments items. So CA 34.2 and CA 34.3.
Yeah, that's the one that you released from the committee and brought it forward, so it's not here. Okay,
Oh, it's not here?
It's here, but it's not on our list.
Oh.
Because you this morning you took it out of committee and brought it to council. Yeah, you can release it. So we'll do it one at a time.
Great.
Okay. On favor? Carried. Second item. On favor? Carried. Thank you. Councillor Fletcher?
I'm not sure if anybody, I don't see any motions in on the congestion management plan, and unless somebody wishes, okay, there are some motions. If you have some, please post them. Thank you, and we can deal with that.
All right.
Okay.
Okay, so that's it for, do we have 18? 4, 6, 8, 10, 12, 13, 15, 17, 18, 19, 20. Okay, we have 18 members, so we can introduce members' motion. Who's first? Deputy Mayor Malik, you have 2.
Thank you very much. I have a motion about the state of good repair at Jarvis and Sherburne underpasses within the Union Station corridor. It's urgent because of it's tied to some of the upcoming Metrolinx work.
On favor? Carried. Okay, your second one?
This is a motion to authorize Section 42 funds for improvements to the playground structure at Canoe Landing. And this is urgent because of the design consultation timeframes.
Okay, on favor, carried.
Thank you.
Councillor Matlow? Councillor Matlow, you have two.
I move the amending item to 1-19 Thelma Avenue.
Okay, on favor, carried.
I'm moving community mailboxes protecting our public space, as Canada Post has now announced that they are initiating large community mailboxes in Toronto.
On favor, carried. Councillor Fletcher,
Yes?
you have a member's motion you want to introduce.
Oh, yes, I do. Thank you. It's
Yeah.
a TLAB motion up there. Thank you very much. Local Appeal Board. And it is going quickly, time sensitive. Thank you.
On favor, carried. Who's next? Councillor Pasternak.
Yes, thank you, Madam Speaker. After an explosion and after an explosion of fireball and mushroom cloud in Downsview during a film shoot, we thought it prudent to review our communication strategy with local residents. It's urgent because we're entering the film season in Toronto now.
On favor, carried. Who's? Councillor Crisante, you're next.
Thank you, Speaker. So my motion, without notice, is requesting an equitable approach to the Canada Post Community Mailbox Conversion Program in Ward 1 specifically. As you heard from Councillor Matlow, the Canada Post introduced on April 16th, announced the introduction of Community Mailbox Conversion Program beginning and starting in Etobicoke North. So that's what I'm dealing with.
On favor,
Thank you.
carried. Okay, that's it. Oh. Councillor Bravo, you have a quick release?
Thank you, Speaker. EX 3012, implementation of Reg 126 under the Liquor License and Control Act 2019 in the City of Toronto.
Okay, so Councillor Bravo. Oh, there's a supplementary report as well. You're going to release that?
Yes.
The report's not here yet.
Thank you.
Okay. Okay, members, we will now go back to the mayor's first key item, which is item EX 30.11. So if we can put the speakers list on the screen. Councillor Ainsley to speak. Councillor Ainsley.
Sorry, Madam Speaker, just switching screens. Thank you very much, Madam Speaker, and to my colleagues. I'm fully supportive of the recommendations in the report that's here before us. As a city councillor that represents a ward in the southeast corner of Scarborough or Scarborough East, this project's of paramount importance to my residents and my community. The mayor earlier referenced to 7 neighborhood improvement areas that this line runs through. 4 of those 7 neighborhood improvement areas are in my ward. These are the people who can't afford cars, can't afford any type of motor vehicle. They rely heavily on public transit. to get to school, to work, to get their groceries. The better, the more efficient transit they can have, the better for their lives. I mentioned earlier in my questions around University of Toronto Scarborough, when back, many of you weren't here at Community Council when we ran the Pan Am Games. One of the components of the Pan Am Games for the students at University of Toronto to literally buy into the games and pay into building the Pan Am Center in Eastern Scarborough was for an LRT line to run to University of Toronto Scarborough. I actually have residents now that say, you know, they were waiting for it then, their children waited for it, and now their grandchildren are waiting for it. So, you know, it's of huge importance to my community. You know, we've been working very diligently at it. I want to thank staff for their work as we fine-tune this to make sure that it's the higher order transit system that best works in my community and across Scarborough to get many people, and 60% of the people in Scarborough go from point A to point B within the bounds of Scarborough. So complementing the new subway system we're getting, the Ontario line, Metrolinx is looking at bus rapid transit across Ellesmere. Metrolinx is also looking at electrifying the Lakeshore Avenue East GO train system. So the Scarborough East Rapid Transit project plays a key role in that. And I ask everyone to support it for my community. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Councillor Pasternak.
Yes, thank you, Madam Speaker. I have a motion. City Council requests the City Manager, in consultation with the General Manager, Economic Development Culture, and the Executive Director, Transit Expansion, to review all past Council directions or decisions to advance the Shepherd Avenue West and Shepherd Avenue East Subway Transit Project and report back by the first quarter of 2027 with a status update on the work being done to respond to these Council directions. You know, the Shepherd Subway was partially built 24 years ago. And for 24 long years, we've been advocating in this council chamber, although I wasn't here that whole time, and at the province and at the federal government to finish the job. And one of the reasons Scarborough councillors over the years, such as Councillor Norm Kelly, former Councillor Cynthia Lai, Councillor Nick Mantis, and others supported this, because it is connectivity between Scarborough and North York, and it connects all the subway lines to residents who are trying to get east and west across the city. It is the desired line for residents of Scarborough to get to the Yonge line, as well as the Spadina University line and York University. And we have passed numerous motions, which I read in questions, to ask staff to report back on a pathway to making sure that this was a priority project. And we have told the province this. And it surprises me because when the Fords were here, the Shepherd Subway was their project. This was something they wanted to build. So it is quite surprising with Doug in Queen's Park that he is not trumpeting this project as the number one priority. Now, one of the arguments against the Shepherd Subway over the years, as I tried to advocate for it, was you don't have the density. You don't have enough people to make it worthwhile. Well, I can tell you now that in the Downsview lands, we are building a city within a city, and we're going to have 115,000 people living there in the decades ahead. And what they need is high-level transit. Now, it is true, there's already subways there, but the Shepherd Subway connects east and west across the city. And the people of Scarborough have said numerous times that we had great support in Scarborough through some of the councillors I've already mentioned. They saw this as the gold-plated transit high-level project that really needs to be built, that connects Scarborough and North York. So as we're building out the Downsview lands, which is about 600 acres, we want to make sure that this connectivity between east and west is built, that it connects all the subway lines, connects the good people of Scarborough with the good people of North York, and it's good for the region, it's good for Torontonians, and it's good for transit building. Thank you.
Councillor Shan to speak.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I wanted to rise to support the motion being put forward by the mayor, and also want to start off by appreciating the name change from Eglinton East to Scarborough East, as majority of the line is not along Eglinton, as it's along north-south part of the ward. And I have, out of the 81,000 people, a good chunk of the people who are walking distance from these stops are in my ward as well. So I'm looking forward to this increased investment of $10 million for the design study to be able to speed up the 30% design work, and to be able to have a plan with the amount that's needed from the other levels of government, so we can actually strongly advocate with some numbers with us. So hopefully this process fast tracks from this motion onwards, as it clearly identifies from the city. If there's anybody there who's doubtful, this motion clearly says that this is going to be the top priority for the city for transit building. So I appreciate this motion, and I appreciate the fact that we are investing more money. I appreciate the fact the staff are working hard, but hopefully we can speed up and get a report where we would be able to have 30% design done to move further. As mentioned, not only the communities that are impacted who are neighbors in this area, University of Toronto Scarborough campus, which is a beautiful campus located in my ward, tens of thousands, 15,000 students, 15,000 plus from University of Toronto Scarborough campus, but also there's a Centennial campus as well. Together, a large number of students have been left out of a rapid transit connection. The only post-secondary institution within the city of Toronto that does not have a rapid transit connection now. So this is long overdue, and I'm hoping this will move forward. One of the other things, 9 years ago, I was able to, initially the extension to Malvern was not part of the plan. It was part of the plan and then was dropped as a phase 2, and then we were able to push it to have extension to Malvern together in this diagram, so that it's not an add-on, but the same project. So I'm glad we are continuing with that, understanding that extension to Malvern is part of the plan, not phase 2. It's important for Malvern residents to know that as well. So looking forward to having this work completed, and looking forward to our communications with the other 2 levels of government, particularly the provincial government, to come on board to champion this line as it impacts many residents in Scarborough. Thank you.
Councillor Bradford to speak.
Well, thanks very much, Madam Speaker. Through you, I have a motion here, if you could display that for me. Thanks. And this motion here is asking Mayor Chow to put the Scarborough East Rapid Transit line on the table in the Ontario-Toronto New Deal 2.0 negotiations as those proceed. And as my council colleague there, Nathan Shan, just pointed out, it's very important that this continues to be a prominent and featured discussion in the mayor's conversations and negotiations with other levels of government. And while I appreciate the items that she's brought forward today in her motion, this particular piece was missing. Because we have to be using every level and tool at our disposal to get this project built as quickly as possible. And as we heard from our city manager today, the mayor has secured $0 from other levels of government for this particular project. And I don't think that's acceptable. Scarborough has waited a generation for rapid transit, and they're still waiting. Scarborough residents have the longest commutes in Toronto. They pay the same taxes as everybody else, and they deserve to be dealt with in the same manner. They deserve to be part of the deal, not left out of it. Council support is obviously not enough. This has to be carried into the negotiating room and fought for by the mayor at the table. Scarborough has heard lots of promises before for many, many years. And what they're asking for now is proof that the city actually works for them. For too long, I think the folks in Scarborough have been taught to expect less. They look at projects advance across the city, in Midtown, in downtown, on the waterfront, and still the projects in Scarborough are just an idea, just lines on a map. They're tired of it, but they've been forced to accept a lower standard from a city that consistently leaves them behind. And I would just have to say, from the comments I heard earlier in my questions of staff did miss a deadline. They did miss a deadline. And, trying to explain that wasn't a real deadline or that it wasn't missed because there was other work going on, that doesn't make any sense to me. It's not acceptable. It's not an acceptable answer to me. It ought not to be an acceptable answer to this council, this chamber, or Toronto. In June 2022, council voted to advance the Scarborough-Eglinton East and the downtown waterfront LRT projects together. But earlier this month, the downtown transit line got $3 billion in committed tri-level funding, while Scarborough got nothing. A press conference with the Prime Minister and the Premier, and not a single mention of the Scarborough project. The numbers that were confirmed for us by staff today show that the city has spent $63 million so far on the downtown waterfront transit line, but only $18 million in Scarborough. It was actually before this mayor took office that we negotiated the province to have them fund the Scarborough subway and reallocated our municipal contribution to the Eglinton East LRT. That's the history of that. But it was under this mayor that the planning and funding for Scarborough fell behind the downtown waterfront LRT line. And quite frankly, the only reason this item is in front of us here today is because I called a press conference out at the University of Toronto Scarborough to call for action on this item, in which that generated a motion from the mayor and executive 25 minutes before the press conference. At the end of the day, it doesn't matter how the work gets done, it just matters that it's advancing. And so I appreciate that the mayor has come around on this file because it's important to Scarborough and it's important to the entire city. But we need to make sure that we're doing everything we can to move it forward. And that includes making this part of the New Deal 2.0 negotiations between the city and the province, and making sure that it's a priority for everybody in this chamber. I get the impression that Scarborough's had a lot of promises like these before, a lot of promises over the years, but what those residents are asking for now is proof from the city that they're actually going to hold up their end of the bargain. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Thank you. Councillor Candeval, 3 minutes clarification of the motion.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. To Councillor Bradford, I appreciate the advocacy through this motion, but I'm curious to understand, given the mayor sharing that Transportation Minister Prabhat Sarkaria was clear that this is not a priority, why do you think this motion would be helpful in the New Deal 2.0 negotiations?
I think it's precisely because of that communication why this is important. Because the province has their priorities, and City Council and the mayor has to have its priorities. And as I've said, a negotiation is just that. Both parties coming to the table with their sets of priorities and working together in collaboration to find alignment. So that is the intention here, but I want it very clear. It's not just enough for people to talk about it here and all of us to agree that this is important. Put it on the table, make it part of the negotiation, and work with the province, and where appropriate, push the province to get this done for folks in Scarborough.
Is your sense that this, if adopted, would move the needle on negotiations with Premier Ford and Minister Sarkaria?
Well, of course, I actually want it to be part of the negotiations. That's what the motion states. So, the best way to make it part of the negotiation is to be very clear and transparent about that with the folks in Scarborough, with the folks in this chamber, and with all Torontonians. Put it on the table and have a conversation about it. Send the mayor to have those discussions and those negotiations and deliver the funding and the win for Torontonians.
Why do you think this is not a priority for the provincial government?
It's a good question for them.
Okay, thank you, Madam Speaker.
Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Burnside, 3 minutes clarification.
Yeah, thank you. Through you, you mentioned that Scarborough hasn't been a priority for transit investment. Yeah.
I think the projects haven't advanced in Scarborough to the same degree, particularly this project, this item that we're talking about.
Okay, so you're not talking about the LRT that went from that's going from goes from Victoria Park to Kennedy in Scarborough, and you're not talking about the Scarborough subway that goes up to the town center as investments in transit.
I'm talking
We're
about
just this, eh?
Yeah, I'm talking about the
Oh,
Eglinton East, now known as the Scarborough East LRT, the item.
But the other investments don't count?
Oh, they
Because I think you said that it was Scarborough's not getting their fair share of investment. I just want to set the record straight, right? I don't have a horse in this game. I'm just trying to understand, you know, what the facts are. So you're not satisfied with the Scarborough subway that was decided, I think, in the 14 to 18 term as an investment in Scarborough. Is that enough?
I wasn't here in the 14 to 18 term, but no, it's not enough.
Okay.
It only serves half of Scarborough. There's a lot more transit that needs to be built in Scarborough, and this was a council commitment of last term to advance this simultaneously, parallel with the downtown waterfront LRT, and that's not what's happened. Those dollars haven't been secured. They haven't been negotiated for. We've seen one project move forward, and we've seen another not. So that's what this motion's about, if you have a question about the motion.
Oh, yeah, no, I was just wondering, maybe we should also talk to the Premier in terms of their, what their priorities are. But anyway, second one, in terms of, you want to make this the priority through this motion, what would then be less of a priority? Like, I know Councillor Pasternak had a motion about the Shepherd subway. So is this I just want to understand what I'm voting for. Is this the top priority, and then anything else falls?
Did you read the motion, Councillor?
Well, I listened to you speak.
Okay, did you read it?
Yeah, I read it.
Okay, so it doesn't say anything.
Part of the negotiation, but
yeah, it doesn't say anything about ranking priorities. What it says, although I heard from Mayor Chow that this is her top priority, that's what I heard, and I think Councillor Candeval tried to confirm that. So that's what I heard earlier. But if you read the motion,
I asked for clarification.
Okay,
that's
so
why I'm
read it and you might understand
clarification.
it better.
No, that's if you let me ask the question.
So I'm going to answer
your
question.
Is this the priority? Everything else is
you.
secondary.
Councillor, if you mind, I'm going to answer it for you. This is saying that I would like this to be part of the negotiations for the Ontario-Toronto New Deal 2.0. Advocate for that funding. We're hearing the funding's not here today. We're hearing that from the mayor. We're hearing that from staff. No dollars have been secured. So when we go to that negotiation table for Ontario-Toronto 2.0, I think they should make this part of the negotiation.
Okay, but is this the number one priority? That's what I'm trying to understand, what I'm voting for. Would this be a number one priority, as what council, you've indicated through your speech, this is a council priority, we need to make it the priority. Is everything else secondary, or is this in a basket of priorities? That's what I'm trying to understand.
Well,
that was your last question.
I think, Councillor, and I hope that when our mayor goes to the negotiating table with the province, she's able to advance a number of strategic initiatives for this city, and part of that is the Eglinton East LRT, among other things, because, you know, Lord knows there's lots of work and opportunities for collaboration with the province. That's what I want to do. That's my intention with this motion. So I hope that clarifies for you. We need to be at the table with the province, fighting for Scarborough, fighting for transit. Thanks very much, Councillor Burnside.
Thank you. Thank you. All right. Councillor Fletcher to speak.
Thank you. Thank you, Speaker. And I do want to note that the mayor was clear that for two prime ministers, not everybody can say they've been through two prime ministers, both Trudeau and Carney, that two transit lines have been her priority. The East Scarborough LRT and the East Waterfront LRT. And let me just say, I'm really, let's be clear. I don't say, we all have wards. We appreciate when that's right. This is not a downtown LRT, waterfront LRT. It is the East Waterfront LRT, where quite frankly, I feel like I'm in Scarborough sometimes because east side, we don't have any new transit, except the Ontario line, which I think you've all heard about, but that's a provincial line. So I would just appreciate, colleagues, it's not even coming into my ward, but it's east of Yonge Street, which includes all the way out to the border with Pickering, Durham. So it's not downtown. And Councillor Bradford, I would appreciate it if you could call it by its right name. And one of the things we did here was we said we're calling this the East Scarborough LRT because Anybody who's been here since 2010, I think you, Councillor Matlow, you were here, and that part of that line was dropped. With the Scarborough subway, that got dropped. Thousands and thousands of students got dropped. And Councillor Ainsley, I wish you were sitting beside me today, because you have been the champion of this line forever. Since Transit City was declared dead, you made it your business to keep this line alive for Centennial College, for University of Toronto Scarborough, and today we met the new Chancellor for U of T, and for the zoo, for all of the right reasons, get this line going. So the mayor, for all those reasons, has said top priority. Let's talk about who funds it. The funding model, 1/3, 1/3, 1/3. That's everybody's putting money into transit. And that's the waterfront model. $2 billion for the mouth of the Don, $2 billion for infrastructure in order to be able to build housing. That's been investments not from the city, but from 3 levels of government: province, feds, and city. The decision to go with the East Waterfront LRT wasn't the mayor's decision. That's funders coming to the table. Waterfront Toronto is 3 levels of government. The chair of Waterfront Toronto is a member from the province. It's not our city chair. That's a decision by 3 levels of government to fund that LRT that's been on the books as long as the East Scarborough LRT has been on the books. So rather than say how terrible this situation is, let's just be happy and put our shoulder to the grindstone. 1 has been funded, 1 is left, and there is going to be a lot of people that are in to support getting that part of infrastructure, transit infrastructure in Scarborough done, because of the thousands of people that don't have that ability to get on an LRT. Now, there was the $90 million busways that have been done here, but reaching the U of T Scarborough campus for the thousands of students, doing a jog up to Centennial College for the thousands of those students, getting people easily out to the zoo so you can go from anywhere in the city in the easiest way on transit. Those are the goals of this council. Those are the goals of this mayor. So let's be very joyous that, number 1, we have 2 projects. I know this will be funded because we are putting our muscle behind it. Our mayor is advocating for that day and night. Scarborough councils are advocating for that day and night. But I want you all to remember that this was already part of Transit City, and it was pulled off the agenda in an election in 2010, and everybody got left behind, not by this council, but by a former mayor who denied the transit to the University of Scarborough.
Speaker Nunziata.
Sorry,
Thank you.
sorry, Madam,
Just 1 second.
sorry, Madam Mayor.
There's a
Deputy
question.
Mayor Ainsley, on a point of order.
Yes, go ahead.
Sorry, on a point of order. First off, I just wanted to thank Councillor Fletcher for acknowledging me and including her in her remarks. Secondly, I just wanted to acknowledge the reason I'm not at City Council this afternoon. I'm actually at Queen's Park representing City Council and yourself, the Mayor, at the first Ontario Big City Mayors Advocacy Day. And I've taken the opportunity to speak to multiple ministers today about funding for the SERT. So I just wanted to explain why I wasn't there today, and also thank Councillor Fletcher for her acknowledgement. I very much appreciated it. Thank you.
Thank you for your good work, Deputy Mayor Ainsley. And Speaker Nunziata.
Give our best to the minister when you're there. I wasn't going to speak, but I had to. first of all, I support the report that we had before us, but I wanted to make a comment on what Councillor Pasternak said when he got up and spoke. When he spoke about the Shepherd line, Councillor Pasternak, when you spoke about the Shepherd line, I just want to remind members of council, which members of council were here. I know the mayor was here at the time, 94, when I was the mayor of York, and Mayor Chow was on Metro Council, when Mike Harris canceled all the lines and canceled the Eglinton line, where we spent $40 million fixing that hole at Eglinton Alley, and chose the Shepherd line because Mal Lastman advocated that there were a lot of conservative members that were in his ward. And that's why they chose Shepherd over Eglinton. So that is why. And now you're talking about the Shepherd line. We were canceled in 94. We were canceled. Shepherd went ahead. So just to clarify that for people that don't know what happened, there's a history. So you got your line, Councillor Pasternak. I didn't get my line. I just opened it just recently. Thank you.
22 years later. Yes, 23 years later. Thank you. Councillor Chair.
Thank you, Madam Mayor and Madam Speaker. I fully support Scarborough getting the love it deserves. It is true that many people outside of the downtown core often feel like we are not seen and underserved when it comes to investments. And so I hope that one day we can cut that ribbon, although I may have grandchildren by then, or it may be my children's children. But I have hope for it, that it can get done. And I also support Councillor Pasternak's amendment to the motion that we examine Shepherd East and West, because imagine a line all across our city at Shepherd, the connectivity that can happen. And I hope members of council will support my Hail Mary motion for Cummer Station. It is, I know, very difficult to turn things around once they are unfunded. But we are now moving forward with adding 100,000 more people at North York Centre and thousands more at Yonge North Secondary Plan. So I don't know how we imagine having a 2-kilometer stretch of high-density neighborhood and no middle station. I think the unfortunate reality will be there will be a bus that has to run on Yonge Street in order to make sure people can take the subway. It is unfortunate, too, that higher order transit often gets politicized and projects get defunded, get stalled, and we have to fight that. We just have to keep digging and keep building, because we look at our other counterparts around the world, the cities like Madrid or London or Tokyo. We can name a number of world-class cities and how easy it is for people to get across the city. And here we are fighting for, I think, just 3 stations in Scarborough. It's not even enough, to be honest. I also want to put in a word for Deputy Mayor Morley, who has a huge cluster of density at Etobicoke Lakeshore. You look at all those high-rises, and you can't imagine, how are those people supposed to get downtown? They don't have a higher order of transit. We have more projects than we have money, but we must fight fiercely for the resources for the City of Toronto that contributes 20% of the nation's GDP to be well served by transit. The reason we have unbelievable congestion, which also impacts our ability to contribute our GDP, is because we have chronically unfunded projects. So let's keep fighting forward. Let's not fight each other, because really it's not about what we can bring to the table. It's really about how our higher orders of government can support a visionary world-class city that has visionary world-class transit. So let's do this all together. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, let's put the motions up. Motion by Councillor Myers. On favor? Carried. Motion 1 by the mayor. On favor? Carried. Motion 3 by Councillor Pasternak. You got your Shepherd Subway 25 years later. All right, James.
Councillor Bravo, please. Councillor Fletcher, Councillor Sachs, and Councillor Perruzza, please. Councillor Bravo, please.
Councillor Crisanti, please.
Councillor Bravo, are you able to vote? And how do you vote, please? In favor? Thank you. Motion 3 carries. The vote is 23 to 2.
Okay. Motion 4 by Councillor Bradford. Recorded.
Councillor Cheng, please, and Councillor Perruzza. Councillor Bravo, how do you vote, please? Councillor Bravo? Motion 4 carries. The vote is 21 to 4.
Item is amended. Item is amended. On favor? Opposed, if any, carried. Thank you. All right.
Sorry, Madam Chair, I wanted a recorded vote.
Pardon?
I asked for a recorded vote.
Recorded
Councillor
vote.
Ainsley.
Recorded vote on item as amended.
The item is amended as adopted unanimously, 25 in favor.
Our next item is EX 30.2, Toronto Personal Water. Pardon? Oh, okay, because we asked the police to be here, I thought we'd go to it. Okay, is it a quick item, Councillor Morley, for your deferred item? Do they have the amendment?
I believe staff have the 2 amendments.
Okay.
Thanks, Madam Speaker. I'm happy to quick release this one. We've been working with staff on a technical amendment, have asked and answered questions offline. So the first one before you was a technical amendment related to below-grade servicing and some necessary work and pieces there around stormwater management, which we will continue to watch very closely in this area as it develops to a transit-oriented community. But this is the first motion from staff. I have a second motion as well, specific to the allocation of community benefits in this area and the important work related to redesign of the abutting intersection at Judson and Royal York.
Okay. On the amendment by Councillor Morley, the First Amendment, on favor, carried. Second Amendment, on favor, carried. Item is amended, on favor, carried. Okay, now we'll go to EX 30.2, Toronto Personal Watercraft. Councillor Bradford, you held the item down. Do you have questions? Now, we did ask the police to be online. I believe they're here. Are they here? They're here. Okay, so do we have any questions? And if we have any questions to the police as well, they're online. I believe that Councillor Fletcher said she did. Councillor Fletcher? Okay, Councillor Bradford, questions?
Thanks, Madam Speaker. My questions are for Toronto Port Authority.
Speaker, the Toronto Port Authority is not attending this meeting.
Okay, Madam Speaker, could you pause my time maybe?
Yeah, I did.
Okay. All right. Are you going to be able to answer these questions?
I'll do my best. And just so we're clear, not an agency, board, commission, or corporation, so they're not required to be here at council. They did attend committee though, so we'll try and help you with the answers to some of the questions.
Okay. Could you just reset there for me, Madam Speaker?
Yeah.
Okay, thanks. So the report in front of us notes that the buoy costs for Woodbine Beach, Hamlin's Beach, and Humber Bay shores are not currently in the city's budget. So I'm wondering what the plan is to fund the installation of these buoys.
So Speaker, the request is that we would ask the Port Authority to fund those because we just don't have that in our budget.
Okay. Are staff in discussions about funding this with the Toronto Port Authority?
So they're aware, and yes, they did attend the meeting, so they've heard this. So the answer is yes, and our expectation is there would be a response from the Port Authority after council.
Ports Toronto, okay. And to date, has Ports Toronto agreed to install the buoys required to demarcate the exclusion zones for the 2026 season?
No.
Okay, they haven't agreed to that. Can staff confirm if there is any dedicated backstop funding if needed?
So the answer to that is no.
Okay, there's not. Are staff confident that the buoys will actually be installed?
It's too early to tell. We have had some early indications that they wish to work with the City of Toronto to try and come to an agreement on this. So again, I don't want to put words in their mouth, but we're confident that there could be some movement on this following council.
Okay. Will these motorized watercraft exclusion zones be as effective if they did not actually have clearly installed and demarcated visible buoys?
Through the Speaker, TPA is aware of the request, and what's standard for them is these digital exclusion zones that they have recommended, and that information is included as part of the attachment. The buoys could provide additional safety in and around those areas, and should Council direct us to work with the TPA on reviewing that, we would do so.
Council directed buoys, though. It didn't direct digital exclusion zones. We never directed digital exclusion zones. We directed buoys.
Through Speaker, yes, that's correct, but we would be working with the TPA on implementing those buoys should we get that direction.
Okay. If Ports Toronto does not proceed with the installation, what is the city's contingency plan to ensure that the physical exclusion zones are implemented?
Speaker, so as outlined through the plan, there's a variety of different measures that we would put into place, including enhanced both land and water enforcement, as well as a public education campaign to help ensure that users using the water are operating in a safe manner.
Okay, I want to put a point on it here, though. What I'm asking is, what is the contingency plan to ensure the physical exclusion zones are implemented with the buoys, as council had directed? It sounds like there are other things, but that is not a plan to implement it. That's not a contingency plan to do what staff were directed.
Speaker, we would need allocated resources. So what we've said here is there isn't budget to do this. We have no reallocation that we brought forward for this. So that's why the request would need to go to the Toronto Port Authority, see what their response is. And then there's ever eventuality that we could come back next month, still in time for the boating season, if we were able to come to some kind of agreement.
Okay, next month. So to you, our city manager, would you support reporting back to the next council meeting to make sure that the buoys for the motorized watercraft exclusion zones can be in place in the summer? Tell us one way or another. You come back with that next month?
Absolutely.
Okay, thank you. Thanks, Madam Speaker.
Thank you. Councillor Fletcher, questions?
Thank you. I believe you said Toronto Police are online. Madam
Yes, they're
Chair?
virtual.
Yes. So my question is to the officers, and I believe it's the Marine unit, how effective do you think the boys would be in demarcating that zone?
Good afternoon. Hopefully everybody can be. I'm Staff Sergeant I Love from Toronto Police Marine. In relation to the markers, they are going to be required for us because it makes enforcement of those zones much easier for my people to deal with. If the markers are just digital or just online, a great majority of the vessels that operate in the Toronto Harbor don't use those types of devices. So it will make enforcement extremely difficult for my people to deal with if there's no markers indicating where the zones end and where the zones begin.
Thank you very much. And could you have any idea how many tickets or confiscations, whatever you did last year, in the zones that were set up?
In the zones themselves, I don't know if we calculated that directly, but on the water, I believe we issued just over 1,000 tickets, warnings throughout the boating season last year.
But you couldn't say how many of those were these motorized crafts drifting into basically swim areas and recreational locations, could you?
No, we didn't calculate that specifically.
Could you do that for the following year, this year? Be more specific?
We will if these zones move forward, we will definitely be tracking everything done inside the exclusion zones, both calls of service that we respond to there and tickets and warnings that we issue within them.
Thank you. And I'm just wondering, just from the cities, thank you very much. For the city's point of view, there are people that bring their jet skis to landings get into the water. There are rental places. Have we got something where there is at least a scan code, or let these operators know that if you're renting a jet ski, here's where you can and can't go, even though we might not have them demarcated to the level we would like them to be? What's your plan? What have you implemented there?
Through the speaker, that might be a question better directed to the TPS, but I would say that's something that we can take back and take a look at.
I guess it's just for the city once we've set them up. It's quite confusing because it's TPS, it's Port Authority, and it's city. Is this something, just the cost of the buoys that we've said we'd like, the number, is there an estimate for the cost?
Speaker, yes, it's about $55,000 for the operation and, the capital and the operational cost per buoy.
Okay. And so I'm just going to go way out in a limb. I'm assuming that they would be, Ports Toronto would have to agree to them going in the water because they control the water, correct?
Yes, that's correct.
That's their bailiwick. But have they ever agreed to put anything in that belongs to the city?
Not that I'm aware of. That's something we can follow up with TPA.
But we could follow up with TPA. We could fund those if we really needed to from some of our Section 42 because it's parks related. Water is parks related. I'm looking at budget people. I'm looking at Mr. Conforti, give me that grin, but you know where I'm going.
To the Speaker, specifically Section 42, I think we would need to look into that further to understand if that qualifies under the Planning Act, but it would still be their asset in terms of any sources of funds that were identified to be able to put into the water.
Be their asset, not ours, unless they were our asset that they agreed to host. We haven't explored that with them.
Speaker, so they would be their assets that would be in and out of the water every season.
Okay, we could have an MOU, we could have something of that nature. These are very, when you have motorized craft like jet skis running into beaches, which are recreational areas, that actually is a major public safety issue, correct?
Correct, yes.
Kind of like having no center line down a road where you could drive anywhere you want. The message is you can do that, but our message is you can't do that. So we're trying to find a way to ensure that everybody on our beaches are safe in the face of these craft. So I'm not going to move a motion, but you're telling me that you can look into some of these arrangements with the Port Authority to see what's possible.
That was your last question.
Absolutely.
Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Sachs.
Yes, thank you. I just want to go over again what we went over at committee. The work that you did developing this support was focused entirely on safety, correct? Not on pollution?
So through the Speaker, it was a multi-pronged approach that dealt with strengthening of the land-based and as well water enforcement, as well as improving public education, and lastly working with our partners, both the Toronto Police Services and the TPA on the exclusion zones within their jurisdiction.
Right, so it was focused on safety. So when I asked, did you review issues relating to pollution from these vehicles, the answer I got at committee was no.
Speaker, that's correct. Council's direction from last year was to look at implementing these exclusion zones. We've done that through this report. The environmental aspect of that was not directed to us via council.
Right, so that's work still to be done. And at committee, we heard from the Commodore representing the 24 boat clubs that they would very much welcome increased restrictions on jet skis operating from city property, correct?
That's correct, yes.
All right. And staff are willing and able to look into these issues further when you report back next year?
Through the Speaker, yes, that's correct. We're happy to take a look at that.
Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, we'll go to speakers. Councillor Bradford to speak.
Thanks, Madam Speaker. I have two motions here. The first one is to have the city manager report back, as he said he could, next council meeting with hopefully the good news that Toronto Port Authority will be funding and installing the buoys at Woodbine Beach, Hanlan's Beach, and Humber Bay shores. But if not, I'm asking the city manager to come up with a plan to fill that gap and to make sure that we can have these buoys in place for this summer. This was a project that started last year. We can't kick this to 2027. The second motion is to establish a stakeholder advisory committee for Woodbine Beach specifically so that community members can monitor and inform the implementation of the no-go zone for jet skis and motorized craft, as well as overall safety and enjoyment of the beach. So the issue here, and I think everyone is familiar with it, of illegal, dangerous jet ski operations, some of the motorized watercraft, that did not appear overnight. And since 2019, my office has been working to combat the surge in dangerous jet ski rentals at Woodbine Beach specifically, but I am aware that Councillor Morley and others across the city have been dealing with this as well. And that's because the consequences of these activities have been very real. Swimmers and paddlers are being pushed out of the water, near misses happen on a daily basis, and there's a growing sense that the rules here are not being enforced. We just heard from Toronto Police that the buoys are very essential to help the Marine unit deliver on that enforcement, and that many of these particular types of watercraft do not have the equipment on board where a digital exclusion zone would be effective. Last summer, I led a motion here at Council establishing an exclusion zone from Woodbine Beach to the RC Harris treatment plant, and a stakeholder advisory committee actually met with the staff, enforcement partners, and local community members to consult on the measures that were being brought forward. And since then, we've continued to work with residents, waterfront users, and staff on their concerns, specifically around Woodbine Beach, especially as we gear up for another busy summer season. And I do want to acknowledge and thank the work from staff to outline a plan to prevent unsafe personal watercraft operations at our parks and beaches, as well as Toronto Police and the Marine Unit, who have been essential in this effort. The land-based enforcement plan is a lot stronger than what it was, and I certainly hope that it's going to be effective, but I am still very concerned about whether these exclusion zones with the physical buoys are going to be in place in time for the season that is just around the corner here. The buoys have to be installed, and they must be visible and clearly marked to demarcate the exclusion zones. And as of now, the Mayor's Executive Committee has not put forward a plan to pay for them. I think that's frustrating for a lot of people in Toronto because they see their tax bill that has gone up nearly 25% over the course of the term, and these are the types of services, these are the types of things, the investments that they would like to see. And instead they're getting another staff report that is telling them, okay, this was a project that started last year with the surge of illegal jet ski operations that happened last year, and now it's being punted into 2027. That's too commonplace here in this building, and it's just totally unacceptable. So, you know, the safety plan is one thing, but you have to have that physical demarcation out on the water to keep people safe, and I'm going to continue to work with staff, our city manager, community stakeholders, and everybody to ensure that we get these delivered for 2026. Because I think residents, families, all of our waterfront users, our kids, they deserve to have a space that's safe and acceptable. Thanks, Madam Speaker.
Thank you. We do
You can rent one.
We do have a question for you, Councillor Fletcher, clarification of the motion.
Yes, sorry, Councillor Perruzza. I did ask the city manager, and I'm not sure if you heard the answer, but even if we had our own buoys, we could not put them in the water without Ports Toronto authorization. I heard, did you hear the same response I did?
Yes.
And I think we have been asking Ports Toronto to come up with buoys. I've called them buoys. Everybody calls them
buoys.
Buoys.
Yeah.
For the water.
Yeah.
And so far, they have not agreed to put them in or fund them. I heard that. Did you hear that too?
I've heard that they're in a conversation, negotiation, but you're correct.
Yes.
That hasn't been committed.
So even if you and I wanted to purchase those right now using our Section 42, our parks money, we could not guarantee that they would be introduced into the water.
No, we can't guarantee that today, but we do have to.
Because it's Ports Toronto's decision, not ours.
Yeah, well, I think that's the point that the city manager is going to continue to have those conversations. And and just for background, my office has been having those conversations as well because we want them to be partners in this. And I think your point is they have to be partners.
Well, they have to be more than partners because they technically, it's hard for people to understand, technically they own the water. They own the water in the shipping channel, they own the water in the inner harbor, the outer harbor. That's their jurisdiction. So do you not think to say that nobody's done anything, we might want to do something, but we actually don't have authorization at this point, correct?
What I would say, and it's an important clarification, is the Toronto Port Authority has said that they would install them. They have said that, because they're going to install it, not us. The challenge right now is making sure that they're funded. So is the city going to fund it, or is the Port Authority going to fund it?
Did you hear them at committee say it's not only funding and placement, but where they would store them? Because you can't leave them, I don't think you can leave them in the winter. So you'd have to remove them all along the waterfront, find a storage location. And technically, I heard our city administration say, even if we buy them, they own them. It's their asset. Have you heard that same thing?
Yeah, I don't think anyone who's trying to use the beach really cares who owns them.
No, I understand they don't, but I think, do you not agree? We kind of have to know the answers there, who owns what, who does what. Can we put something on somebody else's property?
I would just say respectfully, though, this was a motion that was moved last year.
No, I hear you.
You know, these
Councillor
types of things
Fletcher, please.
Where are we going to install the buoys, and where are we going to store them in the wintertime? I don't know. Like, it's not putting a man on the moon. This is not rocket science here. I just, have those conversations and figure it out. And what I have
I
here is
hear
a
you.
motion where the city manager is going to come back next month with
Yes.
answer those questions. And it might be, we don't have any money to pay for them. It might be that the Toronto Port Authority now no longer wants to install
Okay,
them. Or
Councillor
they say
Bradford,
that.
Councillor Fletcher, one more question.
Why? It's 3 minutes.
Yeah, 3 minutes, yeah. You have one more question.
Okay, I'm just going to ask you.
Because I interrupted you, so
Thank you.
it's over
This
3
isn't-
minutes.
This is just a kind of a funny question for you. Would you call your ward the downtown beach, or would you call it the eastern beaches? Which one? Because the LRT apparently is a downtown one when it's in the east.
Okay.
I'm just clarifying. Which one is it?
Yeah, and you know what? I'm glad you asked that totally unrelated question. I'll give you a totally unrelated answer.
Yeah.
Councillor Candoval and I agreed that if you were to talk about a waterfront LRT, it would be in his ward in Scarborough Southwest, but I consider Toronto Danforth and the downtown waterfront LRT to in fact be downtown when I look
Okay,
at the map.
thank you. Thank you. Deputy Mayor Malik to speak.
Thank you very much. I do have a motion to amend recommendation 5. And I believe clerks has it. While they're pulling that up, this motion provides further clarity that navigational infrastructure and maintenance for all motorized watercraft exclusion zones should be paid by the Toronto Port Authority, the agency that is responsible for navigation in Toronto Harbour. It's that straightforward and that simple, and this provides, the full kind of scope of what that means, in addition to the motions that we see in front of us. I do want to take a moment to share how important the motorized watercraft exclusion zone implementation was last year in my ward, that through community engagement and a survey to the public, it was overwhelmingly supported on the Toronto Harbour and around on the island at Hanlan's Point Beach. And I want to thank the incredible stakeholders who have been in the conversations and at the forefront of this. Friends of Hanlan's, Waterfront for All, kayak, canoe, and boat groups who have provided their input and their expertise into this process. And to everyone who has expressed their support for this as an extension of their care for our harbor and for our waterfront, and how it should be enjoyed safely by all, by absolutely everyone who comes to our waterfront and is in our harbor, and to the city staff and the partners who have collaborated with them and with us on this work. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. We do have a question for you. Councillor Bradford, clarification of the motion.
Thanks, Madam Speaker, through you to the Deputy Mayor. Why are you deleting 2026?
Because the clarification on the scope here is that it should just be ongoing, that this should be every year, not just for 1 year.
So would you be open to a friendly amendment that would still have 2026 and beyond?
Sure, yeah.
Okay.
We can add that.
Can we work with clerks to do that?
Yeah, if clerks is able to make that change.
Okay.
No problem.
Thank you. That's it. Thanks, Madam Speaker.
Yes, I do have a question. Just in the same vein, as you heard at executive, Cherry Beach and Outer Harbor, which has many boat clubs, not 24, that's incorrect. There's about 13 nonprofit boat clubs. And we saw the windsurfing club bring the pictures of the surfboard that had been smashed completely by a jet ski. I'm hoping that a friendly amendment you would agree would be in your motion to include Cherry Beach in the Outer Harbor.
Yeah, I think that that's a helpful amendment to this, and if we can ask clerks to also include that, we can approve it.
I've given them that motion. I'm asking your permission.
All right, thank you.
Councillor Sachs to speak.
Yes, thank you. I have a motion.
Are you giving that?
So yes, my motion, following on the questions before, is simply to ask staff that when they report back next year, that they should look again at the question about having a policy as to whether we should continue to allow storage and launch of fossil fuel jet skis and two-stroke boat engines from our property, and whether we should provide electric plugs. There's an increasing number of electric boats available and electric boat motors. We're already moved the airport ferry to electric. We're making our own ferries electric. They're quieter. They don't, unlike a two-stroke engine, they don't pump jet fuel into the water. And so I'm simply asking that staff look at this when they report back next year. Thank you.
Thank you.
I'm getting absolutely deluded.
Councillor Fletcher to
from
speak.
my ward.
Councillor Fletcher, you're up to speak.
Thank you, Speaker. I did have that amendment, and I hope that,
Huh?
I hope.
Oh, your motion's not ready.
It's to amend and add Cherry Beach and Outer Harbor.
Councillor Fletcher is moving an amendment
Just
to...
as Councillor Bradford is moving an amendment to Councillor Malik's motion, correct? Or getting amendment there, that Councillor Malik's agreeing to both of those amendments, Speaker.
Oh, jeez. Are you going to speak, Councillor Fletcher?
Yes, but I don't know if I can move that or...
Well, they don't have your... do you have
Deputy-
Councillor Fletcher's motion? Not ready yet.
Well, my motion was based on amending Deputy Mayor's motion after she made it to include two other areas.
Yeah, no, I understand.
If you'd like to hold this whole item down, I'll suggest that, and we'll come back when everything's ready to move. How about
All right. No. All right. We'll hold the item down. The next... Okay, we'll wait. We'll take a 5-minute break. Okay, members, meeting is now resumed. Please take your seats. Deputy Mayor Malik, if you could put your revised motion up, and then we'll ask Councillor Fletcher to speak.
Yep, we have a friendly amended motion for the screen that adds just a time frame in 2026 and beyond in clarifying our request to the Toronto Port Authority.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you. Now I'll get Councillor Fletcher. You can speak now.
Thank you very much, Speaker, for giving us that recess in order to get that sorted out, so we're really clear about the importance of these safety measures in the water, and to clarify who's responsible for what. And I know it's very hard to figure that out, because technically anything we do in the water is Ports Toronto. And they are a federal agency, and they have to agree with the things that we'd like to accomplish. I think they would like to accomplish safety in the water because they are responsible for safety in the water, but who's going to pay? So I'm very happy to hear that we'll look at all kinds of options for getting these buoys, and then very important, where will they be stored? And Deputy Mayor has made that clear in her motion that we need to find a place to store them. So everybody will be looking for those kinds of locations. They are very large. Already in the Outer Harbor, there are buoys to get in and out of their Outer Harbor Marina. And there are very strict rules for boats on the water. Unfortunately, this has mushroomed where many people are using these crafts that don't understand the rules. Anybody who's moored at Outer Harbor Marina with the Port Authority at their marina and yacht club has to follow those rules. It's quite significant if you don't follow them. It's also very significant if you are riding around on your jet ski in and out of downtown beaches and in and out of eastern beaches, in and out of Etobicoke beaches, and endangering the lives of swimmers, recreational water users, and recreational boat users. I was quite shocked when I saw the picture of the windsurfer and the windsurfing board that had been smashed to smithereens when it was hit by a jet ski. And the only reason there was not a serious physical injury of a windsurfer was because that person was very experienced. In the Outer Harbor, there are many learners. They're learning how to run a little sailboat. There are about 13 clubs. Everybody out there is non-motorized. There are kayaks, there are paddle boarders, there are windsurfers. That's the nature of the Outer Harbor. And the fact that Cherry Beach, often you have people running up in a jet ski with a big wake and can't see because it's tilted probably at 40 degrees, maybe 50 degrees out of the water, creates a very dangerous situation. Very happy that Toronto Police are very focused on that from the Marine Unit. I think we're giving good advice as to where these dangerous situations are. I'm very happy that the city manager and city officials are working with Ports Toronto to try to achieve safety, because I didn't ask the question, but just as everything that happens with our ferries is under the Marine Act, and we must report everything, somewhere along the line, there must be a report for every accident, every near miss, everything that goes on that's unsafe on the beaches. And we pride ourselves in wonderful beaches. We're trying to get people to swim in our lake. Well, you can't swim or put your toddler in the water if you're worried that somebody's going to be piling up there at 30 miles, 40 miles an hour onto the beach with beer, having a good time. Maybe we need to have some party zones, Councillor Bradford, just for party boats, and I don't mean big party boats, I mean out there in the lake, cluster yourself, have a good time. Where's that going to be in those conversations? But it certainly isn't along the beach area. That's not where there should be. So I really hope that next month we move the needle on this in a significant way.
Thank you. Okay, so let's put the motions on the screen. Who's first? Councillor Fletcher's motion. On favor, carried. Yeah, Deputy Mayor Malik's motion as amended. On favor, carried. Councillor Bradford's motion on favor, carried. Councillor Sachs' motion on favor, carried. Item is amended. On favor, carried. Thank you. Our next item is Towards a Beautiful City. Now, Councillor Sachs held the item down, and she just informed me she has to leave, so she's going to come back later. So we'll hold that item down. So our next item is EX 30.4, 2026 property tax clawback. Councillor Perruzza held the item down. Councillor Perruzza, do you have questions? Okay, go ahead. Can you put your name on the screen? Councillor Perruzza, can you put your name on the screen?
I'm trying to put my name on the screen.
Okay. Go ahead. Name's there.
Oh, my name is on the screen.
Yeah.
Okay, fine. Great. Sure. Let me just go back to where the report is. I do have a couple of questions of staff. Can you explain to me for a sec so we're still doing caps and clawbacks. You're saying the caps are 10% and the clawbacks are still there. How many properties are still outstanding for that?
To the speaker, so there's roughly about 50,000 properties total. In terms of the amount that are outstanding on the capped, it's 128 properties, and the amounts outstanding on the clawback is 4,411 properties.
How many? 4,000. So capped is 128.
Yes, and roughly 4,400 on the clawback, out of a total amount of nearly 50,000 properties.
Okay, so this has been out there a number of years. So when was the last reassessment done?
So we've not had an assessment, or the assessed values have not changed since 2016. It was then phased in over the 4 years, but we have not had any changes since that time.
So 2016. So now we're 10 years in. Do you know when we're going to get when the assessments are going to be updated?
I do not.
Aren't they getting a little long in the tooth? Because if you account for location and where, we could be subject to appeals now on those grounds, because there's an element of unfairness that's creeping into the system because they're not current anymore, right?
In terms of assessments themselves, as you're aware, there has not been any since 2016. There are impacts on that in terms of the assessed value of the property. There are impacts as it relates to any delays or changes. I think it's important to note the impacts for the City of Toronto are not financial. The assessments look at the assessed value, and you might see a shift.
No, I understand that. And the numbers of appeals, has that been fairly steady, or is that, or are you seeing, are those increasing in number?
The number is decreasing in terms of the total amount of appeals that we've seen.
Sorry?
The number is decreasing. Without reassessments, we have seen the number of appeals decrease.
Actually going the other way?
Yes.
Because people see it as a fair system?
It's decreased because it has not been updated since 2016, so there wouldn't be a number to appeal against.
But wouldn't location and and where on properties, wouldn't that begin to create inequities in the system?
Through the chair. It does, but they're sort of, because the amount hasn't changed, it's sort of fixed and becomes stable. We've sort of weeded through where there's big changes or inequities on people initial appeals, so it's stabilized down.
All right. Well, that's good to hear. So that's not happening yet. So that's positive. The last question I did have is the non-city portion of the taxes that we intend to collect from all classes. How much is that going to be?
The education, about 2.1. Sorry, through the chair, about 2.1 billion on educational taxes.
So 2.1 billion. Okay. That's the amount of money that people are going to pay on their property tax bill, but we're not going to see a nickel of that.
Through the chair, yes, correct.
Okay. Thank you.
Okay. So move the item. Councillor Perruzza. Pardon? Do you just want to move the item?
I'll just speak to it again.
Okay. Go ahead.
Perfect. Chair, the point is this, that we are going to send out property tax bills to folks. And under prescribed provincial regulations, we are going to make the fact that we're going to be collecting $2.1 billion of property taxes. And I would ask most of you to go out and ask your constituents, residents, if they know that a fair chunk of their property tax bill is actually being collected on behalf of the province. And I've done this, call it the taste test, you know, like Coca-Cola, Pepsi, right? I've done this test with folks, and virtually everyone thinks that all property taxes are paid to this and collected for the City of Toronto and go towards funding city services and city programs. But you will all know that a good chunk of that property tax bill, you know, it says somewhere there in specified font size that a chunk of the property tax is being collected for the province of Ontario and the provincial government. Now, Speaker, you know, it kind of made sense when school boards had the ability to, you know, to levy for their own taxes. But I remember very distinctly Premier Mike Harris, who brought in these changes. Back in 1997, he said this. He said that because he was downloading housing and all kinds of other services, provincial housing, onto the city, that as part of the trade-off, there would be this thing where he would remove the provincial government off the property tax base. And in fairness, Premier Harris did just that, because he understood that the City of Toronto got shortchanged in that deal. We got housing which has cost us over $20 billion to try to keep up with and try to maintain since he gave it to us. But we didn't get a congruent amount of money to deal with those issues. So he said this, I'm going to take the province off the property tax and give this room to municipalities to be able to move into and generate this, what is now generating $2.1 billion. I agree that back in 1997, this amount would have been much, much higher, because at that time, the education tax stood at around 52, 53%. So it's scaled back. And it's scaled back through two things. One, they lowered it. Two, they didn't increase it and it didn't keep pace with ours. But when Harris was voted out, my friends, the Liberals there, McGuinty, who went back, they slowed it down. They said, you know what, we're not giving up that money. Harris promised that money to cities, so we're going to slow that down in the hopes that everyone would forget. Well, you know what? I haven't forgotten. And I refuse to forget, because you know what? A deal is a deal is a deal. And the deal was that this money and this room would be left to municipalities because they shortchanged us on the housing. They did. They knew it. We didn't know it, but they knew it. They said it. We refused to believe it. And quite frankly, we have been paying for it ever since, and we have never been able to keep up with it. So, I was going to move a motion that we ask for this money back, but I believe I did it a couple of months ago. You folks supported it, and you're good with, you're a wise group. Not all of you voted for it. I can't say that applies to everyone, so you know who you are. Thank you for that. And quite frankly, we should continue to go after this money.
Five seconds.
It was money that was committed to the city way back when, and we should hold them to that.
Thank you.
Speaker.
Thank you. Okay, let's just. No, you're over 5 minutes, Councillor Perruzza. Let's just vote on the item. Councillor Coe, did you need to speak on? Oh, come on. Okay, we got the next item is FIFA. Okay, on the item. Oh, okay, Councillor Coe. Councillor Coe.
I couldn't sit any longer after I heard Councillor Perruzza's. He's actually made a very significant speech that he makes every 6 months. But it's something that unfortunately is very complex. The average person has a hard time understanding. I think members of this council really don't appreciate the subtlety in what he's saying. It is very significant because people get a tax bill, they assume all those taxes are staying in the city of Toronto, and they're not, right, Councillor Perruzza? They're not, right? They're going to the school board, they're going for education, outside. So I know one of the things that people are starting to talk about, there's a movement afoot right now to get rid of property taxes altogether. Okay, just get rid of them because they're regressive. They've got nothing to do with your income. They've got nothing to do with the services you get. They're just based on the assessed value of your property, which, by the way, hasn't been reassessed in about 10 years. The province has refused to do the legislative reassessment because they know if people get the new reassessed value, they're going to go crazy because they're going to see their taxes are going to go through the roof. Because the house they're being taxed on right now is on the old assessed value that was maybe about $600,000. Now they're going to be whacked on a house that's worth $2 million. So that's why the province is not proceeding with reassessment. They put that off. So there's going to be a big whack coming when the province finally, or the people find out that the province is withholding that assessment. So what has to be done, again, and what we have to look at and maybe start to examine is move the cost of running all these services the city does onto an income-based tax system. That is, whether it be your provincial tax, your federal tax, which is based on your income, not on of an assessed value, which has got nothing. You could be in a $10 million home, a $3 million home, and be penniless. But the the property tax bill says, no, you got to pay that tax because that's the value of your house. So you could be on welfare, you could be penniless in your house in Toronto, but they say, I don't care if you're penniless, Vince. You could be penniless, you got to pay your taxes because your house is worth. But Vince Crescenti can't move out of the house. Where's he going to go? He can't leave his house. So he cannot live anywhere else. So that's why there's a movement afoot to say, get rid of this antiquated 18th century system of property taxation. I know that sounds like sacrilege. Oh God, property taxes, we got to hold on to it. It's sacred. It is BS, basically. Get rid of it and put it on an income-based system that's collected by the province, collected by the federal government, whatever, where there is it's based on your ability to pay and not the value of your home, which has got nothing to do with the present state of whether you're unemployed, you're poverty-stricken. It doesn't. So it is totally regressive in nature. It is a system that was developed, again, a century ago or more that is not suitable to today's modern cities, where cities weren't established to create childcare, public transit. You saw the billions being thrown around here about public transit that we got no money to do, but we throw these billions around. Cities aren't able to do that because their tax system is very limited. We only get 10 cents on every dollar that a Toronto citizen pays in overall taxes. So that 10 cents, talk about all these lines people want to get built across the city. What are you going to build with 10 cents on the dollar? Zero. So thank you for the speech. Every 6 months, you make a great speech. Thank you.
Thank you. On the item, on favor, carried. Our next item is EX 30.5, 30.6, 30.7, which is FIFA. All right, so do we have questions? If you can put your name on the list. We're dealing with asking questions on all three items. Nobody has any questions? On the item, on favor? No, okay. Okay, guys. 5, 6, 7. If you have questions, please put your name. I don't see anybody with their names up. No, I know, but nobody has their name on the screen. Okay, Councillor Cole, questions?
Yeah, I just have a question of staff. In terms of the FIFA World Cup coming in Toronto, what are some of the undertakings we've made as a city, the Secretariat has made to provide for things like community benefits, local festival events, employment opportunities, equity-based employers? What are some of the sort of woven in initiatives we have in our FIFA bid?
Through the chair, we have a comprehensive community benefits and social procurement plan that we've reported to council on previously, and in fact we'll have a fulsome report on that coming up for the May meeting. So more details there, but we've definitely been working with PMMD and social development on job opportunities for youth, on our social procurements, making sure that we reach out to underrepresented groups on procurements that we have for the event. So we have, I'm sorry, I don't have it off the top of my head now, but we are preparing the data for our report for May. So we'll have more for council on that. In terms of community events, we did provide with our colleagues in EDC, we provided over $1.7 million for a community celebration support fund And we have over 60 events that will be part of, that received funding within that fund and will be part of the celebrations across the city and in various neighborhoods.
So, yeah, it was interesting because almost all the councillors I talked to were not aware of that fund. How is it possible councillors were not aware of those 60 community events in their wards? Why weren't they told? Why did they know about it?
Through the chair, I know that communication did go out, so I can't really speak to why people may not have seen it or viewed it, but certainly information went out prior to the grants being awarded so that councillors could promote the grant in their wards and in their communities, and then we have since provided a list of those that have received granting funds.
So every ward has 2 events, right?
Every ward has at least one. I don't know about 2,
Oh, okay.
but every ward has at least one event that has been awarded through the grant.
So with these grants, nonprofit groups, I know I've got Columbus Center in my area, BIAs across, in each ward across the city, is there a charge to participate in these local community FIFA events?
Through the chair, that was left up to the organizers of each event, but as far as we were concerned when we reviewed it, events were to be available in wards celebrating the World Cup. Some of them may have public viewing of matches as part of their celebration, some may not. The public viewing event was a different process through FIFA and the broadcaster, so some have different elements to their events. All of the applications were quite different.
And also, I wanted to ask about the volunteers. How many people signed up to be a possible volunteer for FIFA?
Yeah, through the chair, I think this is something we can be very proud of here in Toronto. We had the highest number of people out of all 16 host cities registered to volunteer at over 250,000. And in that pool, we selected just over 3,000, some of which will be FIFA volunteers.
So 250,000 Torontonians
Correct.
wanted to volunteer for this FIFA World Cup. Just in terms of, then there are community pitches. Can you explain what these community pitches are?
Sure, through the chair.
Mini pitches.
As part of our legacy work for the tournament, we brought together a group of business leaders and community leaders forming the Champions Table, who have done an excellent job in securing philanthropic donations from Torontonians. And we are building 4 soccer mini pitches across the city. 3 are under construction, a 4th is being started. And in fact, we are looking to open the first mini pitch later in the month of May.
And Centennial Park is being upgraded for a training ground, is it not?
That is correct. Centennial Park is selected as our training venue for the World Cup. So teams will be training out at Centennial Park in the couple of days prior to their match here in Toronto. And we've put in a new FIFA standard pitch in Centennial Park and a new field house. And those will be legacy items as part of the 10-year master plan, park development plan for Centennial Park.
Thank you. That was it for your questions. Councillor Thompson, questions?
Thank you, Speaker. Through you to Ms. Ballenbach. Could you maybe provide a list of all of the different community groups who have been provided with fundings for members of council since the question was asked?
Yes, through the chair, happy to provide that list. We can get that sent after the meeting.
Great, thank you so much. I was contacted yesterday, and I had an opportunity to speak to individuals in the disability community and some of the groups that are fighting for AODA compliance to ensure that FIFA is in compliance with AODA guidelines and policies and so on. They have expressed some concerns. They talked a little bit about the companies that were mentioned was the fifth, and the lack of efforts to address disability policy. Another company that was mentioned was Paquin, I believe, Entertainment Group out of Manitoba, who seem to think that they don't actually have to adhere to the provincial policy and the policies that we have here in Toronto. I'm just wondering, how is that being addressed, and are you concerned that not enough is actually being done to address this issue for AODA compliance?
Through the chair, the two companies that you mentioned are two companies within the conglomerate of companies that were selected through a competitive procurement process to be the site producers and programming producers for FIFA Fan Festival. As part of our procurement process, there were requirements to make sure that events happening at FIFA Fan Festival are accessible, as we have those same standards at the stadium for the event. So while we certainly have some work to do to ensure that items and we have details and elements in place to ensure accessibility, the team is definitely committed to that and making sure that we advance those plans.
Thank you. Recently, there was some change in direction and or some of the directives and conversations that we've had with Torontonians that the FanFest event would be free. Some changes were actually made. Could you perhaps speak to that? And at the same time, can you tell us whether or not we are online to be either on budget or under budget, or where we are with the status of that, please?
Yes, through the chair. As per the directive given last week at Executive Committee, our team went back and rolled up our sleeves and did some further work on our planning around FIFA Fan Festival. And as indicated in the report, we will be providing general admission into Fan Festival free to the public. There will be a premium ticketing, which is a very small portion of the number of tickets available throughout the 22 days that FanFest will operate. So we're very pleased to be offering that to Torontonians as part of the full celebration of taking part in the World Cup while it's here in our city.
Hospitality, that's going to be a very big part of the event itself. There's some aspects where you'll be looking at selling tickets and bundling and so on, and for matches and some of the, I guess, a premium experience. Could you help us to understand what's involved as part of that process? Because I have a motion that I'm going to move that will give you authority to be the signatory on these items, that are under $25,000. So can you help council to understand the requirement and what is involved in that process?
Yes, through the chair, as part of our revenue strategy for the tournament, we have a commercial sales team in place, and they have been working extremely hard to meet our revenue targets and bring in revenue for the tournament through host city supporter packages and through the bundling of hospitality inventory that the city purchased. So this next phase is bundling those tickets, bundling those hospitality options, and we anticipate that there could be in excess of 300 agreements that we will be making with purchasers.
Can you help council and the city to understand whether or not all of the host cities will be having watch party events as been planned by their respective committee organizations?
Through the chair, to my knowledge, all of the other 16 host cities are doing some form of a fan festival, maybe multiple fan zones depending on their city, but all cities are offering a place where the public and visitors to their cities can celebrate the World Cup.
Thank you. Councillor Matlow.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. May I just ask, before you start my time, if I may ask Councillor Prutz to just quiet down a little bit, just so that I can focus on my questions. Thank you. So, Madam Speaker, when the recommendation first came to Executive Committee in a report to begin charging fees on FanFest, which had been promised to the public as a free and inclusive event, we were told that the rationale for implementing a fee was to support management of attendance, crowd control, and it would be part of a ticketing regimen.
You asking a question to staff?
I am.
Oh, okay, go ahead. I put your time on hold. I thought you.
Oh, no.
Oh.
It was just to
Okay.
to be able to do it without
Okay, go
distraction.
ahead.
So we were told that the rationale for the $10 fee was that it was part of ticketing for attendance management. There have also been either suggestions or straight out responses at committee that there was some financial consideration to pay for an expanded marquee event. Could you clarify, is it both true? Are one of the stories the real motivation? I just want to be clear, what motivated the change to a proposal for a feed event?
Through the chair, the primary focus and motivation for offering a ticketed event was safety and security, crowd management, and the ability to have real-time data to plan and prepare the site for a great fan experience.
So then why would there be any delta, like a financial delta that needs to be addressed now if you simply revert back to an event that we're not charging a fee for, given that I think Ticketmaster was only like $1 per ticket? Why is that an issue?
So there still are costs to operate the ticketing system. So there's some costs related to that. And at the request of executive to have the event be 100% free for the public, the city will be covering the cost of the service fee, plus the additional fees for Ticketmaster to manage the ticketing system for us.
Speaker, just for further clarification, on FestFest at the beginning, there was no ticketing, period, regardless of cost. The ticketing element added onto it and added a cost that was not contemplated at the beginning. So to go back to your point about the free and inclusive event, that was actually at that time contemplated to be a first come, first serve, no ticketing strategy at all, which then, from a safety and security perspective, was told to be a very poor idea. Which we agreed with. So then it added on a cost that was not anticipated when it was first announced around FanFest.
I appreciate that. But there isn't necessarily a causal relationship, is there, between charging a fee and a ticketed event? Like, you can still do a ticketed event without a fee, as you're proposing now.
Yes, absolutely. So the other information that was received, that when you move to a ticketed event as opposed to a come and line up for an event, that when you ticket at no cost, there's a higher propensity for no-shows to that, which then becomes problematic if we're capping numbers. So we actually will and have committed, I mentioned a bit in the report, we'll be committing to a strategy that will actually look at how we can open up ticket opportunities so that we can get those folks in. So when you have a no ticket at all, regardless of price strategy, you'll always have people because the lineups will be there. By going to ticketing, you did run the risk that people would have tickets, not use them, and the industry standard is that that's a higher percentage than if it's not ticketed. So then we went to, well, some investment by people into that then makes a commitment. So we've listened, we've heard. I get it, we're backing out. We probably got too much into how do we make everything work. And now we're back to, we'll have to have a strategy for releasing, I think, more tickets over time so that we don't have a situation where we have only 12,000 people there where we could have another 8,000, but because people didn't show up or they left early, we need to get more people in there.
And I appreciate you speaking to sort of not what you're doing, but how it was done. Because, I asked this at committee, I didn't get a full answer to this. Was there not any contemplation, any struggle while you went through this? Like, this was submitted as a very late report. None of us were aware of the VIP corporate tickets. None of us were aware that this fee was coming. It kind of landed in a report. Was there no consideration for the impact it would have on so many people and the upset that it would create, given that it was widely advertised through press announcements and through the city that this was going to be a free, inclusive event? And then the form that it came to executive committee was one where the general admission was going to be $10, and then all of a sudden there were these corporate VIP tickets, and that was just never part of what was promised to Torontonians when it was announced.
What was your last question?
So our hospitality strategy, which did include both the stadium side as well as, because you'll recall that we also purchased some tickets to be part of our hospitality side, also included Fan Fest. Clarity around it, I think it was far more focused on the stadium at the time, but not on Fan Fest. To your second point, we talked a lot about what the pricing, what the nominal price would be for the general admission tickets. Admittedly, we were being driven by how do we make sure that the attendance is where it needs to be. We were also given some data to indicate that it was not a fee that would prohibit the majority of Torontonians. You know, at the end of the day, we listened, we heard, strategy that not acceptable, and we're now moving on with a different strategy that will get us back more in line with perhaps what the expectations were. But there was an order of things, including an earlier sense that we were not going to have any ticketing at all, which took care of the need to do a lot of things. We didn't get right. We're now back to say this is the way. 343,000 or so tickets are going to be available at no charge. We do have a small delta to cover, and we believe that by looking at additional revenue for that, and we have some ideas already in place, and if necessary, adjusting some of our expenses, we'll be able to bridge that gap. So that's a bit of the story and the process around it.
Thank you. Councillor Chang, questions?
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Through the chair, how much will FanFest cost total, inclusive of the additional $9 million?
Through the chair, the total budget for FanFest is now 25 to support the work that our site vendor will be doing.
And how much, again, is being spread out to the 60 events across the city?
Through the chair, 1.7 million was given through the Community Celebration Support Grant.
So 1.7 million spread out across 60 events versus 25 million for one event. And I'm just wondering, what are we going to do if we cannot raise enough money to meet the $9 million gap?
So we, as has been said through the chair, we will be exploring options through revenue strategies. As mentioned, we have some ideas already. We can reallocate some other areas of the budget. So we are doing everything we can to make sure that we can close that gap.
Speaker, just for clarity, the gap is not 9 million. Some of that has already been filled, so what's left to fill is not 9 million.
How much is it?
The maximum left to fill would be 5 million. 5.1.
And have we been monitoring what's happening around the U.S. in terms of their fan fests?
Through the chair, yes, we are in contact with some of the other cities to find out what they're doing for their fan fests. Obviously, different approach, different models. Everyone's kind of approaching it in a little bit of a different way in terms of how they're managing the costs of fan fest, how they're including spectators and guests in their fan fest is all a little bit different.
And how many days is our fan fest?
We will be operating 22 days.
So were you aware that New York canceled their fan fest at Liberty State Park?
Through the chair, yes, I was aware of that.
And did you know that in Seattle they had a centralized one event originally, but then they decentralized it across 9 different communities?
Through the chair, I was aware of that.
And in Boston, they've also trimmed back to 16 days because of security costs. Did you know that?
Yes, I was aware of that.
So across the U.S., we see that they're scaling back and even spreading out the investment. And I think, I'm just wondering, why is it that we are just making this decision now? And why was this council not afforded a decision earlier in this timeline in order to perhaps decide to spread it out? Because I think a lot of councillors would like to see far greater investment than 1.7 million divided by 60 events versus the heavy lift we have to do to meet a $25 million budget that's just going downtown.
Yeah, through the chair. So a couple of factors there. First, it is a requirement of FIFA to host a fan festival. So as a host city, we have an agreement with FIFA, and that agreement includes hosting a central fan festival, which has been discussed at this council prior to this, as quite some time ago. So we proceeded with that plan. That was always our intention. We've worked with our funding partners, both at the provincial and federal government, about their support for a central fan fest.
But does the
And we've also been asked by, we've also been asked by FIFA to explore some other options. The global partners at FIFA have been very interested in Toronto. They intend to have big activations here. They look at Toronto as a very great market for them to be in. So we had some elements around global partners.
Sorry, I'm running out of time. So,
sorry.
But please don't interrupt,
Yeah,
Councillor
but
Chang.
if we are
Yeah,
having,
please apologize. You
so
can't
sorry.
interrupt staff.
I just have a lot of questions,
Well-
and I don't have enough time. So I'm just curious about, all these cities are making these decisions. Does the rule of committing to a fan fest require that it be at the scale that it is? And was there ever an opportunity that we could have had earlier to spread it out as other cities have, as Seattle has? Because I think that is the thing that, a lot of councillors would have liked to see, is a more spread out approach.
So just to be clear,
Yeah.
it was asked by this council for us to ask FIFA that question, and the answer was no. So this council has had the opportunity to ask whether we could have 4, I believe was the request of this council, and the answer to that was no. Where cities have chosen to spread it out, as you say, is very much akin to what we've done, which is to have events. They are not Fan Fest branded FIFA events. You need to have a single site to be an official Fan Fest event. It is at a much higher level of requirement. The last piece is this procurement went through committee and council. What we're here today is to say that commitment and that procurement has to be expanded in order for us to meet all the things. Has nothing to do with the ticket pricing strategy. The $25 million is now the new amount of resource which is required for us to put on the Fan Fest that we've committed to, as through the already tendered process to gain the vendors who will deliver Fan Fest.
Thank you. Councillor Myers, questions.
Thank you. Could I please speak about the FIFA mobility plan? Can you pause my time? And I also would like someone there from TTC. Waiting for staff to come down. Thank you.
Are you ready?
Yes, thank you very much, Speaker.
Go ahead.
Thank you. Through you. So first question, could you please let me know what the enforcement plan is for keeping cars off of King Street?
So through the Speaker, we've got teams made up of Toronto Police, traffic agents, working with Toronto Transit Commission, so that we can understand where there are needed enforcement activities, and we will have a lot of resources deployed along King Street throughout the tournament period.
Thank you. And how will you be demarcating King Street as not allowing drivers, particularly those drivers who are from out of town, that they are not allowed to make left-hand turns between 7 a.m. and 7 p.m.?
So through the Speaker, we have our regulatory signage which will be installed to note that no left turns are permitted during those times. We will also be adding some enhanced informational signage in advance of the area where we're adding these new requirements, so that there's advanced warning and notice.
Thank you. And then I don't know if you are able to answer this, but will you be conveying to Toronto Police that it is a strict enforcement rather than an education in terms of keeping cars off of those dedicated routes for transit, getting people to the FIFA sites and back?
Yes, through our planning meetings and preparations, we are having ongoing discussions about the importance of keeping those transit routes clear, and we will be working in real time to ensure that
any areas where we see vehicles that need to be, or have enforcement actions taken, will be addressed immediately with enforcement.
Thank you. And this question is for TTC. So there are several other large events happening during some of the FIFA games. I can think of Pride, where the city's expecting 1 million visitors for the weekend. What is the plan to deal with that amount of people on those specific days? So there's Jays games, there's Taste of Lawrence, there's other things happening in the city other than FIFA.
Thank you for the question through the speaker. A key part of our planning for the World Cup and hosting here is to make sure that the rest of the city is still served by transit. And so while we've enhanced transit on key corridors that serve the Toronto Stadium and the FanFest location, we've also increased service, and we're keeping higher levels of service on the subway, both on lines 1, 2, and 4 throughout that period, so people in other parts of the city can access that. We've extended and made a more robust Blue Night overnight network, so people have the opportunity to use that, especially if they're celebrating, whether it's World Cup related or some of the events you mentioned. And then on top of what we're doing is really working and refining our ability to respond quicker to issues that may arise. Something often does happen. And so broken the city down into a series of zones where we'll deploy resources, people's tools, so that we're there for quicker response if something were to happen, whether that be near the FIFA sites or something else that's happening in other parts of the city. So we have a very robust transit plan that's citywide over the course of that almost 40 days, as opposed to just the FIFA area where we do have extra service and resources.
Thank you. So could you just quickly walk through what the process would be? Let's say something happens on line 1 or line 2 during rush hour or during game day. How are you going to make sure that you can move people quickly and efficiently as we've had these issues come up, and people sometimes complain about the length of time it gets them to get to where they're going? What's different this time?
Yeah, through the speaker, I would say a few things. So first of all, we do have the increased level of service, but also the increased level of staff. So we have increased supervisory staff at basically every single station across the system. We also have 600 at current count, and we'll have more TTC staff members volunteering as ambassadors, so people can be better guided when the unexpected happens. On top of that, we're fully integrated and embedded with all the city control centers and emergency centers. So if something were to happen, say on the Danforth on line 2, we want to be able to make sure that our communications are tight, our plan is clear, so that people can make alternate travel plans. So it's great to put extra service out there on line 2, on King, on Spadina, you name it, but we want to make sure that people are available to access that and make decisions accordingly. So we have that embedded approach with our other partners at the city and emergency services. We have extra people out there, we have extra service, and on top of it, we have extra crews, tools, and people ready to respond when incidents do happen.
And could you just briefly go over the extra service that you'll have on game day, particularly the longer hours on the subway?
Sure, just for a bit of an overview. So on match day, we're adding extra service on Dufferin and Bathurst, both of which will now be operating in their own corridors with the Rapid TO installations. There'll be extra match day service on Harbourfront, also on Ossington. We're actually also adding a Dufferin shuttle for match days. In addition, what we've done is for matches that start and end later, or FanFest days that go later, so we've got 6 dates we've identified, where subway service will go later. Above and beyond that, on those corridors that I discussed that would serve FanFest and the Toronto Stadium, we have increased frequency of service that goes, of course, through the day into the evening and even into the overnight.
Thank you. Councillor Pasternak, questions?
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'd like to go back to the FanFest and the ticketing and what you're really asking for at this meeting. Now, when I read this report, I understand you're asking for $9 million?
Correct. The purchase order amendment is for $9 million.
Now, that's on top of the $16 million we've already allocated to FanFest?
That's correct.
So the total for FanFest will be $25 million?
Correct.
Now, the plan here is to sell tickets. And the prediction is you'll recover $6.2 million from ticket revenue? Is that the plan?
Sorry, I think that's the report that was at executive.
Okay, so what's the recovery through ticket sales?
So we were asked through the chair, at executive committee, we were asked to come back with a new supplemental report that provided FanFest at free to the public for general admission tickets. So there is a new supplemental report that's been provided to council that indicates that general admission will be free of charge to the public. I think it's over 440,000 tickets over the course of the 22 days. We will be charging for a premium ticket, which is a very small percentage of the actual capacity of the site, of which we hope to secure $3 million in revenue.
So, based on the executive committee report, are you still going to the tiers where you have VIP tiers, or
That is correct. Our intention is to still have the premium ticketing in a 3-tiered plan.
And we go through a third-party agency to sell these tickets, and the revenue, is this recoverable debt? The money you're asking for, is it recoverable debt through ticket sales?
Not primarily through ticket sales, as is indicated in the supplemental report that council received this morning. We do have opportunities for revenue to offset the costs, some of which will be covered by the premium ticketing revenue.
So are there revenue generators within the FanFest, things that people could spend their money on that would revert back to the city? I don't know, concessions, souvenirs, hospitality?
Yeah. Yeah, through the chair, there are both. So FIFA will be managing the FIFA merchandise store, so that is not part of the host city planning. FIFA come in and manage that store. But as a host city, we do get a small percentage of sales for Toronto, specifically Toronto World Cup items. And there are some concessions with our vendor on the food and beverage revenue as well.
So when we do these big events, most of the money goes through the other levels of government through sales tax. Is that the case here?
Jeanette, can you look at me rather than...
So, Speaker, the answer is categorically
hear you.
yes. Primarily the income taxes from the additional workers, including the ones that we're having to bring on to manage the event, and all the sales tax. That is not something that the city receives. As you know, generally what we'll receive out of this is the increased activity in our hotels, to which we provide a municipal accommodation tax.
Now, you mentioned earlier that there was a requirement by FIFA to have one main fan fest, but other cities seem to be spreading out the excitement. That's not the case here in Toronto.
Well, actually, we're doing both. So we are obviously investing in a central fan fest as the major primary location to be celebrating in the city. But we also invested in community events that will be happening across the city in various communities and wards.
Is the $1.7 million divided by 25?
No, actually, that is going to 60 different events, the 1.7.
So two and a bit in each. And you feel that local groups can do prominent things with that amount of money?
The feedback on providing the grant was very well received. Some of the events are existing events that happen in communities, so the grant has been able to sort of top up what their typical annual budget would be for an event that they run normally in the city with or without the World Cup happening. Some of the events are new events that have just been stood up in order to celebrate the World Cup.
Thank you. Councillor Bradford.
Thanks, Madam Speaker. Through you, I've never quite seen a financial impact statement like this one before. So question to our CFO. We've talked a lot about the total cost for FIFA here in Toronto. We've been told the budget is $380 million. Is that correct?
To the Speaker, so there's a $380 million budget associated with the games. What you have in front of you is an additional $9 million that is associated with the Fan Fest.
Okay, so what's the gross budget then?
The gross budget continues, so we have a $380 million gross budget associated with the games. which speaks to the different levels of contribution that has been agreed to between the City of Toronto, the provincial government, and the federal government.
Tight answers. I'm sorry, I got a ton to go through. So we're asking for $9 million more for a non-competitive vendor contract today. The original FanFest, was that part of the $380 million?
So we did have $16 million as part of the original $380 million.
So explain to me how it's a $380 million budget, or is it now a $389 million budget?
No, so the treatment that we've taken on this is consistent with what we've done for other elements of the games, where there is a flow-through expense, where the city will be expending that, but that is a flow-through. This $9 million was not part of the original $380 million agreement between the different orders of government. It was a consistent treatment with what we would have done with some of the stadium upgrades, where we had flow-through funds coming to the city where we would procure, but they weren't funds coming out of the original $380 million agreement.
So do these other flow-through expenses also rely on revenue that we haven't secured yet and we don't know when we will receive?
They would have at the time.
Okay. And so I want to look at the item we were just debating about installing buoys on the beaches. The expected cost was $327,000. And the discussion was the city doesn't have the money for that, and that we would have to find an offset. For you as the CFO, you would need to find an offset. Is that correct?
Yes, that's correct.
Okay. And so you see the parallel here. We don't have a funding source for this. We have hopes and prayers and aspirations that we're going to collect some revenue. We're not sure where that's coming from. But you're telling us today, council, move forward with this, even though we don't have an identified funding source that we know is going to deliver on.
To the speaker, in this instance, we are directed to come back and bring forward the Fan Fest. What we do have is funding allocation, as well as some actions that are going to be taken to be able to generate additional revenue. Included in the recommendations are both to seek the actions to generate the revenue, and absent that, to look within the entire $380 million envelope to be able to find offsets within the budget. So it is to identify offsets either through revenue or through the existing expenditures.
Let me put it this way to you, Mr. CFO. If I had moved a motion to fund those buoys, that infrastructure at Woodbine Beach, and promised to find third-party revenue sources or efficiencies within the Parks and Recreation budget, would you as our CFO supported that?
If it identified the areas to look at to find offsets and to come back with specific
So I said the Parks
offsets.
and Recreation budget.
Sure.
Really? If I just said, I'm going to find the offsets within the Parks and Recreation budget, that's something that you would sign off on without actually showing.
If there was discussions around areas to review, to be able to determine, so again, to look at opportunities to generate additional revenue first and foremost, and absent that, to come back with other areas where we would scale back service to be able to find an offset, provided the offset is found, that I could support.
Over to the Executive Director, our Secretariat. We learned that FIFA team has not met its sponsorship targets for the World Cup in Toronto. Is that correct? Quick answers. Have you met your sponsorship targets for the FIFA World Cup here in Toronto?
We have not met 100% of our revenue target.
Okay. So do you have confidence that we haven't met the ones that we had already? Now we're going out to look for another $5.1 million in third-party sponsorship, just a matter of days before this thing kicks off. Are you confident that you're going to be able to secure $5.1 million?
Through the chair, our strategies have shifted, so we're still looking for host city supporters, which at this late date, may be more of a challenge, but we've now, as has been reported at council, we have the opportunity around our hospitality inventory, and we are really leaning into that, and now that we know the teams playing here in Toronto, there's, heightened interest.
Respectfully, I need to go through.
Yeah.
Okay, so how many months... the original contract with the FIFA Fan Festival in Toronto, when did you sign that?
The original contract with the vendor was signed in December.
Okay. And when did you inform the mayor's office the plan to charge for general admission tickets?
Councillor Barford, that's your last question.
Speaker, the mayor and I discussed that as it became obvious that we were going to have to generate a report for a purchase order amendment. So we had the discussion at that point about bringing it forward. and those things are typically 4 or 5 weeks prior to us moving towards the reporting time frame. So there is a gap in time where we are looking at how to manage it. FIFA also came back to us with some additional requirements and opportunities, including the nearly $1 million that they've now contributed to FanFest. So the timing was to get ready and inform the mayor that a report was going to be coming to her committee at executive for that purpose.
Thank you. Councillor Holiday.
Thank you. Ms. Mullenbeck, you've asked to move the purchase order from 16 million to 25 million for FanFest. Is it your position that those are necessary changes for the integrity of the program? They're not nice to haves, in other words.
Through the chair, yes, I agree that those are important factors to have the fan festival that we want as Toronto, but that is also expected of us, of the partners that will be taking part in FanFest.
That second part is key. So all the discussion below that is up to council, but that's your advice to us. That's the price for this.
That is correct.
Okay, Mr. City Manager, I think this is bigger than the Secretariat. It sounds like there's another decision that's being taken that is separate from the one I just discussed, and that is for a control procedure to control entry into the FanFest. And it sounds like that landed on a ticketing process. Do I understand that correctly? That's public services advice, is that you don't want to have just open doors. You want to have a controlled entry to this via tickets.
Yes, and by public service, this isn't just the FIFA Secretariat or myself. This also came from our security experts at Toronto Police Service and everyone else. So.
Okay, I don't know anyone disagrees with that advice, maybe. So now we're down to the discussion of how are people given tickets. So I'll ask openly because I don't know who knows the answer. But what happens if somebody wants to commoditize those tickets? They're now suddenly a scarce resource, right? Maybe there's a popular day. Somebody unscrupulous orders a whole bunch of tickets and they got them and now they want to sell them. How do we control that? We've created a commodity here instantly.
So we will be working with Ticketmaster. The good news is that we're not looking at doing this ourselves. We're not using a what I'll call a smaller player in the market. We're using an organization that understands the resale market and the very factors you've talked about. So a couple things we'll do. We'll look at ways to limit. We can't completely eliminate, secondary market for tickets. Nobody can. But what we can do is find ways to work with Ticketmaster to limit that from happening in large scale. The other piece that I mentioned we are going to be looking at is to how we can move people through so that if we need to increase capacity, just allow more people to come in, there'll be an opportunity for other tickets to happen as people either leave or if there's clear they're not coming, cancel tickets and move on. I don't know what strategy will take place, but those are the two things we're looking at.
Okay, there's been a political direction via the committee to not do nominal fee tickets of $10, but to do free tickets. And do I understand the foregone revenue from that is $3.4 million? Was that right? Was that what I heard? I thought I heard something to that effect. 340,000 tickets times $10?
3.2 million, yes.
Yeah.
Okay, so $3.2 million, but somehow you've managed to make that up. So how does the financing from the first scenario to the second scenario equate? You found savings, that's great. So why is this net, somebody's considering this net the same? Why don't we just reduce the overall budget and charge $10?
We were, through the chair, we were asked by executive to come back with a opportunity for the public to enter Fan Festival at no charge.
Can anyone tell me what your understanding is of the problem that Executive Committee is trying to solve with free tickets?
Speaker, I think what we heard very clearly at Executive Committee is that there has been through the past as this whole event has taken place and come together, the expectation that this would be a free event, and so that changed. And so that was the big piece driving behind it, and then to ensure the inclusivity of the event. And I will just say that we have a plan in order to close that gap. It did open up a small gap, and the plan is there, and the process is there for us to close that gap without the general admission ticket revenue.
You could do this many ways, though. Am I not correct that you could have a block of free tickets that you could distribute through agencies and partners to reach people that need it? That's an option, is it not?
It's an option we're actually doing. So 500 tickets a day are happening through community organizations,
Okay.
yes.
So the issue of people not being able to afford to go is covered. This is now about the city's reputation. So just let me ask a practical question. If I go and I want to have a good time, I guess I could show up and do nothing, but I'm assuming I'm going to buy food. Maybe I'll buy a beer. I don't know. I don't know what's being offered. Imagine that. A t-shirt. Like, what is the real fan experience of what you got to expect to do when you get there? And I'll compare this in the ending of my question that, you know, we grapple with the same question at the CNE.
Councillor Holiday, your last question.
Yes,
You're over 5 minutes.
I'm going to just finish my question. We grapple with a similar discussion. There's a gate admission, and then there's an overall experience of what you spend once you're in the grounds. And I think you find that once you're in the grounds, it's a heck of a lot more money than the gate. So can you tell me your thinking on all of that? Because it seems to me that a couple of dollars to get in is
Councillor
practical,
Holiday, please.
and why would we not want to encourage that?
So through the chair, we were asked by executive committee to come back with the option of the general admission tickets for public to be free. What people can expect when they get on site, so they will have to have a ticket in advance through Ticketmaster. That's our method to control numbers and crowds from a safety perspective. But once they get on site, there will be the opportunity to watch matches on huge screens with public and other soccer fans. There will be entertainment every day on the stage. There will be food and beverage. There will be family-friendly activities. There will be activations by global partners. It will truly be a festival, fun environment throughout each day that we'll be operating.
Let's go to speakers. Mayor Chow? Last? Okay. Councillor Cole.
I have an amendment. You can put it up. That City Council
So Councillor Cole, there's the motion.
Yeah, I'm waiting for it to get on the screen.
It is
Okay.
on the screen.
The City Council amend the Executive Committee recommendation 2 by deleting 7.1 and replacing it with 9.0. So million that it now reads, City Council increased the 2026 operating budget by $9 million gross and 0 net. Just a lot of good questions and comments by members of council. I just want to just remind everybody that our staff has been working on this, how long now? 3 years. There's been hundreds of meetings, hundreds of ways of trying to deal with this monolith of the FIFA World Cup that's coming to Toronto. And I don't know if any of you know about FIFA, but it is not, you know, the Sisters of Good Hope. So, and I know many of our councillors do not appreciate the work that our staff has done, day in, day out, trying to deal with FIFA and bringing together the World Cup to Toronto. So please have that. I know it's not easy for people from Willowdale to understand that, and from Etobicoke and my ward, but that has been very hard work. And then I just want to also remind you that all this uproar over the Fan Fest $10, I haven't seen anything like it since the IKEA monkey. You know, it's been way, way over the top. And I agree we should take a second look at the fee because people were told it was free, so let's take a look at it. But remember, it comes at a cost. So there you got to find the money somewhere else. So you don't want people to pay the $10. We got to find the money, and that's what staff is recommending. Because what staff was doing, one of their main concerns came from Toronto Police and the security network that is part of this FIFA World Cup. They're worried about crowd control, and they thought by having ticketed events, it would help manage the crowd. So that was their idea. So, and just keep in mind, not only is staff asked to undertake all these game arrangements, we've already added 15,000 seats to the former BMO field. It's now called Toronto Stadium. We're building the local pitches. We're doing the community events. Staff is doing all of this work. And to come at this last minute and saying, hey, in other cities, they're not doing FanFest. Why don't you do? It's kind of 3 years too late to be interested in this micromanagement. And, you know, staff and the mayor were given this mandate to somehow manage this event. But I just want to make sure you understand, there's also a private sector business involvement where they're trying to raise money from the private sector to help offset some of the costs. And, you know, the more negative, you know, IKEA monkey things there are about the FIFA, the more difficult it's going to be to raise money by the corporate business sector, the more difficult it's going to be to get fans interested. Instead, you see headlines in the paper, don't go down to near the fan fest, don't go near the games because there's going to be garbage everywhere, there's going to be rowdy, drunken fans. Watch out, the end of the world is coming because FIFA's coming here. Listen, this is going to be very good for small business. People actually go to bars, you know, and they watch these games in Etobicoke. They watch these games in Willowdale. They're going to activate the local restaurants. They're going to activate the hotels. I wish council would spend more time on advocating for the province and the feds to fund more of this. I haven't heard one councillor say to the province, you should pay for more of this because most of the revenue goes in HST to the province and the feds. Instead, councillors are worried about the IKEA monkey. I just don't get it.
5 seconds. Thank you. All right. Let's go to Councillor Thompson. Councillor Thompson.
Yes, thank you very much, Speaker. Speaker, I rise to move the following motion. City Council authorize the Executive Director, FIFA World Cup 2026, Toronto Secretariat to negotiate and execute agreements with third-party corporations, individual donors, and other organizations to sell FIFA World Cup 2026 hospitality match tickets, consisting of match tickets and premium experience, but excluding hospitality suites, providing that no individual agreement exceeds $25,000, inclusive of all taxes and terms and conditions satisfactory to the Executive Director of FIFA and the World Cup 2026. The Executive Director, Ms. Ballenbach, has been at this for 3 years and moving forward. She has done, in my view, an outstanding job. Myself, Councillor Cole, and I'm going to miss some of the councillors, a number of us have a role and responsibility under the leadership of the mayor. Whether or not it's the executive committee or the champions table, we've all worked really hard. We've raised monies for the mini pitches and so on that we've talked about as part of the legacy. It's really interesting that this council is penny wise and pound foolish. We make this great assessment and analysis and analogy around the $10. The reason for that has been explained very clearly. It is part of the process, management, crowd control, the integrated security elements, and making sure that this event will be a very successful event. This is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity for us to have this event here in Toronto. It's been very complicated dealing with FIFA. This is an organization like no other that you have actually seen. We have been, as part of a host city process, dictated to, told how, what, when, and how. Ms. Ballenbach and her team have been very, very nimble in the negotiation process and dealing with the third parties and leading this. And I, for one, applaud her, and I've seen it firsthand being my involvement in this. The mayor has been very clear. We have to make sure that this event comes in at the 380 million mark. We've had limited criticism of the $380 million. However, we've had an outrage of the $10, which is absolutely outstanding. But $10 is to ensure the overall safety and security. It is actually to manage the process. There are millions of people who will be watching. Our city will magnify its international presence. What does that do? The average person in Toronto does not realize that this is going to generate future business opportunities for this city. This is going to generate conventions for this city. Councillor Cole has spoken about the businesses that are going to generate business here, the small businesses. That is absolutely true. This is an opportunity, this is a game, and this is a part of a process that has been well managed because we've all had the opportunity to see it. We all recognize that these international events can be problematic for cities. I will say that the lens of the mayor and the leadership that she has brought to this process has been nothing but amazing in the sense of giving directions and providing leadership. And so as we move forward, this city is going to celebrate the work that the police and the integrated security team are doing. I'm very, very, very happy with respect to the explanation and the process that has been explained to us. Torontonians will be surprised. I didn't know, for example, in the UK, they have a special squad that deals simply with soccer and the hooliganism that may take place there. We actually are having the expertise of those folks here. We've established processes where people will be able to protest in the city. But it's an experience that we're going to have. It's going to be a solid one. I think it's also important to ensure that as part of the motion, the reason why I'm moving the motion is that there's a need for a number of signatures and so on. And as Ms. Ballenbach has indicated, there's between 300 to 500 small agreements that have to be signed as part of this process. And we need to give her the authority to do that. Thank you, Speaker.
Thank you. Councillor Matlow, you're next. Councillor Matlow to speak.
Madam Speaker, when staff first came to council with an estimate on how much it would cost the City of Toronto to host the FIFA World Cup, the estimate was between $35 and $45 million. That is roughly the cost of holding the Canadian National Exhibition at Exhibition Place during the summer. It was never realistic. It never took into consideration many of the costs, including security, that we know are involved today. It went to $300 million, it went to $380 million, and council was clear with the city manager at the time that before signing the agreement with FIFA, we want to know how much the federal and provincial governments are going to contribute so that we really have a realistic idea of how much the city would contribute. And remember, the federal and provincial governments have access to the HST, to revenue tools that grow with the economy. They will be able to make themselves whole far better than we will, given that we are not allowed to have access to a revenue tool like that. In other words, everyone buying beers and all the visitors coming here to the restaurants, money will be flowing back toward the federal and provincial coffers, but not in the same way to the City of Toronto. And that's a problem for us. So my criticism of how this was handled is not a criticism of the good work of city staff who were essentially told to go into a circular room and find a corner to stand in. And they're trying to figure it out. They're trying to figure out how to put this together, the mobility plan, how to make the finances work, escalating procurement costs, all these things that nobody sees because this is the detailed work that goes into figuring out how to produce these games. But I would respectfully argue that when there has to be changes considered to commitments that have been made. In other words, Torontonians spent $180 million on these games. It's going to be cost prohibitive for the average person to even go into Toronto Stadium, given how many hundreds and sometimes thousands of dollars the tickets are going to cost. And when they've been told that there is this free and inclusive fan fest that no matter your means, you're invited to come to, and then they find out that there's a plan to charge them, regardless of the rationale, that's why you're hearing upset about that. There was a lack of consistency in the rationale also that we were hearing. Whether it be, have there been costs already, that need to be addressed? Are there escalating procurement costs? Is it just about the attendance management? Is it a bit of it all? It wasn't clear to us at executive and certainly to the public exactly how this all came about, but it happened in a way that turned into a really difficult public conversation. What I would ask for respectfully, this isn't going to be easy, and I recognize that you've got a really difficult job to do, and we want to empower you and support you to do it well. The success of Toronto will be a successful Games. But when there are changes, and especially difficult changes that need to be considered, there needs to be more lead time and a runway and a public conversation about the rationale. There needs to be a consistency in the argument for why we need to consider these things. And let's work together on figuring out how to make these things come back together and work. But not the way that this was handled. And I'm glad and I appreciate that the mayor moved the motion to reflect that upset, to ensure that the general admission would be free. I want to thank Sharon and her team for working with us and figuring out how to make it work. I believe it'll be a great event. It'll be a lot of fun. But ultimately, when the City of Toronto makes an announcement and we make a promise to our residents, we have to figure out how to keep that promise. That's how we keep their confidence. That's how we gain trust. And when we don't do that, it's the opposite. So I'm glad that we're starting to move in the right direction now. Hopefully this can be past us and we actually produce some really fun and wonderful games. But boy, it really raises a question, should the city have actually entered that agreement in the first place?
Thank you. Councillor Myers.
Oh, thank you. I just have a quick amendment to move. I don't have to speak on it. This is an amendment I worked on with staff at TTC in the mayor's office on just directing staff to do continue doing the good work that they're doing, just to make sure that transit has a priority to move fans and other people in the city, everyday Torontonians, efficiently during the FIFA Fest. Thank you.
That was quick. Councillor Bradford.
Thanks, Madam Speaker. It's a tough one to follow. I do have a motion here, Madam Speaker, and it's asking the Executive Director of the FIFA Secretariat to report back to the July Council meeting with the receipts on whether they were successful in closing this $9 million gap through the various funding sources that we were all promised today. This, for me, is about providing transparency and accountability for taxpayers and all Torontonians. When the World Cup countdown began last year, Toronto residents were told that the Fan Fest would be free. The mayor told them that it would be as open and accessible as Nathan Phillips Square. That was the quote. And that for the entire month, they would be able to join in celebrating the World Cup at no cost of entry. That was the promise made from the mayor. But last week, the mayor moved the goalposts. Mayor Chow had a report come forward calling for $10 tickets for everyone, $50 for a family of 5. I can appreciate $10 doesn't necessarily seem like a whole lot of money for some people, but for a lot of Torontonians that don't have access of thousands of dollars to buy tickets to be in BMO Stadium, that's a lot of money. You get down there, you start buying popcorn, drinks, you travel to and from, and it adds up quickly. My concern is there's a lot of Torontonians that are just going to sit it on the sideline. Now, Mayor Chow came out and she defended it in the morning press conference. She defended it at committee, saying that it was needed for the security. I think the mayor even tried to claim that it was the police's fault because, the escalating security costs. Again, we probably should have anticipated that. But after the public backlash that came from this, we saw the mayor reverse herself yet again. And staff were left scrambling, trying to produce a report that only landed a few hours ago. Now, I think Councillor Matlow's points are well taken. It's a communication problem. It's a transparency problem. It's a problem with commitments and delivering for Torontonians. Everybody wants this event to be a big success. We want to put our best foot forward on the world stage. And I appreciate my council colleagues, Councillor Thompson, Councillor Cole, and others who have been working to advance this and to do the best job that we can for the city. But the reality is, what we have in front of us today is a rush job. And staff are being asked to defend a plan that has a lot of holes in it. In fact, I've never seen a financial impact statement quite like this. And I think it's unfortunate that the mayor has put the staff into what must be a very uncomfortable position, trying to explain to all of us how a $380 million budget that is increasing by $9 million is still only a $380 million budget. That literally does not add up. So council was not able to come up with $327,000 just an hour ago for waterfront safety. But now we're being told that we are going to find $501 million, a hole that has been caused by the flip-flop on the ticketing position here. And that apparently is going to be no problem. But we have had some problems. We have had some problems raising sponsorship revenue associated with this event. So it kind of feels to me, and I think like a lot of Torontonians, of just more passing of the buck, blaming other people. But the reality is this administration has been leading the city for 3 years. The execution and the delivery of the FIFA World Cup, regardless of how it came here to the city, still rests with the mayor today. And instead of taking an active role in managing this, what we have is an administration that is trying to blame the previous administration, or blame the police for the security costs, or blame the staff for bringing forward a $10 ticket report to close that financial gap. And I think the city manager just confirmed for us that somewhere between 4 and 6 weeks ago, he actually sat down with the mayor and discussed the plan to charge for the Fan Fest that was promised and guaranteed to everybody that it was going to be free. So you got to take responsibility for your actions. And instead of owning that decision, we've sent staff out to sort of scramble to close the gaps. And I don't think that's what leadership looks like on this file. Again, I think all of us want Toronto to be a city that we can be proud of. We want to be proud of the FIFA games here in the city as a host city. Councillor Thompson rightly pointed out this is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. So when we fly the flag of Toronto, when we invite the entire world to come here, but most importantly, the taxpayers and the Torontonians who are paying a significant amount of money for this, they need to be able to participate to enjoy it as well. And we should be clear on what our commitments are to Torontonians, how we're going to deliver on it, and make sure that we have the transparency and the accountability to follow up afterwards.
Can you wrap it up?
Yep, thank you.
Councillor Holiday.
Thank you, Speaker. I'm going to ask you to allow a recorded vote on item number 3 under 30.5. That's the free tickets. And after I heard what I heard today in council, I feel strongly about this. I think we're making a mistake. I want to explain why. I accept when staff tell us that their plans have had to change and they've had to increase the price of the Fan Fest from $16 million to $25 million. Things happen during planning. I also accept that the public service has come to us and said, you know what, at least on certain days, they're not going to be able to just have open admission because it's going to be so popular and there's going to be so many issues that you can't have uncontrolled access. What I do worry about, though, is as soon as you implement a scarce commodity, a ticketing regime, that's exactly what you get as a secondary market. I'm sure there's going to be people reselling these tickets. There's also going to be people that are greedy and they're going to take them and not show up. And there's going to be a whole bunch of people, as Councillor Bradford said, on the sidelines because of the system that we've imposed. One way to deal with that is to put a small nominal price on them. I don't want to belittle the price of $10. You know, that is money that's out of your pocket. That's money to a family. But if you realistically look at what the day's cost is if you go there, it's probably a very small part of it. And the reason I feel strongly on this is because it pushes back on the secondary market. People are less likely to gobble up these tickets without being serious about them. And they're less likely to leave them on their kitchen counter and not go because they changed their mind on the event. I take the point about there are people in this city that may not be able to afford those tickets. And I think there's ways to deal with that. As we heard from the city manager, we could distribute some through social agencies so that people that really need them can get them. But what I really worry about is the reputational risk that the city faces. And I get there is some. If we were out there saying that there's going to be free fan fests, maybe there still could be free fan fests on certain days, and maybe not on others, but that's not what the report says to us. But what I do think the reputational risk is if things go badly, and that is that people that wanted to go couldn't go because people didn't use their free tickets, or stories emerge where people are ripping other people off because they got the scarce ticket on the really big game day, and they're now selling something that was funded by the taxpayers, created in our own market and economy by this council, and they're ripping off other Torontonians. And I think the reputational risk out of that is actually higher than going back to the public to say, you know what, things did change in the planning, and for very good reasons we have to limit access, and we're going to charge a nominal fee to make sure that there's reasonable limitations so that everybody gets a chance at this. I really hope this goes well. We'll see what council does with this vote. But I want to urge council to rethink this one particular notion of free tickets, knowing that we could probably do this in a far better way to solve the various problems that have come up, but also be realistic in understanding that there's going to be a run on a scarce commodity because of the very decision, an important decision put to us about controlling access and limiting access. Thank you, Speaker.
Thank you. Councillor Chang.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I want to first acknowledge that I know this is multiple years of work and complex contracts that we did not all sign on for when the first agreement was signed. And so here we are on the cusp of an international event with many risks and still many questions that have yet to be clarified. For me, what I say often here is that I'm always fighting for geographic equity. We are all paying property taxes, and when we hear that $25 million is going to this great event happening downtown, and meanwhile the rest of us are getting 1/60th or 2/60th of 1.7 million, that is really hard to square for taxpayers. It's hard for us who are in the inner burbs, who are so distant and who have to go through a lot of hoops to get downtown to these locations. And, you know, we asked for more equitable distribution. We asked for events that could be spread out more. And somehow the city of Seattle was able to do that. I don't know how they did it, but they are doing it across 7 sites. And so, you know, there's no way to turn back the clock, but I just want to speak on behalf of residents who are outside the downtown core. That we want investment from the city, we want visionary investment, not just for events, but also for infrastructure. We want to feel the love too, and we want to be excited about FIFA, but also, did you know that a lot of these 60 events that got part of the 1.7 million, they're not even allowed to use the FIFA branding on their events. They're called soccer events. My event, hosted by my Young North York BI, is called Soccer in the City, which is great, but it just means that we don't get to celebrate in the same way as downtown residents get to. And so what I want to see in the future, if we ever entertain another international event, we have to fight for equity of distribution of events, geographic equity, because the city is so large and the city is also so inaccessible with our many transit challenges. And what we would like to see, and what we would have liked to see, is more FanFest, more FIFA-branded events. And I don't know how Seattle is doing it, and maybe they're naming those events something else, but at least spreading that investment. It's very hard to square $25 million when 60 events had to split $1.7 million. So I'm just speaking out on behalf of all those who will find it very difficult to go downtown for these events. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Bravo to speak.
Thanks. I want to start by recognizing that what we're witnessing here today is an enormous amount of effort by the mayor, who did not sign this FIFA contract, but I know that she, her office, and all of the councillors that she's appointed to committees to look at this, the staff that have worked on this, have had two things in mind. Number one is fulfilling requirements of very difficult contracts. FIFA is very prescriptive in how its name can be used and what must be done, what cannot be done. And secondly, she's had her eye explicitly on ensuring that no more property tax dollars are going into this that are absolutely necessary. And that's really essential here. I'm a little disappointed at one of my colleagues today, because you cannot raise a problem and then be unhappy that there is a solution to it. I think that that's not a demonstration of leadership, and I think it's not fair to all the staff and all the staff in the city and the staff in the mayor's office and to the mayor herself, who has been relentlessly watching this, working on this, when there's so many other priorities in the city. I also want to say that, thinking that going only to the Fan Fest is a way to enjoy this game. I think maybe not everybody here has a football culture, but the reality of how we experience this game happens in every neighborhood. It happens at the corner bar, it happens in the park. In Davenport, we're actually telling people that to come to Davenport, and we're having all kinds of events. We've got 4 BIAs that have activations. On Geary, there's an activation. We're having working on a watching event at Earls Court Park. It's part of Portugal Day Parade celebrations. Little Portugal, the BIAs, the residents groups. This game belongs to the people. It does not belong to the organization of FIFA. It's actually the most played sport in the world. It's called the beautiful game for a reason. You don't need any equipment. When my brother was little at school, he used to play with an empty yogurt container. You can make a ball out of a bunch of elastic bands. This is what the DNA of this game is. And I'm going to be dancing on the street, I'm going to be watching games, and I'm going to be enjoying it. So I don't think that what we need is just another corporate, FIFA-approved opportunity. What we need is to embrace that the world is going to be watching Toronto. We need to embrace that this is 3 countries, that we have relationships with New York, with Mexico City, that we have an opportunity to celebrate that our national team is going to be playing. That's amazing. We have the opportunity to celebrate that there are little kids and adults, intergenerational games, that are happening. I just want to close by saying that in 2006, we did St. Clair Kick It, and it was a street festival. And we started that year in 2006. It lasted for years. Sunday pickup game, all genders, all ages. That's the community that this game generates, and we should be happy that we're going to get through this. We're going to celebrate. It's going to be safe. It's going to be joyful. And I want to recognize that that's what leadership looks like. You get handed a very difficult problem, and you find the solutions. And we should all stand behind that kind of work. So thank you, Mayor.
Thank you. Okay, let's put the motions on the screen. No, the mayor advised me that she's not speaking. Okay. Correct, Mayor? Yeah, okay. So item 5 first. Motion by Councillor Cole. On favor? Recorded vote.
Councillor Cheng, please. Councillor Perruzza, how do you vote, please?
In favor.
Councillor Canavelle, how do you vote, please?
In favor.
Motion 1 carries. The vote is 21 to 1.
Okay, next motion. By Councillor Thompson. On favor? Oh, you want to record a vote for everything? Okay.
Councillor Crisanti, please.
Councillor Canavelle, please. How do you vote?
Affirmative.
Councillor Perruzza, please. How do you vote, sir?
In favor.
Motion 2 carries unanimously. 22 in favor.
Okay. Next motion. By Councillor Bradford. Yeah. Ask for recorded vote. Yeah.
Councillor Cheng, please. Councillor Sachs.
Councillor Crisanti, thank you.
Councillor Perruzza, how do you vote, please?
Against.
Councillor Canavelle, how do you vote, please?
Affirmative.
Motion 3 carries. The vote is 21 to 1.
He's driving. Okay, is this still? Okay, Councillor Holiday has asked for part 3 and number 5 separately, so let's vote on 3, recorded vote.
Councillor Cheng, please.
Councillor Crisanti, please.
Councillor Perruzza, how do you vote, please? Councillor Canavelle, how do you vote, please?
Affirmative.
Part 3 of the item as amended carries. The vote is 18-3.
Okay, item as amended, recorded vote. Yes, the balance of the item as amended, recorded vote.
Madam Chair, I made a mistake on my vote a little earlier. I was voting on something else. Can we move to reopen? I'd like to make that unanimous, please. Peruzza.
Yeah, but we're in the middle of this vote now. Yeah. Okay,
I apologize for that, Speaker.
well, yes, I know it's difficult when you're virtual and people are, okay. Does everybody agree reopen it to allow Councillor Peruzza? On favor, carried. Okay, let's do the vote over. And please pay attention.
So, Speaker, we're canceling the vote that we were
Yeah.
just taking.
Okay, recorded vote.
Just stand by, members.
It's a revote on motion 3 by Councillor Bradford.
Councillor Peruzza, how do you vote, please?
Jeez.
In favor.
Councillor Candeval, how do you vote, please?
Affirmative.
Motion 3, the revote on motion 3 carries unanimously, 22 in favor.
Okay, now let's start again. The balance of the item as amended. Recorded vote. Councillor Pasternak, please stay in your seat. We're in the middle of a vote.
Councillor Chang, thank you. Councillor Peruzza, how do you vote, please?
In favor.
Thank you. Councillor Candeval, how do you vote, please?
In favor.
The balance of the item as amended, that's item EX 30.5, is adopted unanimously, 21 in favor.
Okay, on EX 30.6, on the item on favor, carried. EX 30.7. Do we have a motion on that one? We have one motion on that one. Motion 1 by Councillor Myers. On favor, opposed if any, carried. Item is amended. On favor, carried. Okay, wonderful. We finished the item. Before we go to the next item, we do have two members' motions that we need to introduce. And Mayor Chow, you have your motion. We'll introduce that at this time.
You mean you close at 6?
Pardon?
I'm sorry, which?
This is just to introduce your motion.
Okay.
Yeah.
Oh, the new one. Thank you. I am adding a motion to start construction on the Waterfront East LRT, or transit line, pardon me.
Okay, on favor, carried. Thank you. And the other one is Councillor Matlow. Okay, if you can introduce yours.
I move to authorize the release of Section 37 funds to the Midtown Young BIA to do a mural for our upcoming Araya on Young Brazilian Festival, which you are all invited to take part in June.
Okay, on favor, carried. Okay, we'll go to our next item. I don't know if we'll be able to complete it or not, but it's EX 30.3. Councillor Sachs, you held it down. Towards a beautiful city. Update on priority items. Do we have questions to staff? You do? Okay, if you can put your name up and get staff down. Okay, Councillor Sachs, go ahead.
Yes, thanks. I mean, my question really is, you know, there's a lot of nice language in here, but what I don't see is what is really going to be different under this process. So one question has, one criticism that we've had many times about the city's procurement process is that we set up the criteria so that the only people who win are big American companies who have done the same thing over and over again. So we squeeze out Canadian designers and we end up with boring designs. And I think each of you have heard me complain bitterly about how boring, for example, our parks are. We keep doing the same things. So what is going to be, and of course our garbage cans have been dreadful. What is going to be different here that is going to encourage and allow younger Canadian designers basically the way we used to be?
So through you, Speaker, so the procurement process that's outlined in the report is sort of an additional tool in the toolbox for how we do procurement, so we'd still have traditional approaches available to staff. What we've seen in other jurisdictions where that approach is used is it doesn't preclude who bids on a project, but given that it centers the qualifications and the design capacity of the firm, it does lend itself to providing an entryway for smaller scale firms. That's definitely something we heard in the discussions we were having with the design community. I will say what they raised more as the priority issues in terms of making it easier for smaller scale firms to participate is the type of projects, the scale of projects, and having more smaller scale projects that they can bid on, as well as just kind of the complexity of navigating the procurement system and needing some more information and training around how to navigate procurement.
Right. So what in this report is going to guarantee that we have a more accessible procurement system, more realistic insurance standards, clearer processes, where we're not squeezing out Canadian firms, smaller firms, people with better ideas?
So through the Speaker, it's not about guaranteeing that pathway, but a procurement process that is more focused on qualifications and design capacity, as I said, does tend to lend itself, based on other jurisdictions that have used it, to emerging practices. What we'll be doing as we look at projects to pursue through this procurement process is the type of projects that are selected will be significantly important in terms of the kinds of firms that are available to bid on it.
And the other thing that I've heard repeatedly is that we keep insisting, like, who's done 10 libraries? So there aren't very many. Canadian firms don't get that opportunity. So every decision was made with a risk aversion that results in American firms getting the results. What have you done to change that?
Through the Speaker, that's a good example of one of the barriers that we have heard from some of the smaller firms and the smaller local firms is not just emphasizing experience, but the type of experience. So whereas you'd have to demonstrate experience with similar projects of similar scale, it's not necessarily an exact replica. So, you know, the example that was given to us by some firms was, you know, if you haven't done exactly 10 libraries, but you've done projects of similar scale, that should contribute to the experience and the qualifications of the firm, and I would agree with that, and that's how you structure the kinds of the qualifications and the scoring of the qualifications. That's something we'd be looking at in rolling out a QBS process.
So is it the city policy that we only hire people who've already had 10 major projects? We have no space for younger or smaller firms?
No, I can ask Geneviève to speak to sort of through the traditional procurement process. It does speak about experience, but it's not prohibited in quite the way that you've described.
So through the speaker, that is correct. So based on trade agreements in our own policy, we don't have limitations on previous experience with the city. In this situation, as Jason noted, we will be focusing on the quality, the experience, but we can't limit to City of Toronto experience.
No, I understand that, but will this process result in a markedly improved opportunity for Canadian firms?
So we can't guarantee that, but we will be structuring it to encourage participation from Canadian markets and local markets as well.
Thank you. That was your last question. Councillor Chang, questions?
Thank you. Through the chair, I moved MM 32.14, that's referenced here. And I was just wondering, can I get an update on where are we in terms of determining responsibility, especially as we work with developers who propose how they're going to do planters in front of their buildings that will become part of the city's responsibility. But beyond the tree, the beautification of those planters currently is the responsibility of the owner of the building, and it's not enforceable right now. We can't ask owners to make their planters beautiful after the tree has died or been taken out. So I'm just wondering, in the work that we're doing right here, are we closer to figuring out clarity of responsibility and what could be enforceable?
So through the speaker, to the last question, I would say yes. We did consider whether we would look at providing some clarity or prescription in terms of responsibility through the development approval and site plan control process. Ultimately, in looking at that, our concern was that you would run the risk of having ultimately conflicting requirements in a site plan agreement versus what the city may adopt or amend from time to time in the municipal code, which is really what regulates those responsibilities. So what we've suggested in the report is we continue to rely upon the municipal code provisions, but we've identified in the report an opportunities to do greater education and outreach around what those responsibilities are and what those obligations are under the municipal code.
So do you think that that will be effective, that if I educate all the building owners on Yonge Street, you are responsible for these planters that are currently filled with weeds and they take no action, is that enforceable, or do you think that the education will result in them making investments and taking action?
So through the speaker, it is enforceable in a municipal code. In fact, I'd probably argue that's probably more easily enforceable under that provision than it would be under enforcement of a site plan agreement or a site plan condition. And so the expectation in terms of the communication plan around those obligations of the municipal code, but also to be made clear what the penalties and obligations are.
So currently I have planters on Yonge Street that are empty or full of weeds or dead trees. So my question is that enforceable? Can I say, will MLS actually fine all of those property owners, of which there are many, and say, you have to make this beautiful?
So through the speaker, it would be enforceable. The standard wouldn't be beautiful. The standard would be what exists within the municipal code, but that would be enforceable, yes. And as I said, more readily enforceable than if we were trying to do it through enforcing a site plan agreement condition.
So what does that mean, enforceable, meaning it is agreeable? Like how do you describe that to an owner, what the standard is? Is it that if they just put wood chips in and there's no weeds, is that acceptable? And how does that achieve a beautiful city?
So in terms of the specific requirements, I'd have to refer that one to bylaw to speak to how that actually is regulated and enforced. Or is it?
So to the chair, I think I can speak to the planter example specifically. And so we would work with MLS and bylaw, but we would set standards in terms of what is appropriate for those planters. As it relates to our responsibilities, so something like a dead tree, that does come back to the city. Where it is weeds or it's just general upkeep, that is something we would work first, as Jason said, through communication, then through bylaw in terms of how we deal with that. But we do have standards around what we expect in terms of maintenance of those planters. In certain instances, something like wood chips may be okay, and we do that in certain instances, especially when we're going to be doing broader work later on. We try to kind of make it look nice for a short period of time, but we would do that in conjunction with bylaw, thinking about both the short term and the long term.
So how does our standard reflect our desire to have a beautiful city? So if the standard is minimally pleasant but not terrible, how does that get us closer to beautiful?
And so to the chair, I'll speak again from the forestry, the planter perspective, recognizing that there's other elements. That is actually part of what we're doing now, and as part of the second report back, is revisiting our standards as part of that second report back on a beautiful city, and looking at how we can revise that, both as it relates to the existing infrastructure that we have, but also future infrastructure, and the expectations of the maintenance of that. So that work, kind of to your earlier question, is underway and is part of the next report back that is outlined in the report.
Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Myers.
Thank you. Through you, Speaker. I just want to get back to Councillor Sachs's point about giving opportunities for smaller and local design firms. And we're told that we're subject to trade agreements, but other cities who are also subject to the same trade agreements are able to do this successfully. So what is unique about Toronto that precludes us from giving these opportunities to local homegrown talent?
Through the Speaker. I'm not familiar with what these other locales are doing, but typically it is a trade agreement threshold that limits us. So if we are looking for smaller pieces of work, absolutely, we can localize. But at this threshold, we cannot put in those limits.
So Chicago, for example, reserves 30% of its work for minority-owned businesses. They're subject to the same, I don't know what it's called now, CUMSA agreement that we are. So how can Chicago do this and Toronto can't?
So technically, Toronto is not bound by CUMSA. It's actually the CFTA, Canadian Trade Agreement, as well as the European Trade Agreement. So under the Canadian Free Trade Agreement, we do have a lower threshold to ensure equal opportunity. With the European Trade Agreement, the threshold is 353, I believe. Anything above that, 353,000, anything above that has to be open and competitive. We are able to identify certain components of evaluations to enhance those opportunities, though.
Thank you. And then I guess getting back to the change from, I guess, a low-cost procurement to a quality-based procurement, how are you going to actually implement that? So it's one thing to pass the motion here at Council. How are you going to get that down to the person actually making the decision to say, oh, wait, we're not just going for the lowest cost, we're now going for quality?
So we've actually been working with the procurement and with the project management office around that. We have some work to do around developing the kind of the guidelines and the policies and procedures to enable it. So that's work that would still have to be done. And like I said, it then becomes one more tool in the toolkit for those project managers who are looking at how they want to procure a particular project. I will say there are certain types of projects that lend themselves more to a qualification-based process than others. It tends to be the more complex, complicated projects as opposed to simple, straightforward projects. But it gives another tool for those project managers to select.
So I guess, what's the current makeup between cost and, I guess, value for something small and simple like lampposts or manhole covers versus what you're hoping to move towards? Because I find it's often those small and simple projects that actually make the city look beautiful. It's not necessarily the giant projects.
So it is a shift in thinking. Typically for those kinds of projects, it's actually low bid with qualified proponents. If you go a little higher, it will be a best value approach, which is a combination of evaluations as well as cost. You're looking anywhere between 10 and 20% for cost. In this instance, we are focusing on qualifications, on the experience, to ensure we're selecting the correct proponent before going down the price item. There's a couple of methods that we can also use once we decide, which could be price negotiation directly afterwards or median pricing. To Jason's point, that's still not decided, but this is a way to ensure that we're looking at the quality and not just the cost.
One of the things that often precludes smaller bidders from doing these types of projects is just they're too big. So is this report looking at having these procurements now come in smaller batches so you can maybe have a more localized approach? One of the things I noted when I was in Tokyo recently was every neighborhood had their own lampposts, for example. So it just made the neighborhoods feel different from one another, even though it was a major city.
Through the Speaker, yes, we're looking at least initially at smaller scale projects and projects that also have some latitude in need for the design profession and the design services, so they aren't just, you know, pre-selecting playground equipment, that sort of thing. So yes, we're looking for initially for smaller scale projects that again I think will lend themselves well to also some of the emerging practices in smaller scale firms being able to compete for them.
Thank you. And I guess when do you have a timeline as to when you expect Torontonians to actually notice a difference in the procurement, the quality of the procurement of city assets, be they bus stops, bus shelters, garbage bins, benches, that?
Last question.
So to speak, we don't have a specific timeline. We are looking and working with some of our partners around potential projects now that might lend themselves to this approach to procurement, but we don't have any projects identified at the moment.
Okay, thank you.
Councillor Crisanti, questions?
Yes, thank you, Speaker. So it's a great report, and I think it'd be absolutely amazing if we could come close to achieving a beautiful city through implementing these three initiatives. I want to speak a little bit about the maintenance of public realm. That's one of the themes. Can you describe what, and just tell me, how does that look like, the maintenance of public realm? What are we going to do differently today than before, after this gets approved?
So through the Speaker, I can start. The report speaks to the actions of multiple different divisions and teams that have responsibility for maintenance within the public realm. And what we've identified throughout the report is a number of different initiatives and projects that have been implemented in those different areas. Each of those would then, will be continuing to elaborate on those and report back through their regular committee process on their progress. But we've identified projects through transportation services, which has some of that responsibility, through forestry, through parks and others.
So do some of these initiatives include working together with various different BIAs to see what we could partner with and collaborate with in improving our public realm in those specific intersections?
Through the Speaker, yes, it does. A number of our public realm is actually managed through the and maintained through the BIAs.
Okay, so is there going to be how does that plan come together? Is there going to be a leadership team that will connect with BIAs and sit down and work out a plan to take them to a different level of improvement and achieve something better than what they currently have in terms of beautification?
So through the Speaker, what we're looking at is reviewing, updating the different standards that we have in terms of how the public realm is to be maintained. In some cases, that will be through our own teams of transportation services, and in forestry being the primary two. We have not been looking at or considering doing enhanced standards for BIAs.
And some of these suggestions could include maybe including additional benches, lighting, signage along public realms, not necessarily the BAA, but other areas of the city?
Through the speaker, yes, those are all items that are addressed through our streetscape manual and our streetscape standards.
Okay, perfect. Thank you, Speaker.
Okay, Mayor Cha, you would
Yeah,
like
do you
to...
want, I could move a motion just to finish this item. There's only 3 more speakers, and
And
should
then
be
also to approve the bills.
yeah, of course.
Okay, so the motion by the mayor is just to finish this item. Please, nobody else put their name on to speak. And the bills. All in favor? Carried. Okay, great. Point of order, Councillor Moyes.
I do have a motion on this item, but it's not yet ready, so I would need to hold it down regardless.
Pardon?
But the motion will not be ready in time.
For what? For what?
For this item, 30 point.
Okay, well, we're not at speakers yet.
Just letting you know.
Okay, well, we're not. We're going to finish this item. Councillor Holiday, questions?
I don't know if I should talk slow or fast. Mr. Katz, to staff, we have a property standards bylaw, and that property standards, am I correct that that property standards bylaw addresses a number of things? Rubbish and litter, long grass and weeds, and state of good repair of various items, and the city normally enforces that on private property owners. Is that correct?
Through the speaker, that is correct.
So on the state of good repair side of things, that bylaw really puts you in a position to enforce that an owner of an item restore it back to its original intent or original function.
So through the speaker, the property standards bylaw requires and maintains sort of a minimum standard for upkeep and health and safety of properties.
Is there anything in the property standards bylaw that exempts the city as being the owner of public spaces, or just spaces, real estate, buildings, that sort of thing?
So through you, speaker, no, there's nothing that exempts the city.
In practice, though, you don't spend a lot of time investigating the city. Is that fair to say?
So we investigate all issues and all service requests that we receive. And with any property owner, our first intent is to educate and to bring them into compliance. And we would expect the city to abide by its obligations just like any other property owner.
And I'm going to bridge this over to the solicitor in a second, but to be really precise, you know, in some of our public right-of-ways, we've got grass and plants and things, and would it be fair to say that sometimes those exceed the bylaw, the height of which the grass is supposed to be kept at, or the cleanliness?
Through the speaker, I'm not familiar with any particular circumstances,
Fair
but
enough.
it is possible.
But you drive around the city and it's possible. Okay. To the city solicitor, I know this is a strange question, but we've heard from the head of MLS that, you know, they could investigate a property owner for not cutting their grass. And I guess, and we didn't get into this, but I know they have a progressive process to enforce, and they might do a notice of violation that might get someone to correct their ways, and they might even get to the point that they give a ticket, right, which is a provincial offense. But does the city have any reason why it can't enforce against itself?
No.
And could the city, one arm of the city, one of the MLEOs, could they issue a ticket to the city?
I believe so, yes.
And you may or may not know, but how would it work? Would it come to council? Would it come to the head of council, or is it a department head, or like? And the reason I say that is because we have a similar item, but different. We're going to debate tomorrow on employment standards, and you know, it's about enforcing standards, and you know, potentially companies get charged, and so could the city. So how does that work when there's an enforcement?
So it would be, the process would be separate from the council process. Council would not be involved at all.
Okay.
There would be a charge, there would be potentially a prosecution, there could be some sort of a plea bargain.
Okay, so we're not exempt from charges and prosecution as a municipality. Just in practice, we just don't see that a lot against ourselves.
And I expect it's for the reason that Mr. Katz identified, that there generally speaking is compliance at least after the initial communication.
Right. Fabulous. Thank you, Speaker.
Okay. We're going to go to speakers, and we said we're going to wrap up after the speakers. Councillor, no, we're not holding anything down. Councillor Sachs? Councillor Sachs to speak. We just can't, you had all day to move on your motions. Yeah, well.
Yeah, anyway, thank
Councillor
you.
Sachs, go ahead.
Briefly, what I want to say is that this is important, right? I've heard from so many of my constituents that they really want us to take the beauty of what we have more seriously. Some of it is just maintenance. And I know we're cash strapped, but things like the overflowing garbage cans and the doors that don't close and the broken planters and the bare rotten spots in the parks. I mean, there's just so many ways in which people feel that the basic duty of the city to provide infrastructure that is functional and in decent condition is not being met. And on the larger scale, lots of concerns about design. The playgrounds, every single playground in my ward is boring, except for the illegal one that's been done by the skateboard guys. It's the only thing where older kids can find anything to do, and it's dangerous because it's not built properly. So we have a consistent risk aversion, and I understand why a big organization becomes risk averse. I mean, I'm a lawyer. I used to sue organizations, so we get sued a lot. But the result has been that we have retreated into boring decisions that don't meet the needs of our constituents. Some of that is the procurement process. Some of that is the lawyers. It's always partly the lawyers. But we can do better, and we need to do better. And I did discuss with staff and with Jean whether or not there was any kind of motion that we could do, that I could do, that would be helpful here. And you've all asked me not to do a motion, so I'm not doing a motion at the moment, and there's no specific report back on this. You're saying every division's going to report separately. But I'm asking you, when you report, talk about what you're doing on these things. I will ask, others will ask, but you need to keep an eye on it. You need to show us that you're paying attention. When we're renewing the garbage cans, God knows, thank God, the Astral contract's finally up. Make it better and show people that you care. We've had this problem every time. Waterfront Toronto, they design beautiful things, and the city takes over, tears out the beautiful things, and makes it ugly. We don't have to keep doing this. They did this with garbage cans. We've got the same kind of problem with light standards. We need to be taking our job more seriously, not just surviving. And so that's my request and my challenge to all of you. Some of it, of course, is to let the younger designers be in. But, I know it's a great privilege to go to Europe, but what I hear, again, consistently from people who come back from Europe is, why is ours so bad? Our taxes are high enough. Why are our parks so bad? Why are our public spaces so bad? Why are our water fountains so bad? Why are our streetcar stops so bad? They don't have to be. There's lots of examples around the world of doing the same kind of thing better. So I'm asking you, do it better. Design it better, maintain it better, keep it working, show the people that we care about their daily experience. That's what we need you to do. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Matlow.
Madam Speaker, I've got a couple of motions. One is to improve the standard and beauty of the city's network of cycle tracks, away from the busted bullards and the broken flex posts, and to make them more attractive. The other one is, well, we are finally going to move to bring the Astral bins in-house. There's nothing stopping us from improving our job to actually empty the bins so that they're not overflowing. So the other item is there, and I want to express my gratitude to city staff for working with my office on these motions. I want to thank all of you, along with staff, for embracing this idea. When I first brought this motion to City Council, it was inspired by the love of our city that I know that we all share. When every one of us move into a home, one of the first things we do is we think about, where to put the art, where to put our furniture, how to design it in a way that we're happy in, that we're well in, that we wake up every morning and we are happy about the environment in which we live. And I just don't believe that we should treat our city, our common space, any differently. In fact, our parks, our streets, our communities, our neighborhoods, this is where we all live together. And we can choose to either allow things to degrade, and we can choose how we invest, and we can choose how we procure, and we can choose about our commitment to design things well or not. Or we can actually work toward a beautiful city. I want to thank Jason Thorne and the interdivisional team across the city of Toronto who are putting ideas and initiatives forward to meet this common goal, to beautify our city, to clean our city. When any one of us walk down the street, we really are impacted by what we see around us. The architecture, if there are trees, it affects our mental health, it affects our well-being, our happiness. And each one of us, including each leader in all the different divisions, along with everyone who works with them, have a role to play in improving Toronto. It saddens me, one of my colleagues just alluded to this, when we go to other cities around the world and we come back and go, why can't we be Tokyo? Why can't we be Paris? Why can't we be somewhere else? Well, we don't have to be them, and frankly, we don't have to be envious of them if we choose to be Toronto the way we know we want Toronto to be. I've often said that in the past, Toronto has reached for the height of mediocrity when it comes to designing public spaces. Why do they have to all be concrete? Why can't they be beautifully designed? Why can't they be inspiring? I'll wrap up by just saying, I'm looking at the faces of so many people in this room who I know share the same values and the same vision. We love this city. We share this city. We all live in our respective homes, but we share this home together. And we all want Toronto to be beautiful, beautifully designed. We want a city that is beautiful and works. So I just want to thank all of you again for your commitment to working toward a beautiful city. I want to thank all the city staff for your very hard work on actually making this a reality. And this is just the beginning. This is just the beginning. This is going to be a long journey. But I look forward to one day somebody in Madrid, somebody in Barcelona, somebody in, in Toulouse, somewhere else in the world, talking to each other at a cafe and going, do you hear about what they're doing in Toronto? That is a beautiful city. That is a gorgeous, amazing, remarkable, inspiring city. Let's go to Toronto. And it won't be because of FIFA, and it won't be because of any of the other things. It'll be because they want to see a city that knows what it's doing. And I believe in you, and I look forward to continue working with you toward that goal. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Morley.
Thanks, Madam Speaker. Through you, I have a motion on this item, and I want to thank colleagues for the opportunity, and certainly Councillor Matlow for his leadership in this area. My motion is two parts. One is with respect to and inspired by my colleague Deputy Mayor Cole in his 1,000 mural initiative to request the City Council for the General Manager Transportation Services and General Manager Economic Development and Culture to report back to this council as part of the 2027 budget process on costs and feasibility of providing anti-graffiti coatings on murals within the city's business improvement areas. The second part of my motion is to request, similarly to the General Manager of Transportation Services, General Manager of Parks and Recreation, Director of Urban Forestry, and the TRCA, to collaborate to investigate the causes of ongoing erosion and damage to green space and trees along the Humber Bay Waterfront Trail, otherwise known as the Martin Goodman Trail, and to work with myself as the local councillor to develop and implement a long-term solution to improve the conditions of that area. I want to, again, just speak to the importance of having these hyperlocal opportunities and examples. Keeping Toronto beautiful is a tall order and a big task, and it looks different in different corners of our city, whether it's the transportation right away, whether it's city parks, whether it's waterfront areas. And I have some areas that do require some attention and require a collaborative and innovative approach, which is what this motion and what is being called on for us as a city to start to think outside of the box as it relates to problem solving. Residents expect the best quality standards from us, and sometimes we need to challenge ourselves in the ways that we traditionally do business, whether it's looking for more cost-effective ways to get things done, more collaborative ways to get things done, or more sustainable ways to get things done. I know that's what my residents are looking for in me as their representative, and what I'd like to encourage city staff to continue in their good works, to continue to look at these kinds of opportunities. We also know the importance of supporting our small business community and our BIAs that are really doing great efforts around beautification, around partnering with the city to maintain these great areas. And so we want to ensure that they also have supports to make it more cost-effective, more feasible for them to put things like public art and beautiful murals into our neighborhoods that help bring up the reputation and vibe of our city overall and support good opportunities for local artists. So I'll leave that there, again, with thanks to colleagues for this great work, and I hope my colleagues will support these motions. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Councillor Myers.
Thank you, Speaker. Through you, I'll just keep my comments brief. I just want to thank staff for the report and this initiative. I think it's important. Having been now to a number of cities around the globe, it always strikes me that what makes a city really great are just the small things. The lampposts, the manhole covers, the bus stops, and how it all works together to provide the city an identity. And one of the things people always talk about when they come to Toronto, it's the streetcars. The streetcars are red, they look unique, they look different, and when you see a streetcar, you instantly know you're in Toronto. And I think it's one thing that we're missing as a city is really that civic pride, that we're really going to invest a little bit more to not only build and buy great things, but also to maintain them at a standard that a generation coming after us can say, wow, that looks great. I'm really glad the previous generation invested in the city. So I think this is incredibly important work. I think this is really an opportunity also to reinstill a level of civic pride in our city that oftentimes Torontonians have envy about other cities when we're walking around, and really get the small things right, because it's the small things, the details, that really matter in the end. So again, thank you to the staff for writing this report, and a thank you for Councillor Matlow for his leadership on this issue, and also for moving the motion on the flex posts, which I agree need to go. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Holiday.
Thanks, Speaker. You know, I appreciate the opportunity to comment on this a little bit. I want to leave 2 points for Council. This doesn't really have to be something brand new. The first thing we can do as a city is we can work with what we've got. You know, I was scrolling through my phone and I was looking for some pictures from last year. There's a place on Renforth near me, and every year the grass grows to an atrocious length. And there's a problem. It just never gets cut properly. And I remember talking to the crossing guard that worked there, and he said he was really worried about it because the grass, and I'm not exaggerating, the grass was so tall that you couldn't see a little kid standing behind it, and they had to cross the street. But deeper than that, it sends a message to people in the community that, well, if the city doesn't care, why should I care? And if the city doesn't follow its own standards, why would they come and force against me? And I don't want to pick on the departments that work really hard, because things happen. But I think if we're going to be looking at a clean and beautiful city, we should start with ourselves and just make sure that we've covered everything off and that we're looking after those details. You know, when I was looking for that picture, I did find another picture of the bus shelter by my house, and I took a picture of it because it was atrocious. It had big weeds growing in it, inside of it, like a greenhouse. It was full of garbage. It was just sad. It just wasn't a pleasant place to stand to wait for the bus. And I think that we can do better. The second point I want to make is choices that we make. We make them all the time in council. We're going to make a huge choice tomorrow when it comes to street lighting. I mean, that will profoundly change how we perceive the built environment around us, the type of light, the color of the light, how things look in it. These are big choices. But there's a series of little choices. You know, when we're talking about a development project, and I remember arguing about setting a building back a little bit, just to give a little bit more space onto the street for pedestrians, because it doesn't have to be all about housing, building it all the time. It's about striking a balance. And I think that we should look to ourselves as a council, and I think that we should look to ourselves as a city when we make all of these choices, and think about that, and think about balancing those choices with the idea of a clean and beautiful city and how that we're going to contribute. And the last thing I'll say, and I've brought it up in council before, crime prevention through environmental design, CPTED. It's a set of principles that when you are dealing with spaces, that you lay them out well, they feel cleaner, they feel safer, it's a better experience, and you're doing the right thing by creating a better environment for people, for humans in the city. So there's a lot that we can do without spending a lot of money. It comes back to how we prioritize our own work and the choices we make as a government. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, let's put the motions on the screen. Motion by Councillor Matlow. On favor. Opposed, if any, carried. Next motion. Motion by Councillor Morley. On favor. Show of hands. Opposed, if any, carried. Okay, item is amended. On favor. Opposed, if any, carried. Thank you. We've dealt with that item. May I have a motion to introduce the confirmatory bills? Mayor Chow.
That leave be granted to introduce bills to confirm to the point of the introduction of this motion the proceedings of City Council meeting 40 on April 22nd, 2026.
Thank you. Shall leave be granted to introduce these bills? On favor? Show of hands. Carried. Shall these bills be declared as bylaws and be passed subject to Section 226.9 of the City of Toronto Act 2006? On favor? Carried. So we're recessed to 9:30 tomorrow morning. Promptly at 9:30. 9:30. That's when we start.
When is it again?